Good morning, everybody. This is the Thursday, November 10th meeting of the Planning Board. I'm joined today at the dais with Cherie Branson. On Teams, we have David Hill and Amy Presley. Commissioner Roberto Pinera is still dealing with a family emergency. I now understand he will be sworn in on November 16th and will join us on November 17th. So we look forward to.
Wait a minute. You may have to start all over.
Oh. Good morning. Welcome to the November 10th, 2022 session of the Montgomery County Planning Board. With me at the dais is Commissioner Cherie Branson. On Teams, we have Commissioner David Hill and Vice Chair Amy Presley. We'll be joined by our fifth commissioner probably on the meeting of November 17th. He's coming back from dealing with a family emergency and is scheduled to be sworn in on November 16th. We start today with item 1 on preliminary matters. Of course, everything being unusual. This too is a little bit unusual, and it's the adoption of resolutions for a meeting that occurred on September 29th, and I'll turn it over to Emily Vias.
Yes, Emily Vias, legal counsel for the record. Just wanted to explain, since this is the first time that the board is adopting these types of resolutions, because the board was not these board members were not present during the hearing for this matter. Each of you, as I understand it, has watched the video, and the resolutions are simply memorialization of the action that the board already took. So this is not a reopening of the case. It is not a reconsideration of the case. It is simply the technical final action of what the board took. These resolutions, again, since this is the first time this board is looking at them, our resolutions are very thorough and include information to help the applicants, the citizens, as well as staff when future applications come in. So we try to include issues that were discussed not only with applicants but with citizens in these resolutions, again, so that when subsequent applications come in for site plans or preliminary plans, the history is there and is in the resolutions. And so, although in some jurisdictions, maybe resolutions are not quite as lengthy, we find that it is helpful with our process, and it helps, again, the citizens as well as applicants and staff to track the history of a project and the development process. So I just wanted to lay a little bit of where we are and why we do what we do with regard to these resolutions, and that would be all.
Thank you for that. And of course, in the future, most of our resolutions will be from meetings that we conduct ourselves. So we won't have to go back to seeing the videotape. There is no videotape anymore. In any event, I'll entertain a motion to adopt both resolutions.
Move that we adopt both resolutions from September 29th.
Commissioner Hill?
Mr. Chairman, can we split these votes, please?
We can. Would you like to revise your motion?
I move that we adopt the resolution regarding 5212 Massachusetts Avenue was originally heard on September 29th.
May I hear a second?
I second that.
Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it. That's approved. Now for the second resolution, please.
I move
please.
that we adopt the resolution on Churchill Senior Housing Sketch Plan, originally heard on September 29th.
Is there a second?
I will second that.
Okay, any discussion? No
Yes, Mr. Chair, I will just mention that I spoke with legal staff about the presentation of this, had a bit of concern that Emily just explained, but was not included, and I will be abstaining.
Okay. All those in favor of the resolution say aye.
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 Aye. All those opposed? No. All those abstaining?
I abstain.
Okay. All right. That concludes item one. We have another preliminary matter on reappointing a member for the Bethesda Downtown Implementation Advisory Committee. There was a resignation by a business member who happened to work for BF Sol, who is, if we appoint her, would be replaced by another BF Sol member. Her name is Mary Beth Advidson. She's vice president of BF Sol and recommended by staff. Do I need a motion on this? Yes. May I have a motion, please?
Move approval?
Okay. Second,
sorry.
who would like to second?
I'll
I will
second
second.
it. But I do have a question about this before we vote on it. Just-
Okay, discussion?
Yeah, just out of clarity, the person who resigned worked for BF Sol. They were no longer eligible because they resigned also from BF Sol, right? This person who's up for appointment works for BF Sol. As I read this, it seemed to me that the requirement was somebody from the business community. Is that accurate?
Yes, it was a business representative on
So
this.
I'm just wondering, did anybody else apply? I mean,
So, no.
okay. Okay, well, then that's good enough. I just wanted to make sure that, it's not seen that we are, moving one person in from a firm and then, one person from a firm moves out and then we move in somebody else from a firm that, what has happened here is that nobody else applied.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll entertain a motion. Oh, we
had a
moved and
motion.
seconded already.
Yes.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Aye. Again, that appointment is approved, and we appreciate our volunteers that help us out on these committees. This amounts to an announcement on appointments that will be made by the full commission. Number one, the commission hopefully will be appointing Cherie Branson for the Audit Committee. Vice Chair Amy Presley will be appointed for the Retirement System, which I served on before, and that's a real education. And Commissioner Panera will be appointed to the Board of Trustees for Section 115 Trust. That's just an announcement. Those actions will actually occur at the commission meeting. Okay, moving on. Oh, no, we have one record plat today, which is always exciting, and it looked to me like it was a minor lot line adjustment. This is just a technical matter. It is a public hearing at which we have no speakers. So that concludes our public hearing. Would anybody like to make a motion?
Mr. Chair, before we move to a motion, I think there's a relevant correction to be made, which is the location here was described as located on the east side of New Hampshire Avenue, and while that street doesn't really run directly north-south, I think the common understanding is it's the west side, formerly at the address 15520 New Hampshire Avenue.
Does staff want to comment on that?
Yes, good morning. I'm Jay Beatty with the IRC Division. The commissioner is correct. It is on the west side of New Hampshire Avenue. In addition, this record plat, it's associated with a preliminary plan where they're consolidating two old parcels and creating a new lot of record. And so we found
okay.
the plat to be in compliance with the preliminary plan and the applicable preliminary plan resolution conditions.
Right, and there's no problem with its location on the location box on the plat itself. That seems to indicate the west side, if you will.
Yes, on the plat itself, it's on the west side of New Hampshire, yes.
Commissioner Hill, you had more?
Yeah, and I just wanted to comment, this appears to be two formerly residential lots that front New Hampshire Avenue, and I presume the appropriate of combining that and turning it commercial is handled at the preliminary plan stage.
I'm sorry, can the commissioner repeat that? I'm having a little trouble hearing.
Yes, this appears to be two residential lots, one with a house still on it, the other with a modified house with frontage on New Hampshire Avenue, and I assume the appropriateness of combining those into a commercial lot was handled at the preliminary plan stage.
Yes, that would have been handled then. There is,
Okay.
I believe, one existing house on the northerly parcel.
Okay, did I have a motion for this?
Well, before we make a motion, I'm just going to indicate that I'm going to abstain from this because this is like right around the corner from me. And so I'd rather not, vote on it, quite frankly.
Okay, as long as we still have a quorum and a majority, we can go forward.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve plat number 220220110, formerly at 15520 New Hampshire Avenue.
Do I hear
I
a
will second that with the understanding that, I will second that. But is my understanding that there will be a correction made to the item entry as well, as far as east versus west? And with that, I second it.
Can we do that? Yes, that will be done.
I will include that correction in my motion.
Okay,
Second.
all those in favor, say aye.
Aye?
Aye. All those who abstain?
Aye.
There you go. The ayes have it. The plat is approved. Okay, now we have regulatory extensions. I know this is the commission's favorite item. It is a public hearing at which we have no speakers again, correct? So there The record is closed on these, I think it's 5 cases, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4 cases. Interestingly enough, there's a variety of time limits that's been extended. The Strathmore Avenue is extended for 1 month, Sandy Spring Missing Middle Project for 3 months. The Solar Santa Rosa project is for 4 months, Kings Crossing for 6 months. But these are all requested by the applicant. I'll entertain a motion.
Yeah, I move
Can I
that
make
we,
a comment?
Excuse me, David?
May I make a comment? I'm a little concerned with the description on the Kings Crossing one that it is ready to submit, but we're asking for a 6-month extension. The rationale for that was in Appendix A, which we do not have, but I will trust staff's judgment on the need for that.
Important.
Okay.
okay,
Again, I'm going with the request, and as long as these projects are not holding up things behind it, I'm inclined to approve. Yet, Amy, Miss Commissioner Presley?
I was just going to move that we do approve the extensions. And, I understand, Commissioner Hill, 6 months, it's kind of a contradiction. But I'm sure there are other details that staff is aware of as to what's holding up various approvals. But yeah, I do move that we approve all of the extensions.
and I second that.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. The ayes have it unanimously. Those extensions are approved. All right, now we'll go to a roundtable. We'll do a closed session after the roundtable if a motion is approved for it. If you will, Tanya. I'm sorry. I have to get used to names here.
Good morning, board members. Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record. Today is my first Planning Director's report. Have a lot to cover, but I want to try to make sure we can continue to move quickly. I first want to give some updates on some of our master plans and community engagement that we have been doing, and then the rest of my report will focus on the Planning Department's Equity and Planning Agenda, which I mentioned during a session on Monday. Next slide. Next slide. So first, you heard about this on Monday. We held a very successful Fairland and Briggs Cheney Placemaking Festival on October 21st and 22nd at the Briggs Cheney Park and Ride. The festival attracted over 1,300 visitors and 68 vendors. This festival was in support of the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan, which we have currently underway. And it was the first time we have conducted a placemaking event while a master plan has been in progress. We partner with community members and the Better Block Foundation to reimagine how community gathering spaces can be programmed with activities and features for all ages. During this event, planning staff also collected feedback from attendees to inform development of the master plan. We received 83 responses, and so far the feedback has been very positive. Again, I just want to give kudos to the project lead, Angelica Gonzalez, and the Up-County Planning team for this amazing event. And the Fairland Briggs Cheney team are actively working on the working draft recommendations, which we expect to bring to the board early next year. Next slide. Next is the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment being led by our Down County Planning Division. This plan is currently in its visioning phase through the end of this year. Over 100 community members joined an open house in October to discuss the future of the plan area. They were encouraged to also continue to share their thoughts on the plan's interactive online visioning website and map. And this team will begin to develop the plan recommendations in January with the intent to present the working draft to the Tacoma Park City Council and the Planning Board in spring of next year. Next slide. Next is the University Boulevard Corridor Plan. The Mid-County team kicked off this plan just very recently with over 150 community members joining in-person and virtual open houses. The plan will build on recently approved plans and policies and explore opportunities for new infill development and improving safety for all, particularly for our most vulnerable community members who walk, bike, and roll. And I wanted to mention that I attended the in-person kickoff meeting, and pedestrian safety is very much a big issue. So we're very mindful of that. And I also mentioned to the community members that we also have the pedestrian master plan underway concurrently and encourage them to get involved in that project as well. Nikosi Yearwood is a project manager, and Zubin Adrian Vala is the deputy project manager, and they will present a scope of work to the board early next year. Next slide. Next is the Wheaton Downtown Study, also underway by the Mid-County Planning Division. This study seeks to advance implementation of the 2012 Wheaton Central Business District and Vicinity Sector Plan through developing short-term actions to advance the plan. Over the last year, we've engaged property owners, other agencies, and stakeholders in Wheaton. We've conducted an online questionnaire and also held in-person and virtual open houses in June. This study is being led by Luis Estrada, and the Mid-County team anticipates presenting a study to the board early next year as well. And lastly, next slide. The Mid-County Division, again, is currently in the visioning stage for the Great Seneca Plan, Connecting Life and Science. Over the summer and fall, staff have been busy engaging with community. We have held 11 pop-up events, 2 virtual meetings, as well as an in-person open house. Most recently, the team engaged with community members just yesterday afternoon at the Manna Choice Market held at the universities at Shady Grove, and is partnering with the Chinese Culture and Community Service Center on an event scheduled for next Tuesday, November 15th. The lead planner is Marin Hill, and the team anticipates briefing the board on the existing conditions, outreach and engagement, and preliminary vision this winter. Next slide. So for the rest of my report, I'm going to brief you all on our department's equity and planning agenda. Next slide. So just to set the stage, and the board will definitely be hearing a lot more about the demographics of this county and the analysis that we've done related to this. But I've actually talked about this effort with some other audiences, but I always like to start with this slide that really shows just how diverse Montgomery County is. This data reflects the data from the 2020 decennial census. And if you look at the map, particularly the yellow areas, those are areas of the county where there is no one predominant racial or ethnic group. The other colors relate to specific groups, such as blue for white residents, green for Black residents, and sort of a pink for Asian American residents, as well as sort of a salmon color for our Hispanic residents. But really, if you look at the bar chart, in 1990, the county was over 70% white. But in 2020, the county is now, I think it's 59.4% residents of color. And so this county has undergone a lot of changes. And what that means is, these are the residents that we serve. Their kids will be the residents we will be serving in the future who will be impacted by our master plans. And so we have to make sure that all of our planning work is very mindful and recognizes that we have a very diverse population, and we have to make that foundational as part of our work. Next slide. So also just wanted to kind of provide some background on the broader framework that informs our focus on racial equity. As board members may already be aware, the County Council passed the Racial Equity and Social Justice Act in October of 2019, and that law includes a requirement for the Planning Board to consider racial equity and social justice impact when preparing a master plan. Additionally, in 2020, the Commission passed a resolution on solidarity with the national movement to end injustice and violence against African Americans that speaks to the principle that Black lives do matter, and that this is very much an important focus for the Commission as an organization, and so as well as the community members that we serve. So again, this is sort of the broader framework that informed our work. Next slide. So prior to the Equity and Planning Action Agenda that I will walk through very shortly, we actually, at the Planning Department, had already been working on a number of equitable planning efforts. There's just a few examples listed here. And actually, when I joined the department in 2018, I immediately joined an internal working group that had already formed for our department to think about how we can create a process for equitable planning for our department. Additionally, we did some studies to advance Vision Zero, such as the Veers Merrill Plan and Aspen Hill Vision Zero study. And as part of the Veers Merrill Plan, we definitely did some different types of equitable engagement strategies, such as we had our former planning board commissioner, Natalie Fanny Gonzalez, who went on buses to interview residents in Spanish. I believe we also had some text messaging options. So we really tried some different strategies to get more residents involved. And we've done a number of other efforts that very much focus on equity and help to advance equity in the county, such as the Bicycle Master Plan, Purple Line Pedestrian Connectivity Study, a number of housing studies, such as our Preservation of Affordable Housing Study. We did a Retail and Diverse Community Study, and our Historic Preservation team has done a lot of work to advance and raise the profile of the history of the county's African American communities and historic sites. I see Commissioner Presley has her hand up.
Commissioner Presley, would you like to speak? If you take your mic off, we can hear you.
Sorry about that. I'm going to hold my question because it was going back to the Wheaton plan, and so I'll wait till you're finished with these.
Okay. Next slide. So I talked about this on Monday, Thrive Montgomery 2050, our newly adopted general plan, which has 3 key objectives, community equity being one of those. And this is the first time our general plan has specifically identified community equity as an objective. And so a number of its recommendations are geared towards advancing equity in the county. Next slide. So now I'm going to shift to our equity agenda in planning. We have a whole part of our website that focuses on this work, and the projects that I'm going to kind of give some highlights on. There's a lot more information that you can go to our website to learn about, or any community member can get this information. But on this webpage, we have this statement that developing an equity agenda for planning is ongoing and will require constant attention to institutional racism's influence on all planning and zoning processes. And that applying an equity lens, it's very much a part of community engagement, but it's actually more than that. It includes data analysis, how we identify solutions, the partnerships that we form, as well as decisions related to zoning and design. Next slide. So in 2020, the Planning Department developed our equity agenda and planning action plan. It is an actual document that we presented to the board at that time and got the board's approval. And includes a mission statement that talks about how we must incorporate racial equity and social justice when preparing master plans, and use current best practices to analyze adverse impacts on a community. And as part of this action plan, we identified several action items: an equity lens tool, an equity opportunity index, a racial equity timeline, staff equity trainees, continuing research, a community engagement strategy, an equity peer review group, et cetera. So what I'm going to cover next is how we've actually been implementing this action plan. Next slide. The first is we have developed some data tools. The most significant one to date is our equity focus areas mapping. This is an effort that was completed by our research and strategic projects team along with some other partners within our department. And it focuses on the parts of the county that have sort of three sort of different sets of metrics: the percent of low-income households, percent people of color, and percent of people who speak English less than very well. And the areas in yellow are those EFAs. There are 56 census tracts that meet that data criteria. And we have some data that shows how the demographics and the data that of those residents, excuse me, in the equity focus areas and how it compares with the entire county. So for example, 65% of the residents in EFAs are Hispanic compared to 19% countywide. 18% of those residents have a high school diploma or less compared to 9% countywide. In terms of average household income, it's lower compared to the entire county, a little over $90,000 for residents who live in EFAs. And there's also a higher percentage of renter occupied sites as well. And so, again, this really highlights those parts of the county where we want to be particularly mindful. Yes.
Just to be clear, are you saying that that each of the equity focus areas has each of these factors?
Yes.
And so I kind of have a little concern because, if you take an area like White Oak and also some like Gaithersburg, Germantown, you'll find immigrant populations, especially African and Caribbean immigrants, who speak English very well. But they are people of color, and they may have low-income households, and I'm worried that they would fall out of this analysis because they speak English very well.
So I think the thing to keep in mind related to our equity focus areas mapping, this is not an exclusive focus. These are the parts of the county where we want to be especially mindful because these three sort of demographic characteristics exist. However, for every master plan that we do, we always do demographic analysis to understand who are the residents who live in that area. We know that there are other parts of the county that have majority residents of color who may speak English very well. They may have higher incomes. And so we definitely include that as part of our analysis for each of our master plans. But what we wanted to do was to have a tool that pretty much identified, I guess you could almost say, sort of our most vulnerable residents amongst that sort of the larger Montgomery County community. But this is not, the only tool that we use to do that sort of demographic analysis.
Commissioner Presley, you wish to be recognized?
Yeah, this was, again, I was just leaving my hand up until the time to go back to Wheaton plans, but it does sort of tie in with this. Having participated in some of the Wheaton things, the issues were preserving the smaller businesses and minority-owned businesses. And what I was wondering is, what do we do to track that? Because, it's great what you're presenting about what we're going to be doing going forward on the front end. And I know there was a lot of outreach to communities that weren't sort of coming to the board to participate, translations and things of that nature, which are good. I think moving forward, we should have a way to track what is being implemented, especially where we have development coming in that's contingent on certain amenities for different communities. And I think it's important to track when those things are delivered. Because often, communities are waiting for things, another soccer field or, fixing a playground, and it sits out there for so long that even if it was planned in an equitable manner, it's not necessarily delivered in an equitable manner. Is there a way that these items in the plans can be tracked and reported on to the board?
I will just start very broadly, and then Jessica McVeary will contribute. So I would say in general, we have already started doing tracking implementation of our more recent master plans and reporting on a regular basis. So for instance, for the Bethesda downtown plan, I think we do an annual monitoring report. There's another, it's slipping my mind right now, where we do it biannually. So do you want to go ahead and add to that? Also, Robert Cronenberg.
Sure, I'll start. Commissioner Presley, Robert Cronenberg for the record. Tanya just mentioned the Bethesda Annual Monitoring Report, which we do on an annual basis, and present that to the board so you understand what is being implemented in a master plan. That really, what preceded that was what we called a master plan reality check, and we evaluated a number of planning areas throughout the county. But we have started preparing annual monitoring reports or biannual monitoring reports for a lot of the plans that we do, so that we do exactly what you're asking. We're trying to find out that what's being delivered is done in a timely manner, but equitably, and also, it really is dependent on a lot of the activity that's going on in those master plan areas, which a place like Bethesda has been pretty hot. White Flint, White Oak is now starting to ramp up with a lot of development. And we'll be doing the same or something similar in Silver Spring. And so it really, it keeps us whole, I think, in terms of making sure that what we do with our master plans is being followed through from an implementation standpoint. And Jessica, is there anything else that?
Good morning. For the record, my name is Jessica McVeary. I'm the planning supervisor for the Mid-County Master Plan team. I guess I'll sort of add a Wheaton-focused response, which is, as Tanya and Robert mentioned, we do have the biennial monitoring reports that we complete in the Mid-County area for White Flint, Shady Grove, and the Great Seneca area. In Wheaton, we don't have that sort of monitoring, but one of the things that we're doing with the Wheaton Downtown Study is really thinking about just that, how to advance implementation of the 2012 plan. And we did something similar a couple of years ago with the Advancing the Pike District study, which was really thinking about what are the challenges or obstacles and frankly the opportunities to advance implementation and really think about how we can deliver on the things that we talked about with the community through those planning efforts. We're excited about sharing the draft strategies with you for the Wheaton Downtown Study early next year. And hopefully, that study will demonstrate how we are thinking about implementation of the efforts that we've done over the last several years.
I appreciate all of those answers. And just as an example, backing up my concern, certainly Bethesda is, I don't know what the demographics are there now, but I would presume that that's a more predominantly white area. And if we just go by the density of development and the things that are planned that way versus just basically amenities for all of the master plans, I would hope that even in the future, as master plans come through, there could be some sort of table of elements that could be tracked and presented to a future board, even on a quarterly basis, because it should really inform some of the approval of plans coming forward. If amenities haven't been installed, even if the county maybe hasn't done a road improvement or something that's needed. I think those are really important, especially when we're talking about, we're looking at Wheaton from 2012, which is 10 years ago. I would be interested just to know, how many of the small businesses did we preserve? From going there, I can tell that a lot of them were indeed preserved, and I think that's great. But if there's a way to have metrics on it for a future board, I think that would be fantastic, and have it be from both perspectives, not just where the development is kind of really moving forward. There's obviously a need for that, but a health check of delayed delivery of elements anywhere. I'm not meaning this as a criticism at all. I just think it would be a great tool for a future board, and I'd be interested to see how that can progress. But even if I'm not a commissioner at the time, I'll look forward to hearing the report on Wheaton. So, thank you for your answers.
And we can definitely look into that some more in terms of making that more county-wide. The one thing that I would offer up is we've started something similar in terms of data research for the CR public benefit points plan update, or it's an update to the point system and to the public benefits, where we have started mapping all the benefits in the county, keeping in mind that those are really only geared more towards the CR and the EOF zones. But we've started looking at how those are being mapped, what's being provided. Are they being provided the same in Wheaton as they are in White Flint and Bethesda? And with the sole intent to understand what is needed in terms of public benefits. Do we need to delete some that aren't being used or are a little too easy to obtain, or do we need to strengthen the ones that we feel make a plan area a little bit more equitable, but also a little bit more enticing to develop it within those areas? So we are looking at that. We'll probably be bringing something to the board, I think, in January that starts that discussion. So
Great.
that's I think that addresses part of your concern and part of the question, at least with with public benefits, but that's not complete throughout the county because not every site is a CR zone. But we can definitely look into how we can manage that and monitor some of what you're requesting.
I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
Additionally, I believe I mentioned on Monday, Thrive Montgomery 2050 has a whole set of metrics as well, which we will be, beginning to track, which will cover, I think, some of the things that have been asked about. So before we move on from this slide, I just wanted to mention two things very quickly. One is that the Equity Focus Areas tool that we developed is a sort of Montgomery County specific variation of a tool that the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments developed a few years ago called the Equity Emphasis Areas, which for Montgomery County government, I believe the county council passed a resolution basically mandating or directing county agencies to use that tool. And so we created this one, we kind of tweaked it a bit to make it more Montgomery County specific. But in any event, we will either be using this tool or the COG tool. Next slide. And so the intent of the Equity Focus Areas tool is to be used to inform our master plans. It is intended to be used as a tool by our department, and also Montgomery County Public Libraries used it for a recent strategic plan that they completed recently. This is an example of how we have applied it for one of our master plans. This is the recently adopted Corridor Forward I-270 Transit Plan, and the team overlaid the Equity Focus Areas mapping with the plan area and identified some recommendations to make sure that we speak to the needs of those residents who live in the EFAs, so that the plan could be have a richer set of recommendations that considers all the different needs of the community members in this area. Next slide. We also have another tool recently completed. I won't get into this too much because the board will get a presentation on this, I think in the next few weeks. This is the GIS story map, trends in racial and ethnic diversity in Montgomery County between 1990 and 2020. This was developed by our research and strategic projects team, and it describes and maps spatially how the county has become more racially and ethnically diverse using data from the 1990, 2000, 2010, and 2020 census. This is an amazing tool. It's very, very informative, and so I will stop there. So I won't give away too much, but I think you'll be really, really interested in it when you get the presentation. Next slide. So one of the other action items from our equity and planning action agenda is to create an equity peer review group, which we have created. And this is an internal staff team to support implementation of equity in the master planning process. They meet with each of the master plan teams and provide feedback on draft recommendations, planning policies, and community engagement strategies. They reviewed plan imagery, terminology, accessibility, and we were intentional in making sure that the equity peer review group was comprised of diverse staff, both in terms of demographics as well as expertise. The photos that you see here are the current members of the equity peer review group. It's co-chaired by Daryl Godfrey, who's part of our communications team. Sorry, he's the chair. Daryl Godfrey from our communications team, Khalid Afzal in the director's office, and Melissa Williams, who's one of our master planners in the Down County area, is the co-chair. And in terms of their planning expertise, they are master planners, transportation planners, environmental planners, historic preservation research. So we wanted to make sure that we pulled from the different types of professional expertise to inform this work. And they have reviewed 17 projects to date. Next slide. Another part of our equity and planning agenda action plan was to create an equity tool for plan development. This is a series of questions that each of the master planners can use to help make sure that they really kind of dig down into considering how equity needs to be a part of their analysis from the very beginning of a master plan. So these are just some of the different types of questions related to history and context, engagement and communication, existing conditions, as well as future outcomes. The image on the right is a slide from the Silver Spring and Downtown Adjacent Communities Plan, which included an analysis of the history of discrimination and segregation in housing in Montgomery County, and some of the protests and other activities in the Silver Spring area related to that. Next slide.
Wait, before we go forward.
Yes.
Oh, thank you. I'm sorry, I want to go back to the previous
Previous
slide
one.
with the equity planning group.
Yes.
So I'm curious as to
Can you go? I'm sorry. Can you go back to the previous slide? Thanks.
you noted that they reviewed 17 projects to date.
Yes.
So do they have, first of all, do they have like a standard rubric they use in reviewing the projects? I mean, do they have a bunch of standard questions they ask for each one? Secondly, after their review, what happens? I mean, how are their comment, feedback, recommendations implemented? And how do they become, a part of whatever the document turns out to be? How would we know they've been there?
So there may be some staff here who've gone through this process. I don't know if any of you want to add to responding to this. I will speak kind of more broadly. So for each master plan, they meet with the equity peer review group multiple times. Again, their job is to help inform the master planning process throughout and at various phases and different components. So they meet, I think, in terms of the scoping phase, talking about community engagement, talking about the draft recommendations. And so the master planner is going to be going to them multiple times. So I don't think there's sort of a standard way to approach their discussion because they're focusing on different components of the plan. Jessica, would you like to add, since you've gone through this process?
Sure. Again, Jessica McVeary, Planning Supervisor for the Mid-County team. To echo Director's comments, we do sort of go through the equity peer review group in an iterative process. And so, prior to kicking off the project, we'll go to the equity peer review group and share the proposed scope of work, receive feedback. We'll receive feedback on outreach and engagement initiatives and the communications plan. We'll receive feedback on draft recommendations. And so the accountability from the sort of feedback that we receive from the equity peer review group is, through the master plan team and making sure that we're incorporating their feedback as we're moving through the planning process.
Next slide. And next slide. So just to continue to focus on how we've been approaching equitable engagement, one great example is through the Fairland and Briggs Cheney Master Plan. We've done a number of different types of strategies to engage with the very diverse community. It has a lot of both African and African American residents in that area. We have done different things such as translating different materials. We've done pop-ups. We've had community meetings, in-person and virtual community meetings. We worked with an organization called Story Tapestries that was a way of having conversations with community members and then kind of turning that into art. So not just recording what we heard, but really coming up with something that was more visual. And another important thing that we did was to work with a canvassing organization, Everyday Canvassing, where we went to multifamily residences and knocked on doors and spoke with residents directly, because those residents they may not necessarily come to a community meeting, but we wanted to make sure that we were able to speak with them and hear their voices and get them involved in the project. Next slide. Another example is the Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, which is also underway. We also did a lot of canvassing in that area. And as part of that, we collected data on who we spoke to through that canvassing and used that data on in terms of the demographics of those residents and compared that to the demographics of the study area. That was a way for us to test, how well are we doing in terms of reaching the residents who live there. And, based on this example, which was presented to the board a while ago, we did a good job, I think, in this instance in terms of reaching the residents who live in that area. But again, this is something that we've been doing to try to learn from so that, if we are missing a mark, we can make adjustments. And so that way we can kind of evaluate how we're doing along the way. Next slide. So as I noted, we use a lot of different tools to do equitable community engagement. I have been a professional planner for quite some time, both in Montgomery County and in Washington, D.C., and I also worked in Philadelphia. And I know that there is no one way to reach residents. You have to use different types of tools. But again, because we have residents who speak different languages, who have different levels of facility with English, who may come to a community meeting, may never come to a community meeting, we have to use a lot of different ways to reach residents. And so we do that. So these are, again, just some examples. Again, for our master plans, in this sort of kind of quote-unquote post-pandemic period, we do both in-person and virtual community meetings as our standard practice now. We certainly learned that virtual meetings is not ideal for everyone, but it is actually a great way to reach residents who may not come to an in-person meeting. We translate a lot of materials, both explainer documents, online surveys. For Thrive Montgomery 2050, for the public hearing draft, we translated the entire plan into Spanish. Again, we do pop-ups, community events, placemaking festivals, online questionnaires, canvassing, which I mentioned a little bit earlier. And then another thing that we do is bus shelter ads and yard signs where, we will kind of highlight the project, talk a little bit about it, mention a particular issue, and then give a phone number where people can text us with their feedback. So we're kind of getting folks where they are and getting their attention while they're, waiting to catch the bus. Next slide. I want to shift to what our historic preservation team has been working on. They launched earlier this year, the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Project. This is an effort to make sure that our historic preservation inventories are more reflective of the county's AAPI history. We recognize that history is underrepresented in our inventories. And so one of the things that we did was to launch this online interactive feedback map where community members can list the locations of businesses, community institutions, and other places that they feel are important to the Asian American community. And then that becomes a resource for us to do our analysis to help identify those places that are important to the county's cultural history. And then I know Rebecca Ballo on Monday talked about a recent historic district that was designated a little earlier, the Potomac Overlook Historic District. There were two residents there. It's a couple, Asian American couple who were very prominent in their fields. And in the historic district designation package, it talks about these residents and how important they are as part of the history of that area. Next slide. And then another project that we have completed more recently, and if you're interested, we can definitely set up a separate briefing on this because I'm only going to talk about it very, very briefly, but it's a major topic. Again, this was done by our Research and Strategic Projects team, and this is a Neighborhood Change in Washington, D.C. region study that looked at essentially where are areas of this region, not just Montgomery County, but in a whole region, where gentrification and displacement are issues, as well as concentration of poverty as well. And what we discovered through this analysis is that with regards to Montgomery County, gentrification and displacement are issues in certain parts of the county, but low-income concentration is actually a larger issue. In other parts of the region, it's the reverse. And so this has been, really interesting, fascinating analysis, and is another tool for us to use as we consider equity in a county and to inform our master planning work. But again, we're happy to set up a separate briefing on this. Next slide. So I'm just going to wrap up with noting that we have additional tools in progress. The research team is currently developing a community equity index. You heard a little bit about the Mapping Segregation Project, and you'll actually get a briefing on that, I believe, next week. And we're also developing an equitable communications guide to make sure that everything that we've learned through our community equitable community engagement efforts is institutionalized, memorialized, so that we're not reinventing the wheel every time we're starting these efforts, and to make sure that as we bring new staff on, they understand these approaches and make sure that they help to implement them. And next slide. So that concludes my director's report.
If I may just say one thing, I think the slides are a valuable introduction. I hope you post them on the website so
Yes.
other people can
Yes.
see them at their own.
So actually, the first time I gave this presentation was in June to the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments Chief Equity Officers Committee, and the presentation from that is actually already posted on our Equity and Planning website. And so what you saw is a slightly shorter, slightly more updated version, but we do have that information available. And actually, a lot of the tools that I talked about through this presentation are linked on that site as well.
Okay, Commissioner Hill has something he wants to say.
Yes, I'm very interested in getting a neighborhood change briefing sometime in the future, so I offer that input. And I know municipalities that have zoning authority have to have demographic scans that are submitted to the state. And I mentioned in this context that that's a prepared set of information. I'd really be interested in looking at that for the countywide. And this is just really for my education, probably. But I'm not asking for a unique product, but if that already exists, I think that would be a good thing to pass around.
We do have that information, particularly from the 2020 census, demographic data for the entire county. So we're happy to share that. Our research team prepared it, so we can follow up with the board and send that to you.
Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. We're ready when I'm told by the technology team to move into what's item 4. Staff is proposing a closed session under Maryland Annotated Code General Provisions Article Section 3-305B, subsection 7, to consult with counsel to obtain legal advice, and 8, consult with staff consultants and other individuals about pending or potential litigation topics and the status of litigation. I will entertain a motion to go into closed session.
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into closed session to discuss this issue.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, we're going to go in closed session. Thank you. Good afternoon. I'd like a motion to go back into public session.
Mr. Chair, I move we go back in public session on the meeting of, November 10th, and we'll pick up at item 6.
I second.
Thank you. All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The ayes have it. Okay, we're back in public session on item 6, which is operating budget for FY '24. I know this is a new topic for the commissioners here. Aside from making decisions on regulatory and giving advice to the council, we're the board of directors for a $220 million public corporation. And in that regard, we have to approve budgets and moving on. And Mr. Kroll, who is an old hand at this, I didn't mean to say that, who is experienced in this, will lead us with a little bit of overview. Thank you, Mr. Kroll.
Thank you, Chair Zients. I accept the first reference to my. For the benefit of the new planning board members, I've been asked to provide a brief description of the budget process going forward. This is the first of 2 presentations to the planning board of the department's proposed budgets. Normally, this occurs in October, and it did so at the Prince George's Planning Board on that timetable. Today, you are asked to informally approve moving what you've heard presented to the second presentation, which is scheduled for next week, keeping in mind that any changes to the bi-county proposals need to be agreed upon by the other planning board. Next week, you will see the effects of any changes you request today, plus presentations of the funds not presented today. And those include special revenue, enterprise, and internal service funds. And you'll be asked to approve at that time what's been presented in total. A similar presentation will have occurred on the same day at the Prince George's side of the commission. Taking both planning boards' approval, the corporate budget office will then prepare an adoption resolution for the December 21st commission meeting. With that in hand, the budget office will then publish 2 expansive proposed budget books, which by law have to be delivered to the county executives and council by January 15th. During the spring, the county councils will review and adopt our respective budgets. As part of that review and adoption, the 2 counties will meet together and adopt the bi-county portion of the budget. Now, a few remarks specific to what you'll hear presented today. You'll see columns referenced as adopted adjusted budget. That refers to the fact that the distribution of the salary marker that was adopted in the budget at the end of the last fiscal year took a little while to be distributed because we had not completed negotiations with our unions. And so we don't distribute those dollars until we know how much to be distributed to each department. But we put that in as an adopted adjusted budget for a more accurate comparison of personnel expenses from year to year. The base personnel budgets may seem high as they reflect the annualization of the negotiated compensation increases for this year. Let's see, the actuarial valuation for pension has been received. Most departments have reflected the new numbers in their memos. If not, they definitely will be reflected in next week's memos. Pension costs increased commission-wide by about 10.5%. Next week, OPEB, which refers to retiree health benefit costs, whose actuarial valuation we've also received, will be reflected in the final budget presentations, again next week. Compensation markers, as we do not conclude negotiations with our employee groups until late in the budget process. We include dollar markers in the non-departmental sections of each of the tax-supported funds. In Montgomery, that's the administration and park funds. They are not included in the administration fund departmental presentations today because we do not divide it up by department. They are included in the Parks Department presentation only because Parks is the sole department in the Park Fund. They are also included in the presentation of the Risk Management and CIO Internal Service Funds. And now, if there are no questions to move forward, we can move on to the departmental budgets. And first up would be the Commissioner's Office, and if Chair Zions would relate the budget request for the Commissioner's Office.
This is sort of embarrassing that I get to go first with our own budget, but I want to let the commissioners know that the first day after our appointments, I was involved with budgets. I had a lot to do with what's being submitted today. If you don't hear me saying anything, it's because I had already agreed. So read my silence as agreement. And maybe I would like to read your silences as agreements too. If you have nothing to say on something, it will go forward. So I know this is compressed, but it is what it is. Now, to your great surprise, I suspect, is that the Commissioner's Office has its own budget. I have right now 2 direct reports and 1 vacancy for an office manager, which I'm in the process of trying to fill. And next year, we are looking for another position for sort of public relations, social media. It's in the interest of the commission to do that. Right now, we are relying on the good graces of the planning department and a little bit of parks to do this effort. So there is 1 new position in the proposed budget. The technical hearing writers, which we talked about a little bit before, were put into the supervision of the legal department, and we pay that in this budget as a chargeback. We still have access to them. It just seems to me a better reporting of responsibility. We have an increase of $10,000 for training in this budget for commissioners. I think that will be important going forward for next year for the permanent board members. We also have a little bit of money for a summer intern. Remember, I have a soft spot for summer interns since that's how I started here. And it provides an enormous opportunity to get people interested in the profession, to get them some knowledge, and maybe in the future gain future employment here. So that is the nature of our budget. If there are any questions, Karen Warren, who wrote this for me under with the help of other both park staff and planning staff to put this together, because obviously I didn't write all this myself. So if there are no questions, we'll go forward.
I just had one question, Chair. Is this inclusive of raises and things as well? I was trying to figure out whether the 40. Okay.
Yeah.
So go ahead.
It's supposed to reflect the salaries and expenses with inflationary cost to it.
Okay, and then, I mean, I'm certainly in agreement with adding the position. You know, we used to have 5, they. So I think it makes sense. I mean, I understand that there's a lot on the 2 administrators, what they're doing now. So, and I certainly agree with you about the public affairs specialist. That's typical of other offices and makes sense. So you're looking at the opening position is for what would have been like a prior Joyce. I don't know if you knew Joyce. But
Or Brian Abayu.
Got it. Okay. Okay, thank you.
May I add to that answer, if I might? It does not. It includes any raises up to this point. It does not include raises for fiscal year 24. As I noted, compensation has not been determined due to union negotiations taking place later in the year. So those potential raises are placed as a dollar marker in the non-departmental sections of each fund, not in the individual departmental budgets.
Okay. At some point, this is obviously probably not the point since we're going through discussions, but Mr. Chair, at some point, I would sort of just like to understand what the promotional system is for people in these roles and kind of how they've been looked at over time. But I know this is not the place to do it, so I will put my hand down.
Okay, we'll do that at a future meeting.
Yes, thank you.
All
We
right.
also have a question from Commissioner Hill.
Yeah. Oh, yes, Mr. Hill, Commissioner.
Turn my microphone on. Yes, I am doubting the new position. And I think the stress in the department may really be because of the position at the head of the admin is empty. But I also have some other concerns. I fully support pretty much everything else in this office budget except for that new position. I'm wondering if there's a real hardship in deferring that new position, and here are my reasons. One is the economic conditions to me don't promote a tax increase of significance. While we certainly need to support our staff in raises and benefit issues, and that's going to cause some of it. But it seems to me the addition of this new position is a little bit discretionary. And I think we take leadership on our own house first in that matter. I'm also concerned about my role as interim commissioner, and I see this as a permanent appointment. And I am more inclined to defer my action on this to let the permanent commissioners coming on board make the conclusive decision about this staff position. And I am not entirely sold, based on the support I've had so far coming in the door, that this position is really necessary in agreement with our orientation information. And those are my concerns.
Commissioner Hill, I'd like to address that just from sort of personal knowledge. The two positions right now have actually absorbed much of the other work that used to be done by a department program administrator. And please correct me, Mr. Kroll, if I'm wrong, but that's my understanding. So they are now handling the work of more than two positions. And I do agree with your point about it not necessarily being the best choice to make a final decision prior to the new board coming in, but certainly budgeting for it, I think, is important. And perhaps, Mr. Chair and or anyone who can answer that, aren't these two admins currently in place doing more than two jobs?
Essentially, yes, a bit, because they're doing it without a full-time office manager, and
Right.
we're relying on really planning staff for a lot of what's going on. I often have to run over to planning staff for it. With regard to the
Right.
timing of this, we're making a budget that starts July 1. If
Right.
our successors don't want this, then they cannot hire it. But I was persuaded that this is a needed position. I know that even my calendar, within 2 weeks, I'm getting at least one public appearance or on Zoom or whatever a week. And it looks like it's increasing as it goes into December. So, and I can't keep up with social media to know to monitor what's going on. It looked like a valid position to me, but Mr. Hill, Commissioner Hill, do you want to
Chair,
move something? Yes.
can I just offer just some additional background related to the public affairs position? As noted in the budget memo, that is something that those functions are ones that are currently being absorbed by the planning department's communications team. And just as, excuse me, just to provide some more background information in terms of the amount of workload that's involved in terms of supporting the planning board chair and the planning board members with regards to media relations, any type of speaking engagements, it is quite significant. That is something that I'm very aware of, even in my deputy planning director role, because I oversaw communications, and so I was aware of the amount of requests that were coming in. And so from our perspective, this is actually a needed position. And additionally, the Prince George's County Planning Board also has a a public affairs specialist position to support them as well. And so I just wanted to provide that additional information. It is quite a lot of work, and it competes with the other communications-related functions that our communications division provides. And we're certainly happy to support it, but we feel that it is something that would be appropriate for a separate position.
And just to,
Let me-
Commissioner,
Yes. See if I can split the baby here. Here's the thing. I think that there may be some concerns. I can't speak for a commissioner here, I can speak for himself, but kind of, looking between the lines on this, I think the danger is that we would do a disservice in a way by having someone in the commissioner's office that will be responsible for spin, if you will, And if that's the way this PR position is seen, then I too would object to it. I don't object to it because having had the privilege of being a director for a department, I know the amount of press inquiries, appearance inquiries, the necessity for social media as a way to get out message. I mean, I understand the practicalities of that work and how that work actually does feed in with the greater mission of the board, right? Of the commission, if you will, and does not necessarily promote or protect the interests of an individual commissioner. And so, so I would be in favor of this position because I really do see this as being something that will actually help increase transparency. And because of that, the worst thing that can happen is for this commission to not be really cognizant at all times of the reason we are setting as an interim board, and the circumstances that led to that, and the public's real need to have to have this commission be more transparent and more open in our communications. And that is why, I would support this because this is necessary, I think.
thank you for that. And whether it's used for spin or not will be defined by the next, by my successor. It will not be me. I will be out of here. So this is all for somebody else that we're doing this. Seeing no other objections to it, I take that as no further comment, and Commissioner Hill's objections are noticed, and you'll have, I'm trying to guess at all of the new positions we have in these budgets. It's on the order of 50 or something like that. So you'll have more opportunities to see what you think the taxpayer shouldn't pay for as well. With that, how's that for an introduction for planning? I'm sorry about that. If you'll go forward with your budget, please. Who's leading?
Good morning. For the record, I'm Karen Warnick. I'm the Chief of Management Services for the Planning Department. We're here today seeking your approval of the FY24 department's budget at the base budget plus new initiatives level. The Commission's Corporate Budget Director, John Kroll, presented earlier that the Montgomery County's OMB estimated accessible base will grow by 2.4% in FY24 and that preliminary projections for the base budget will require a tax rate increase before any new initiatives are included. The leading drivers for this increase include retirement, annualization of salary compensation for FY23, other post-employment benefits known as OPEB, and health benefits. The Planning Department today is requesting a $1.7 million or 7.54% increase to our budget. One thing that I wanted to point out this year is that 70% of that increase, or a little over 5%, is for known salary and benefit increases of $1.2 million. $500,000 of that is for retirement and benefits. $300,000 is for the annualization of the FY23 COLA and merit increases. $400,000 is for the annualization of the classification and compensation planner review series that occurred and was approved last year but was not completed in time in order to be included into the FY23 budget, and so is a new number for the FY24 budget. And then $25,000 in changes for base salary and lapse. And for perspective, our new initiative requests are just a little over $500,000, which is a 2.17% increase over the last year's budget. I'm going to turn the presentation over now to Acting Director Tanya Stern, and she's going to discuss our FY24 proposed new plans and projects and our new initiatives. After that, I will go over the base budget increases.
Again, Tanya Stern, Acting Planning Director for the record. So for FY24, we are not proposing any new master plans. We do have several master plans that have been approved in previous fiscal years that will be starting or carrying over into the FY24 budget. They include the Edward U. Taylor School in Weller Historic Preservation Master Plan Amendment, the Fairland Briggs Cheney Master Plan, Pedestrian Master Plan, Tacoma Park Minor Master Plan Amendment, Great Seneca Plan Connecting Life and Sciences, Friendship Heights Urban Design Study, University Boulevard Corridor Plan, Clarksburg Master Plan Amendment, and Silver Spring Communities Master Plan. So you can see we have a pretty robust master plan work program already underway or
and
coming,
just to
coming
note,
soon.
it's the council who drives this work program. So if they want
Yes.
a master plan, they put it on. So we'll have discussions with council when they do that.
Yes. Next slide. We do have 4 new major projects proposed for FY24. The first is the Randolph Road Corridor Study. We also have the Germantown Employment Corridor Check-in, Thrive Montgomery 2050 Implementation Metrics, and Curbside Management Project, and I will be providing some additional details about that. And then we have other major projects that have been approved in previous fiscal years, starting or carrying over into FY24. That is the Growth and Infrastructure Policy. We have another regular update coming up starting soon. The Redlining and Segregation Mapping Project, Countywide Transportation Data Asset Management Strategy, the Attainable Housing Strategies Initiative, and the update to the Incentive Density Implementation Guidelines for the CRR and employment zones. Next slide. For in terms of the new initiatives, for the FY24 proposed budget, in terms of one-time initiatives, there is a negative $50,000 change from FY23 to FY24. And then for ongoing initiatives, the change from FY23 to FY24 is $563,469. And just generally, just for some background in terms of new initiatives, historically, the Planning Department has requested and received $700,000 to $900,000 in one-time new initiative funding. And for FY23, our current fiscal year, the one-time funding was $640,000. Next slide. So this is the list of our FY24 new initiatives. The total list in terms of the one-time funding requests of a total of $590,000. Again, it's the Randolph Road Corridor Study, the Germantown Employment Corridor Check-in, Thrive Montgomery 2050 Implementation Metrics, Curbside Management Project, and then the Great Seneca Plan, Urban Design Guidelines and Streetscape Standard, Burial Sites Context Study, regional travel demand model and transportation network database management tools, and then another phase, a new phase for the redlining segregation mapping project. Next slide. So I'm going to just provide, I'm sorry, is there a question, Commissioner Presley?
Yes, I was just going to ask you, will you be detailing any of these items? Like, I'm interested to know about the gravesite mapping and things like that, or do we not have time to go into details?
Yes, actually, the next set of slides is going to walk through each one of these new initiatives to provide some details.
Excellent. Thank you.
So the first is the Randolph Road Corridor Study, which will be conducted by the Mid-County Planning Team. We're requesting $75,000. And just a note related to that, $5,000 goes towards support services for translation services, and sort of bigger picture for our master plans, any types of studies or plans where we're doing community engagement, we are including funding for translation services as part of those budgets. For this study, it will focus on Randolph Road and Georgia Avenue in the Glenmont area, and will identify the infrastructure, services, amenities, and short-term actions to support the concept of 15-minute living in Glenmont. The concept of 15-minute living is a part of Thrive Montgomery 2050. The funding would be used for multimodal transportation network analysis, market analysis to evaluate challenges and opportunities in achieving 15-minute living in Glenmont, and public engagement, canvassing, and renderings. Next slide. Next is the Germantown Employment Corridor Check-in, which would be conducted by the Up-County Planning Team. We are requesting $50,000. The Germantown Employment Area Sector Plan was approved and adopted in 2009 and needs a check-in due to changes in the office market, the increase in telework, continued bio-life science development, the altered Corridor Cities Transit Way, and Thrive Montgomery 2050 in its recommendations. This funding would be used for analysis of post-pandemic market and uses, a realigned CCT and corridor-focused growth. Next slide. I've mentioned this project a couple of times before. Now that we have an adopted general plan, we want to launch our effort to actually evaluate and track the implementation of Thrive. And so we're requesting $100,000 to create a project to develop implementation metrics. This would be led by our Research and Strategic Projects Division. Thrive proposes approximately 80 metrics to be tracked in monitoring plan implementation. So a significant effort is required in order to identify the data for these metrics and to develop a platform to track those metrics. This funding would be used to hire a consultant to review the metrics that are already included in the approved Thrive Montgomery 2050 plan, evaluate potential data sources, and develop strategies for collecting additional data if required. And
I'm sorry, but I do have a question about this when you're finished.
Okay. Just one final note, this request does not include the cost of actually collecting new data.
Yeah, and that's my question. So the county has something, I think it's called Data Montgomery. So I'm curious as to, and I understand the need for this data, and I really do believe that by collecting this data, there will be, it will help monitor, I think what I can best describe is some people's fears about Thrive and whether or not those are coming to pass, okay? But I am curious as to what the planned interface is with Data Montgomery, because it just seems to me, I mean, I don't know how much these things usually cost, and I'm just not, the cost does not bother me. What does bother me is the sufficiency of the data and the going through an analysis about what should be collected and all that. It seems to me that Data Montgomery may well be a starting point, and so I'm very curious as to how these things will work together.
Hello, for the record, Carrie McCarthy, Division Chief of Research and Strategic Projects. Dave Gottesman is the County Stat Manager and Head of Data at Montgomery, and we collaborate regularly, and certainly will consult them as part of this process. As Tony mentioned, there's over 80 metrics in Thrive. Some of them are kind of vague, so there's a process to define them further, and then we'll have to look at some needs for possibly some new data. So that's why we wanted to kind of put in this marker to develop our ability to develop a robust analysis and a robust tracking system for Thrive.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So how will, how you said that some of these factors are rather vague, and I agree. So I'm wondering what process, or have you already developed, the factors and the process that will go into how some of these vague issues can be more clearly stated so that they can become data sets?
Well, exactly. Well, so we have not, and that's why we're asking for money to help us figure some of that out. So yeah, we kind of put in the money request now and we'll start getting organized over the winter, but assuming it's funded, we would get started in July 2023.
Will there be? As the last thing, I promise.
Yeah.
So I'm wondering how the public may be able to interact in the formation of some of those, eliminating some of the vagueness.
Yeah, I think that's a great idea. And so I suggest as we develop our scope of work for the project, we provide opportunities for public input. We bring it to the board and kind of make the development of the metrics. It sounds like you're asking for just a more transparent process in developing the metrics. That's a great idea.
And I wanted to just add more generally, in addition to the data that the county has, we rely on multiple data sources. There's data that we have. So we will be looking at a different, probably a wide variety of data sets, particularly because the metrics that are in Thrive cover a lot of different topics and issues. And then in terms of the data that our department produces, we do make that public. And so we definitely, as part of our process for this project, if it gets funded, we can certainly look at how, we can get some public engagement and public input in terms of, fleshing out these metrics. Next slide. The next project is the Curbside Management Project, which will be conducted by Countywide Planning and Policy. We are requesting $100,000. This will be a joint effort with MCDOT to prioritize and manage the growing range of uses for this linear resource, curbsides, including goods delivery, pickup and drop-off, particularly for rideshare companies, on-street parking, transit stops and paratransit access, micro-mobility and bicycle facilities and parking, mobile food vending, and parklets. So there's a lot to look at as part of this. This funding would be used to address how we can effectively manage the curb to improve safety, promote economic development, increase access, and support our climate goals. And this project is an action that is specifically called out in several plans: Thrive Montgomery 2050, the Vision Zero 2030 Action Plan, and the Bicycle Master Plan. Next slide. Next is the Great Seneca Plan Urban Design Guidelines and Streetscape Standard. This will be conducted by Mid-County, and we are requesting $25,000. This is intended to update the 2010 Urban Design Guidelines and Streetscape Standard following the approval and adoption of the Great Seneca Plan, which is underway right now, to provide greater detail for context-sensitive development and public realm improvements to assist in the implementation of the plan's vision. And this funding would be used for design services. Next slide. Next is the burial sites context study, which would be conducted through Countywide Planning and Policy. We are requesting $25,000 to conduct a historic context study for the cemeteries and burial sites listed in the burial sites inventory. This study would classify burial sites by type, time period, cultural associations, geography, and other factors, and would create periods of significance and identify important themes and trends to identify sites that are significant and warrant inclusion in the National Register and Master Plan for Historic Preservation.
There's a slight correction. In the memo, it does say it's $65,000. The PowerPoint presentation where it says 25 is incorrect. That should be 65.
We apologize for that mistake. Next slide. Next is the Regional Travel Demand Model and Transportation Network Database Management Tools project. Again, this will be conducted by CPP. We are requesting $75,000 to develop a Montgomery County-focused adaptation of the Metropolitan Washington Council of Governments' new Regional Travel Demand Modeling Tool to support countywide and sub-area master plan planning applications. It would provide enhanced analytical capabilities, consistency and compatibility with the regional model, which will ensure continued faith and acceptance of our modeling outputs. This funding would be used for consultant assistance to work with our staff to develop the tools. Next slide. And then next is phase 2 of the redlining segregation mapping project, which will be continued through countywide planning and policy. We are requesting $100,000. This second phase will expand upon the deed and plat research conducted inside the Capital Beltway in phase 1. It may include deed, plat, census, demographic, and other historic research and analysis to identify discriminatory land use and real estate practices and determine how this discrimination has impacted the racial makeup and geographic distribution of households headed by racial minorities in the county. And this funding would be used for consultant research and assistance. Next slide. And so this is the list of, moving on to the new initiatives. These are ongoing initiatives. The first is the ADA Act compliance, which will be an ongoing initiative. And then, I'm sorry, can you go back to the previous slide? And then we will also be requesting 5 new positions, which will be ongoing, and I will walk through each of these in detail. Next slide. The first new ongoing initiative is $40,000 for American with Disabilities Act compliance. This is actually an effort that we have already started in our department to improve compliance, both in terms of online and in-person accommodations, in terms of our documents and training staff. So this effort, again, would support accessibility efforts by our department, for our department, the planning board, and the legal department. It would include remediation, policy updates, and training with special attention on digital offerings, hybrid meetings, and in-person events. This is needed due to legal requirements as part of ADA. And this funding would be used for a collaboration with an expert consulting firm to provide training and resources to our staff to make sure that our products are more accessible, equitable, and transparent to the community. So I want to move on to our request for new positions. I want to provide some background for this. The bottom line is these are requests for 4 brand new full-time positions and to request funding for a position that has been frozen. The bottom line for this is that these are all functions that we are already doing. We are paying contractors, either term contract employees or a contractor to produce or to conduct. But just to give some background, back in FY11, the planning department's budget was reduced almost 14%. We had over 30 positions abolished and 7 positions were defunded, leaving a current total of 151 positions. Between FY 2017 and 2022, 6 of the unfunded positions were refunded. As new responsibilities have been added to our work program over recent years, the planning department has hired term contract employees to fulfill those needs using lapsed savings. For FY24, we are acknowledging that, again, these 5 areas of responsibilities are ongoing, and we are requesting career positions to continue to fulfill these needs. We are specifically requesting funding for the one remaining unfunded position, and again for 4 new positions, which would result in a total of 155 positions for the department. Next slide. So I'm going to provide some details on each of these position requests, but we also have the division chiefs available to help, providing additional information as well, or to answer questions. So the first is a Planner 3 position focusing on adequate public facilities, which would be part of countywide planning and policy. This position is very important. It leads the quadrennial schools-related update to the growth and infrastructure policy, and as part of the last update to what used to be called the subdivision staging policy and is now called the growth and infrastructure policy, there are a number of requirements that the person who is already fulfilling this role has to do, so their workload actually has increased due to what is now required under the growth and infrastructure policy. This planner would regularly update and analyze changes in student generation rates, conducting annual school tests, and prepare an annual school utilization report. Those 2 come to the board each year. They also prepare the schools related element for each area or area master plan. We have had unbudgeted term contract employees for nearly 7 years performing this work. And so again, it's really important that we get a funded position to continue this as a career position. Next slide. The next is a Planner 2, focusing on forest conservation as part of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division. Their job functions include providing support for the Reforest Montgomery program, which you heard about on Monday, the Shade Tree program, planning conservation easements that never contain forests, and partnering with organizations in the county to create new forests on private lands. We have had an unbudgeted term contract and an ongoing intern employee for nearly 3 years performing this work. So again, we're requesting a full-time career position. Yes.
I just have a question - point for clarification. The dollar values you have, like this one is 116,974. I am assuming that is of the fully burdened cost. That's with benefits and all that kind of stuff. I think it's helpful for people to know.
Yes.
That that's the whole shebang, if you will.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
It's salary benefits, so it's the full cost to the department for having a position.
And do you all have a comparison for what the costs have been for the contractor? I mean, I don't think it's necessary, but it might be good to know. For instance, we've been paying a contractor $80,000, and we could have a regular employee for $110,000, and we would be providing health insurance, et cetera, for this person, and have their full focus.
So, Christina Sorrento, for the record. I am the chief of the Intake and Regulatory Coordination Division, and an important item that I want to bring up about this position that somewhat answers your question is that actually the contractor is currently paid out of the penalty fund, which comes from when folks violate the forest conservation law and we write citations. That is not a continual, I can't tell you how much that fund will have every year. And we really needed the position. And we needed it full-time, so I decided to pay out of the penalty fund until we could come and bring it in front of you to ask for a permanent position. So Karen would have the actual numbers potentially of how much that costs, but it's not coming out of the planning department's normal budget right now. And another item to mention about this is we actually have a statutory requirement to spend the money that's in our Forest Conservation Fund, and that is what this position does. We have about $1 million in that fund right now. We bring in about $500,000 a year, and we spend with the 2 people that we have on staff right now, full-time, focused on this, spend about $500,000 a year. So we're spending what we're bringing in every year, but we still have a large surplus. And we are supposed to spend down that money within 2 years of receiving it. Otherwise, technically, under the state law, you'd have to give it back. So it's actually really important for us to be able to continue to spend this money and do this work.
Oh, I don't have any problem with this position. I just wanted some clarification on these numbers. I mean, I'm all in favor of trees, okay? So you don't have to worry.
Just for
Mr.
some
Chair, I have a
clarification.
follow-up. I was going to bring this up generally, but we're kind of touching on it now, so it seems the right time. So these new positions are 523,000 plus some change. And I'm wondering, though, if we can make any statement about, is this a qualitative benefit to bring these in-house? It seems to me that we've been operating this way for a while. And I think what I'm hearing is that you prefer to align the permanency of these activities with being in-house staff. And I agree with Commissioner Branson's question about the cost effect, not effectiveness, but what effect does that have of contracted over in-house?
Just a comment, the term contract employees, they can work a maximum of 37 and a half hours a week, so they don't work a full 40-hour work week. They get 10 days of leave a year versus the more generous benefit of the full-time career employee. But they also, mainly, they don't get to, and they do have benefits, they're not quite as robust as career employees have, and they don't get to contribute to the retirement system. So they're not contributing in, and the commission's not contributing, so they don't get to participate in the retirement program. And that's what, when we look at these positions, we have a need for them. We've been filling them using LAP, so they haven't been budgeted. And just to be fair to the employees, as well as to get the work done that we need to have done, that's why we're requesting full-time positions.
I also
Okay, well, part of my question is, you just gave me what I think is a personnel perspective on that, and I'm talking about a work perspective. So can we identify a general trend that there's a qualitative improvement in bringing these things in-house? Because generally I think about consulting and planning being specialization.
So I can speak to that. There absolutely is a qualitative benefit to having these positions be part of our full-time or sometime part-time, but basically is part of our complement of career employees. Again, these are all functions that our department is already doing right now for a variety in a variety of different areas. And the issue with having to rely on term contract employees is that they cannot work for us for 7 years in a row. Term contract positions are intended to be for a short period of time, 2 or 3 years at the most. Additionally, with contractors as well, you could potentially, end up changing people. And so it is beneficial for us to be able to create positions where we can hire people who could potentially work for us and develop and enhance their expertise in these areas for years, rather than us being at risk of having to hire new people, either as term contract employees or contractors, every 2 or 3 years or so. So, which is, it's really not ideal for very important functions that we know we have to continue to do in the future.
So the implication of what I'm hearing for you is that the functions that the original contractors were hired for have mutated into something that's ongoing, and it's advisable to bring people in, and we accept whatever the cost is, and we get a qualitative improvement.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Next slide. Next is a Planner 2 position in Down County. This is another full-time position. This planner would support engagement efforts during master planning, divisional placemaking, and general stakeholder meetings with different community organizations. They would support the review of basic regulatory applications and create, coordinate, and update project fact sheets and engaging presentations on division activities for our website and for sharing with officials and community members. Next slide. And then we also have a Planner 1 position focused on transportation data management within countywide planning and policy. This person or position would provide support for the travel forecasting and travel monitoring team, by functions such as managing and analyzing state, regional, local transportation data, and assisting with maintaining our highway and transit network geodatabase in support of our regional travel demand forecasting model, which is used to understand the potential impacts of master plan recommendations and other policies. We have had a term contract employee for nearly 3 years performing this work. Next slide. And then the last new position request is a part-time position. This is for a visual media and imaging specialist as part of the communications division. We currently have a contractor who is here helping to support running this meeting. And so this position would operate the audiovisual equipment to broadcast and live stream all commission-related meetings, which is mandated by Maryland state law, and also to provide AV services for special event rental reservations at an auditorium. This room is actually very popular for rentals in that respect. And also, this position would assist in furthering our department's commitment to equitable engagement, including assisting with ADA considerations, producing video content, of which we do quite a lot, and covering community storytelling and event coverage. We have $30,000 in our FY23 budget for contractual assistance. This is not sufficient to cover our current demands. The FY24 salary request for this position, the FY24 salary request of $81,064 for this position will be offset by the reduction in $30,000 in contractual funding. And again, this is an ongoing need, so we are requesting a part-time career position. Next slide. And then lastly, as part of our budget memo, we have included our FY24 master plan schedule. It shows a very robust work program, as I've noted earlier, for our planning department. It's very hard to read on this slide. So the full-size chart is on page 16 under section 5 in our memo. Next slide. So with that, I will turn it back over to Karen Warnick.
Thank you. I'm going to go over the FY24 base budget changes. Anjali Sood is our budget manager, and she's been working hard behind the scenes to determine our known operating commitments, including mandated contractual and inflationary increases. For FY24, our total changes to our base budget include our increase about 1.2 or almost 1.3 million, which is a 5.36% increase. The details on this are on section 4, pages 13 to 15. The salaries and benefits, as we discussed earlier, are 1.2 million. That's the largest share. We have including a CPI increase for contracts and supplies of 47,500. Risk management, long-term disability, and legal chargeback increases for actual expenses on behalf of our department is 26,525. We have major known commitments of 131,800. I'll talk about that in just a minute. We have chargebacks for Development Review Special Revenue Fund, which is a negative 163,580. That's for staff time that is spent on reviewing development application is charged back to the administration, charged back from the administration fund to the Special Revenue Fund. And this request covers the FY23 compensation increases and the planner series review increases. There's also a chargeback for the Chief Information Officer and Commission-wide IT of $3,000 and $3,025. The major known commitments this year, the first is a total of 131,800. The first one shows a reduction from last year's FY23, the one-time commitments, so that's a cost savings in FY24. The second one is for a GIS base map update. This is a one-time expense in our GIS in the ITI division every 3 years for $200,000. It's for LiDAR data, which is dictated by the county GIS strategic plan, and various county agencies which rely on this data, including E911, Public Safety, and the DEP Water Quality Protection Charge. Number 3 is for Security, Information, and Engagement Management, SIM, which is also an ongoing expense, or this one is an ongoing expense of $78,500. And this critical technology tool provides the ITI cybersecurity professional a real-time view of all security activities moving inbound and outbound through our network. It'll provide threat intelligence, extensive compliance reporting, and forensic capabilities. The cost will be shared with Montgomery Parks. And since this memo was produced, we have been informed that the cost will actually be $75,000, so this reduced amount will be reflected in the final budget presented next week. Number 4 is for Adobe Cloud licenses of $53,300 ongoing, and these are for the license fees, annual license fees, the comprehensive suite of projects or products, which include multiple applications used by staff who do graphics and other image-based work, including Illustrator, Premiere Pro, InDesign, Adobe Acrobat for monitoring or managing PDFs, and et cetera. So in summary, this chart shows the overall ins and outs of our budget request. We are requesting $1,782,014 new in increase, which is a 7.54% increase. And we are seeking your approval. And the next steps in the budget process are November 17th, next week, will be the final work session and final approval. And then on December 21st will be the full commission approval.
Ms. Warnick, just to make clear my understanding, I think you have an assumed lapse of 7%.
Incorrect. We have an assumed lapse of 4.5%.
Of 4.5%?
The planning department is 4.5%. I believe the parks is closer to the 7% you're.
7.5 is what they have. Okay.
We'll discuss that next week.
Okay. I'll save it for next week, though. Just wanted to know the number.
Yep.
Any other comments from commissioners?
Okay, so, yeah. Here's the thing, you know what? I don't have any problem with anything you all have proposed by way of the personnel or the cost or anything. Here's my concern. I'm wondering, at what point in the process, well, I'll just say it. We have spent a lot of time talking about equity. I know you all have a diversity council, I think it's called, that is employees who, try and I assume they are wearing multiple hats in trying to volunteer their efforts to assure that equity is involved in all the decisions that are made here. I think the last couple of meetings we've talked about equity extensively. And I'm just wondering why there isn't a position for an equity officer. I mean, because, it just seems to me that maybe I'm cynical, but it's been my experience that when something's everybody's job, it's nobody's job. And so without someone in particular to be driving home this concern and this inclusion, and that is their sole focus, that it becomes kind of extra. We all kind of do it. It's good. So I guess I just want to kind of throw that out there, that and I'm wondering about the possibilities. I mean, granted, I probably should have mentioned this before, but it's just it's really starting to trouble me now that there is not this dedicated position. So I'm just, I guess, food for thought. Maybe we can talk about it next week. I'm not trying to put anybody on the spot.
You'll see a position in the CAS budget.
Okay.
Can I speak to that with regards to the planning department? And also just from my perspective as a professional planner as well. I would say for the planning department, the planning director is our chief equity officer. The approach that our department has taken
But you have enough to do.
Well, let me continue to share. Let me continue to share. So at the end of the day, the planning director is the one who's ultimately responsible for making sure that our department conducts equitable land use planning. It is not solely the planning director's responsibility, but is ultimately that person's. The buck stops with that person. But the key issue I did want to point out is that, I've worked in Montgomery County, I've worked in district government, and am very aware that there are, departments and jurisdictions that have chief equity officers, and those are very important roles. But when it comes to the planning field and within planning departments, just to look at this from how this is considered nationally in the planning field, it is not one person's responsibility in a planning department. It is the expectation within our field that every planner has to be the one conducting equitable planning. And within the American Planning Association, which is the national organization that a lot of our staff are members are for professional planners, they have held or have had a number of initiatives to make sure that planners across the country are knowledgeable of and increase their skills in equity. There is an equity and planning policy guide that they adopted back in 2019. There are not only trainings that planners can take, but a number of APA members also have gotten American Institute of Certified Planners certification. I have that. It's very tough to get, but once you get it, there are certain continuing education credits that you have to get, not just a total number, but APA and AICP specifies those topics. And this past year, equity is one of those topics that you have to get training in every year. And so I point this out because within our field, that is the approach that we take. It's not one person's job in the planning department. And within our department, as I noted, I believe on Monday, all of our staff, including our staff who are not planners, are all required to take 8 hours of equity training every year. It is in everyone's evaluation. And so the expectation for our staff of planners is that all of our planners conduct the equity work. And so from my perspective, at least within a planning department, it doesn't make sense to have a chief equity officer because we all have to do this as part of our work. But again, I know there's a request as part of the commission, but I just wanted to add that perspective.
We have a request to speak from the executive director. If you'd like to speak,
Yes, absolutely.
please.
For the record, Asantha Chang-Smith, Executive Director. Commissioner Branson, that's an excellent question, and it is something that I've only been here 3 years, but it's something that we have directed our corporate HR office to focus on. Last year, we requested a diversity, equity, and inclusion officer for across the commission. And this person is reporting to corporate HR because we believe it is very important that we have diversity, equity, and inclusion across the commission. You're right, the Diversity Council is made up of employees who have other jobs. They did, however, help the commission 2 years ago update their diversity, equity, inclusion statement and definitions, and you can find that on the website. It's not just having one person. It actually, Tanya's right, there's external, there's training. And with respect to that, as far as corporate HR goes, we have a division that we're developing, which talks to organizational development. Within that division, we have somebody who we just hired in actually to do our succession planning and training and making sure that we incorporate diversity, equity, inclusion in all our training, in all our succession planning, to be able to speak to that. In addition, under that division comes wellness coordination too. And we're not just talking about physical, mental, financial health. We're talking about work-life balance. And we recognize that as an employer, this is something that your generations that are coming up, that's what they're looking for. And they don't want to see employees who just say that. They want to know that your money is where your mouth is. And so we are developing that on the corporate level so that we can show that, holistically across the commission. appreciate your enthusiasm about that, and we are just as enthusiastic as well.
Thank you. If there are no further comments on the planning budget for any changes, it'll be about what we see today with the changes mentioned by Ms. Warnock. Okay? Let me just state my timing intent since we're way late. I expect we'll go to 1 o'clock and take a break, and that likely will probably mean we take CAS after a 20-minute lunch or something like that, just so everybody has their timing, that timing in their head. Seem fair? It's fair to us out here. Excuse me?
You may need more like 30 minutes.
Closed session.
Oh, because we have a closed session? Oh, then at the end of this, I'll have to make a motion to go into closed session again. Somebody will have to make that motion. Okay, with that, we'll go on to Parks if they're prepared to go forward. Thank you for being patient with us. Timing is a relative thing up here.
Good morning, Planning Board. Mike Riley, the Parks Director. I'm just going to make some brief opening remarks and then turn it over to our Budget Manager, Nancy Steen, to run the show. This is the big budget now that you get to talk about. Just for context, the Park Fund budget, which funds a little over 800 positions that do everything to manage the park system, is about 3 times the size of the administration fund budget that funds most of planning and central administrative services functions. So I know John Kroll gave a budget overview previously about the process, but there is a really important part of the process I just want the board to think through as you approve these budgets. And that's that no matter what you approve today and get shipped up to Rockville, that on March 15th, the county executive will issue a recommended budget. And for the park fund and for the administrative fund, it'll just be a number. We won't say what is cut, but it will very, very likely be a number less than what you ask for. And then we will be back in late March to talk to you about, if we have to meet that number, what comes out of the budget that you shipped up there. And so it's kind of a second bite of the apple. And then that list of what would come out of what you originally requested, we refer to as non-recommended reductions from our perspective. We don't want them to be cut, but if we have to be funded at the executive's level, those are the things that we would say would come out of the budget, and that forms the basis for what we argue to our county council to restore. We actually will be meeting with council members and saying we think these things are important. If to the extent you can find additional resources beyond what is the county executive recommended, we ask that you restore those things. And I tell you all that because the 8 years I've been director, through the council's restoration of items in that reconciliation process on the last day of the budget, that is how I've built up a lot of the programs that we're really proud of today, like our ability to maintain our fields at a much higher level and our very exciting park events and activation program that didn't really even exist. So they've been things that either have allowed me to shore up service delivery in areas where I felt we were deficient and not meeting our benchmark desired standards, or in some cases to actually launch programs that we weren't doing at all. So as you consider what we call program enhancements, I just wanted you to be aware over the last 8 years since I've been director, that has been the method by which I have gotten resources to either improve service delivery or do some of these programs. And what I've done to further my success with the council is when we do the semi-annual report every 6 months, I always focus and remind them to say, for the resources you've given me, here is what I have delivered. And I show it with data, photo, videos, whatever it takes to get them convinced that if you give us resources, we will deliver. And that has definitely been generally accepted by the current sitting council, and I will do everything in my power to make sure the future council feels the same way. So this morning on the Park Fund, Nancy's going to begin with a presentation. She's generally going to talk to you about what we call known commitments, things that are important like pension and benefits, but not necessarily the things that are particularly exciting to a director. The things that are exciting to a director are the program enhancements. And then as Nancy is done with the commitments, and we get to program enhancements, I will bring up subject matter experts to actually speak to each one, as opposed to me, because again, the Parks Department is so large and diverse. I think it does injustice if you're only hearing from me on certain specialized things, such as natural resources management or human resources issues. So with that introduction, I am going to turn it over to Nancy.
All right. Thank you, Mike. For the record, I'm Nancy Steen. I'm the budget manager for the Department of Parks. And I am here today seeking your approval for the Department of Parks to prepare the FY24 budget at the base budget plus the program enhancement level. We're talking today specifically about the Park Fund. So this focuses on the Park Fund. We will be, as already mentioned earlier, we will be coming back next week to finalize the Park Fund and also do our presentation on other funds throughout our department. Each year we begin our budget process focusing on the base budget, and that includes the items that are the required expenses and our known commitments. We also hold an internal budget roundtable meeting with our division chiefs. Obviously the director's office is included, and the budget team. And at this meeting, the division chiefs do get an opportunity to present their additional program enhancements for review to the entire group. They get an opportunity to discuss them. We get an opportunity to vote on them and share that experience and have our focus narrowed down. And then eventually the most important ones then are addressed as the top priorities of the department and move forward in our budget process. As mentioned earlier by planning, there was a September 15th meeting to the previous planning board. And Mr. Kroll did provide a brief overview of what the outlook at that time was for our different components of the budget, the assessable base, what the salaries outlook was, the compensation, the debt service, et cetera, and also provided the 6-year outlook at that particular time. At this point in time, there obviously have been a lot of adjustments to the totals, and we're going to focus on those different adjustments. Personnel costs, as you would expect, are the largest portion of our budget, so it's no surprise that compensation costs, including the benefit increases, are going to be the largest changes in our budget. Our compensation costs, excluding the markers for the merit and the COLA, are increasing by $266,981, while pension cost is increasing by $872,300. To help combat rising costs, and then also based on a higher trend for vacancies, we increased our lapse percentage in the FY24 budget from 7.5% to 9% of our personnel base. Note that this increased lapse of approximately $1.5 million more than offsets the requested increases associated with the program enhancements that are included in our budget request. First, in addition to the compensation and the debt service, the other items that are included in the base budget are major known commitments. The major known commitments are grouped into categories for ease of presentation, and these categories are listed on this slide. Additional detail by category is provided in our memo and in subsequent slides. If we're looking at the base budget request in a little more detail, in addition to the base budget increases related to personnel cost, we have increases related to known commitments that total just over $2.4 million. The amounts are summarized by category on this slide and are also summarized on page 4 of the memo. Our largest cost impact for FY24 is for contractual increases, at least for the major known commitments. Many of our contracts have escalation clauses linked to the consumer price index, so the recent inflationary increases are directly impacting these costs. With the compensation cost and the CIP debt service added, the combined overall total for these known commitments is just under $4.2 million, which is a 3.5% increase over the FY23 adopted budget total. In the next few slides, we'll also present more detail on these major known commitments. The major known commitments include costs associated with OBI, or operating budget impact. The OBI impacts are the costs associated with operating and maintaining the new and expanded parks or added amenities. If we do not receive the additional funding to care for these additions, then it is essentially a reduction in service, since our existing staff and resources must be spread over a larger work program. Our total FY24 OBI funding request is $516,518. This slide has a listing of the various projects and the associated OBI cost for each CIP project. On this slide, the CIP amounts on this next slide, we also have projects that are associated with the Water Quality Protection Fund request. This chart is also included on page 5 of the memo, plus there's a detailed description of each of the CIP projects included in Appendix A and starting on page 14 of your memo. Our department has a variety of contracts with known escalation clauses built in, such as costs for maintenance services, tree removal services, custodial services, office services, software maintenance, licensing fees, and other types of services. As mentioned previously, for FY24, these increases total $716,400. The memo also provides detail on some of the larger contractual requests that are included in our budget request. Continuing on with our known commitments, our department is requesting $327,674 for inflationary increases for non-personnel costs for supplies. And examples of supplies that we buy on a regular basis would be obviously maintenance parts and maintenance supplies, vehicle parts, computer equipment, custodial supplies, horticulture, office, program, and other types of miscellaneous supplies. We're encountering significant price increases for many of our basic supply needs, along with delays in receiving the goods due to supply chain issues. The debt service on the Internal Service Fund for capital equipment is increasing by $414,283 for the Park Fund. Our department purchases equipment through an internal service fund, which finances the equipment costs costing more than $10,000 and that has a life expectancy of more than 6 years, which is the length of the financing term. For FY24, the Department of Parks requested funding level is $2,832,000 to continue replacement of older fleet, as well as for items associated with program enhancement request. That total includes $1.9 million of purchases for the Park Fund, and $932,000 of that total is for vehicles and equipment associated with the program enhancement for the MCPS Ball Field Special Revenue Fund. Note that the debt service for that cost associated with the MCPS, also known as the County Public Schools for Montgomery County, that ball field program will be included in the Special Revenue Fund budget. For the past few years, the department has had the capacity to pay off some of the future debt service cost at year end, thereby reducing the debt service payment for the next fiscal year. This chart on this slide shows how we've been able to keep the cost in check for the past several years by making early payments, by using fund balance accumulated from years we were able to defer the financing, and by using cash from vehicle sales of retired equipment. We will also eventually see a significant decrease in the debt service cost in FY25 when the financed costs associated with an increased purchase that we made in FY18 will finally be paid off. This next slide summarizes our total request for the Water Quality Protection Fund. We're requesting additional funding of $106,910 for contracted services and seasonal staff to meet the increasing demand of inspections and maintenance. Our request also includes the OBI cost referenced previously in slide 7. And the third item being requested is for the impact of personnel increases that were approved in FY23 for current staff who are funded through the Water Quality Protection Fund. Further detail on these requests is available on pages 7 and 8 of the Planning Board memo. As a reminder, if approved, these costs will be offset from revenue by the revenue from the Water Quality Protection Fund transfer. Now we're going to move on to our request for program enhancements. As Mike pointed out, we refer to them as program enhancements rather than new initiatives because we generally don't have too many new initiatives, but rather we have a lot of expansion and changes and continuing improvement to enhance the programs that we're already doing. Over the past 3 months, our department has worked to identify our deficiencies in the work program, as well as the emerging trends to determine our budgetary needs. We did receive numerous requests from our divisions. It's always tough to narrow them down, but after thorough review and discussion, our senior management team did narrow down these requests to our most critical needs. For ease of presentation, we actually grouped these requests into the following categories. And our categories for this year are park activation, improving customer service, improving quality and playability of ball fields, social equity, and then maintaining and improving what we have. This chart on this page summarizes the cost and the associated work years for each of these program enhancement categories. As Mike also mentioned, we have asked the division chiefs or their senior staff associated with each of these program enhancement requests to be available today to speak to you so that you can fully understand the importance of each request.
Can I ask one question in here? I'm sorry.
Sure.
Especially knowing what happens when these go, as you said, up to the council and then budgets get cut. Based on everything we're talking about equity and diversity, can these be tied directly to that initiative in some way so that when the future council's reviewing things, they're perhaps going to be less likely to cut something that is directly in support of Thrive initiatives?
Thank you for an easy question. The answer is definitely yes. Each and every one of these has a relationship to equity. In park activation, really what we're doing is we're trying to get our community members out meeting one another over a common interest. And we're having great success. The equity issue in the school ball fields is huge.
Yes.
We have had children playing on dirt and rocks during PE at their schools. So absolutely, yes, we can and will do that.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so first up, we're going to introduce Michael Coppersmith to talk about his request for the park activation team.
For the record, Michael Coppersmith, Director of Parks Activation. This program enhancement is for additional staff for the Parks Activation Program with a focus on event programming and operations. The positions would include 1 event programmer and 2 maintenance worker positions. The activation program team is tasked with bringing people into parks through events and programs. This year, that was accomplished by creating several event series, including Salsa in the Park, Comedy Nights, Sunday Serenade, Acoustics and Ales, Skate Nights, and Parks Playhouse Junior, as well as unique one-off events such as Pride Movie Night, Ale Trail, Chess in the Park, and Park Spectacular. During the past 12-month period, activation staff has planned 68 events at 36 different park locations throughout the county. Aside from the on-site event work, there is significant time spent in coordinating and planning each of these events. As event attendance continues to grow, so too does the scope and complexity in planning. Currently, activation staff is splitting time between event development and on-site event implementation. These events require staff to set up and break down equipment, load and unload trucks, prep equipment, and general maintenance of event equipment. The 2 maintenance worker positions would provide dedicated resources to perform these duties, in addition to reducing supplemental assistance and overtime costs presently supported by other divisions. These positions would also direct on-site operations of events equipment, including staging, tenting, power, and other equipment needs, as well as transporting trucks and trailers to and from the event. The addition of the maintenance worker positions will provide event programmers capacity to plan for growing events and expanding the event calendar. The addition of an event programmer will further enable the staff to continue to expand the number and variety of events being offered. On the next slide, the activation team is requesting additional funding of $64,000 for performers and instructors and $55,000 in funding to add a signature event or festival to the department's program offerings. This funding would grow events and event series such as Parks Playhouse Junior, Salsa in the Park, Ale Trail, and Park Spectacular. In 2022, Parks Playhouse Junior had an estimated attendance of 1,300 attendees at 9 performances, including stops at Flower Avenue Urban Park, Ellsworth Urban Park, Falls Road, and Wheaton Local Park. Most recently, the Ale Trail at Lake Needwood attracted an estimated 1,500 attendees, and an estimated 4,000 individuals attended the recent Park Spectacular this October at South Germantown Adventure Playground. Together, this additional funding will allow the team to expand the number and variety of events such as these throughout various parks in different areas of the county, increasing program equity and diversity.
So I just have a really quick question. The money for the signature event, $55,000 to add a signature event. Is there already something in mind, or you're gonna come up with something? I mean, what, because I've been to some of these. They're a lot of fun. But when I think signature event, I'm thinking like a jazz festival or something. I mean, is that sort of where you're going with this?
Commissioner Branson, thank you for that question. I think some of the ideas that we're throwing around are stuff like jazz music, kind of arts and fall festival, and trying to match it up with a park that would make sense and be able to handle that capacity. So something signature would be a repeat annual kind of event that the community would have a place on the calendar every year and be looking forward to. And next, I'd like to introduce Parks Permit Manager Hafiz Adiojo.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Hafiz Adiojo, the Park Permit Office Manager. I'm here today to request an additional team member for the Park Permit Office to specialize and focus on special event processes. So special events are public events that we host on park property, and these are from small event, community events to large festivals that Michael just described. And we are growing our event numbers in parks. Apart from third-party events that we issue permits for, we also process applications for our in-house activation events. So as they're growing, the numbers are growing in our office as well. So we need someone that's dedicated to help us process all these applications. Currently, we have one union team member that does this for us, and he's splitting his time between the special event applications and other duties like answer our main phone line, serve our customers at the front desk, and other duties assigned in the office. So currently, we don't think that we are doing enough for this large event or public events on park property. And as a matter of fact, sometimes we have to deny some event application we get in our office because we just don't have time or the capacity to process these applications in our office. So, and as we're coming out of COVID, events are just increasing, the numbers are just going up. The last normal year was 2019, we had 230 events, and this year, right now, we have 271 events in the first 10 months of 2022. So, as you can see, the numbers are just growing. And again, we also want to stop denying events if we can accommodate everybody on park property. So, it is critical for our work program to reassign the duty of special event processes from a union member to a dedicated full-time staff member that has time to actually go out to the community and do these processes after work hours, because our union members only work from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We need someone that's going to be working in the evenings, on weekends, when events actually happen on park property rather than just during the day. So that is why we are asking for this position. So thank you for the opportunity to present our presentation, and if you have any questions, I'll answer them.
Thank you. Seeing no questions, thank you for the
I
presentation.
will pass this on to Sean Emerson, our Public Information and Customer Service Manager. Thank you.
Hey, good afternoon, Commissioners. Thanks for the opportunity. My name is Sean Emerson. I manage our Public Information and Customer Service section here at Montgomery Parks. I know at least 2 of you have a background at the council. I like to think what we do is constituent service for the Parks Department. So my team and I handle all sorts of incoming calls, any sort of Q&A, from things as simple as people ask about the hours that a park is open to, much more complex things that require a lot of coordination with other staff, things like that. Just some quick stats are there on the screen for you all. We handle about 300 to 500 calls per week, about 200 emailed cases. And there's significant variation in terms of seasons, and if we have an event coming up, we'll tend to get more questions about it. And right now I have 5 staff members. I have 1 full-time representative staff member, and I have 3 seasonals in addition to myself. And right now our section is stretched relatively thin. Because I only have the 1 full-time member, when any given person is out or needs training, it puts significant strain on the rest of the team. So my request today is for an assistant manager position who would really grant us a lot of flexibility in mainly 3 different facets of what we do. So the first way to grant flexibility is training time. We like to think of ourselves as the diplomats of Montgomery Parks, but we're also expected to be omnipotent and all-knowing. And that takes a lot of training, it takes a lot of familiarization with our facilities, with our programs. We have 420 parks, 800 employees, and we can get a question about any one of them. So right now, when someone is training, it, like I said, puts a lot of strain on the rest of the team. It risks delays, slower response times. There's less people available to answer calls. So that'd be one main benefit to it. A second one would be what we call focused responses. We often get a slew of emails or people calling in about a certain topic that might require, more elaborate response. An ongoing one is Little Falls Parkway. We hear quite a bit about things like that. And those sorts of responses take a lot of nuance. They often require coordination with our other staff. I do all that right now in addition to answering calls when needed. But having an assistant manager to help out with that would really go a long way. Because much of the year we have some sort of ongoing topic that requires a kind of response. And the third measure I think that this would really help with, and this has been a long-term goal of the section, is to expand our hours of operation. Right now we're open 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. But because all my staff are maxed out and because my representative member she doesn't have the sort of schedule flexibility that we would need to work in the evenings or on weekends without significant advance notice and changes to her schedule. And all my seasonals are working the max what they can do. Having an assistant manager would really allow us to have weekend hours and offer evening hours. People use the parks mostly in the weekends and afternoons, so we'd like to be available to answer questions because many people who call us, they're at the park at the time and they notice something. So the ability to add those weekend hours and evening hours would go a long way. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
No, I think we're moving on, so.
All right, thank you all.
This is good. We'll get to the big numbers. Your request is relatively minor.
I'm glad to hear that. So with that, I'll introduce Cliff Driver, our athletic field program manager. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Just for introductions, we haven't met yet. My name's Cliff Driver. I'm your athletic field program manager for Montgomery Parks. And we have an opportunity to bring in front of you today a shift in resources, but it's a net zero to the overall budget base. A little background, Montgomery Parks maintains 208 athletic fields on elementary and middle school fields. We also have 1 high school at Blake High School, and that's the majority of all of the elementary and middle school athletic fields in the county. We have an aggressive renovation plan that once we go in and we do a renovation, we roll that into our maintenance contract. And that's where this contract actually comes about. It started back in 1999 and we've grown since then. And it's a huge equity push because we have an opportunity to provide consistent, playable, safe athletic fields all across the county at a consistent standard. The contract does have 85 diamonds, we call those baseball and softball fields. We do have 123 rectangles currently in the contract. We're looking at expanding upon those. We do have about another 15 sites or so until we're full into the contract. This process will continue as we keep going on for life cycle replacements. Just a little background, the contract is currently split into 4 quadrants for maintenance. Each quadrant has its own successful bidder independently, valued at approximately $2 million as a cumulative contract. We currently manage it with 3 full-time staff for contract adherence, specification compliance, and service delivery for both our students who are on MCPS sites, as well as our after hours and evenings for our community use. A portion of this program enhancement would transfer some of those maintenance responsibilities to internal, especially the technical ones that we have the technical expertise to possibly provide a better service for what our overall goals are for our athletic fields. Another portion of that is our CIP. So as I mentioned earlier, we talked about renovations. We're on an aggressive renovation plan. Unfortunately, right as the pandemic hit, some of the other green space facilities pulled the contractors from our options. So we've struggled over the last couple of years performing these renovations and actually performed a number of them in-house using current staff because of the fact it's been a challenge to get contractors, A, on site, but B, within the constricted timeframes in which we're allowed to be there. So we do things mainly during the summer, over Thanksgiving break, Christmas break, and spring break. So we have very little to no interaction or impact with the school and the education there. This will, both for operations, for maintenance, as well as for MCPS. We have factored in a number of the large costs that will be associated with this. We're asking for 4 full-time staff that will be offset through this special revenue fund transfer. The savings will be offset, I already said that. Materials and service funding paid out of the service revenue account. The equipment, we've done a net zero, where it will have, our budget manager, Ms. Steen, mentioned it earlier, that it have an impact with our ISF. We've realized that, and we've calculated that along with what the increased interest for debt service would look like. We've also included fuel and mechanic time for our equipment. The one thing that I really want to push, just so that everybody's aware of it, is everything right now is very similar. So a site that's up county is the exact same maintenance program and platforms as what it is down county. This opportunity provides us access to be able to have more resources to put towards our equity focus areas. As a number of these projects will wind down, we have the ability to go in and do more operational projects on these social equity areas than what we currently do with our current contractor. So this is a huge push for us, and we've got a number of them. I won't list them, but Strathmore, Twinbrook, Highland, Odessa, Shannon, that can have additional resources put to them without an impact to our tax base. Overall, the one thing I'd just like to leave you with is that this program enhancement is simply a shift in current resources. It'll be a net zero to improve our safety, recreation experience, and our equity service delivery for the overall county goals of active recreation, again, at a net zero cost.
We have a question from Commissioner Hill.
Sure.
Go ahead. You're on mute, David.
Sorry about that. Are you done with your presentation?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. I'm just wondering, and this may apply more to high school stuff. You mentioned more middle school, elementary school focus, but as a lot of the big fields are getting artificially turfed, is there a trend here that says the need for doing this may be declining, or is the use on the natural turf fields that are left so heavy that it's ongoing? You follow my question?
Let me try to answer first. So artificial turf has been controversial in Montgomery County. There are people who are for it and people who are against it. The park system has been of a mindset since as long as I've been director, that we are going to get the most we can out of natural grass. And with Cliff's team and the expertise he brings and the equipment and technologies that have evolved, things like Bermuda grass now that can survive this far north throughout the winter. Our focus has been delivering high-quality natural grass fields. We do have a small inventory of synthetic turf fields in the park system, but at the present time, we do not have plans to expand that inventory.
Thank you.
Okay. Are you done with your presentation? Thank you. I can't imagine an easier sell, but let us continue.
Thank you. I turn it over to our friend Maureen Moyer with our management services.
Hello. I am Maureen Moyer, and I'm your Human Resources Manager for the Parks Department. Okay, it's very nice to meet you. I want to talk to you today about summer and trades internships and how we'd like to enhance and expand the program. So I want to give you a little bit of a history. I have been with the Parks Department since May of 2018. And I've expanded my staff, we've expanded our scope, we've put in all different kinds of programs, but in fiscal year 22, the Parks Department, my HR unit and Management Services Division did not just restart our internship program, we reimagined and reinvented it. For years, the formal program through the commission lay dormant, okay, and really was not used and had no strategy, promotion, or consistency. Okay, the revision of the commission's internship program document from the commission to include eligibility for students from trade schools, okay, and our new data analysis tools that we have available to us that allow us to look at detailed demographics of our workforce were the initial driving forces for our efforts. Okay. Through workforce demographic analysis and GIS mapping, we could see right in front of us where the diversity of our workforce, right down to the work site and job category, did not match the diversity of Montgomery County. Okay. We could also see the looming exodus of skilled trades employees, okay, right on the horizon. So what we did was we restructured the internship program to include flexible internships for students from trade schools so they could continue to go to school year-round and participate in hands-on internship at the parks up to 20 hours a week at any time of the year, not just relegated to summer collegiate internships. Okay. We streamlined the process for summer internships, targeting students from local colleges and universities, and put together an easy-to-understand and user-friendly program manual and marketing materials to help our divisions and interns recognize the advantages of the program and navigate through the process. That was a roadblock in the past. Okay. Using our data analytics, we identified 2 job categories in which to concentrate our first-year efforts with our first year of funding: marketing and skilled trades. Okay. This past year, we were able to fund 2 marketing interns, a volunteer services office intern, an HVAC trades intern, and an athletic fields intern, who has transitioned from an intern to a seasonal position and continues to work for the parks. Okay. Our program now includes requirements and parameters that provide consistency for all students, and a more robust feedback and evaluation process that meets the needs of all of our interns. Okay. We now have a communication plan that allows us to follow these interns as they complete their studies and start their careers, recruiting them all along the way to consider Montgomery Parks their top choice for a career, helping to fill our pipeline with talent that reflects the diversity of Montgomery County. Enhanced funding for this program will allow us to expand this program to more job categories in more of our divisions. We envision setting the stage for our new internship program to be a part of our new normal. Thank you very much.
I have a short question. So on the skilled trades intern, first of all, I think this is great. I've always, believed in internship programs. But on the skilled trades internships, I know it used to be, maybe it still is, that the unions have, skilled trade apprenticeship programs, right? And so I'm wondering what, if any, interface or interaction you have with those apprenticeship programs as also a way to fulfill the requirements of your skilled trades program?
Yeah, I have a staff member in my unit that coordinates both programs, the apprenticeships and the internships. And there was a gap, there was a need to provide hands-on experience to trade school participants and students. They don't go into an apprenticeship program until they graduate from trade school. So the hands-on experience helps them get the apprenticeships that they're looking for.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. And up next is William Hamilton, Natural Resources Manager.
Who I worked with 1.5 million years ago.
When we were both 6 feet tall and a full head of hair, right?
Exactly.
Commissioners, good afternoon. For the record, Bill Hamilton, Manager of Natural Resources Stewardship for the Department of Parks. The section acts to guide development of the park system, considerate of forest and wildlife resources, to avoid, minimize, and mitigate impacts to these resources while supporting the broadest of activation and facilitation of parkland uses, and to guide acquisition, development, and management of a parkland network of open space with specific focus upon preservation of unique examples of habitats and species, and for supporting responsible enjoyment of these, because our parks are for our people. The department's proposed operating budget request recommends 3 career positions to improve and expand upon the capacity of such natural areas care. As pace of growth for departmental responsibilities and activities, as well as for the expectation for care, have grown in scale and scope, our resources have not grown in kind. The result has been a diminishing level of service, credibility, and support from both the citizens we serve and the intra and interdepartmental agencies and customers that we support. Our value and influence are effectively being degraded as the ratio gap between resources and responsibility broadens. In fact, despite for natural areas comprising over 60% of total parkland, the staff designated to care for these is among the smallest of the department. Meanwhile, the objectives and actions of the Thrive 2050 General Plan, the Climate Action Plan, and the Park Recreation and Open Space Plan each denotes parks as a leader, essential for achieving enhanced countywide goals for public health and safety, environmental health, and for resiliency and adaptation to climate change, as well as for improving service for equity and environmental justice. These aspirations are all worthwhile, and we can meet this charge, but it will require resources to do so. The 3 positions recommended are intended as follows. We will create a 2-person maintenance crew to provide specialized forest and meadow care, such as non-native invasive plant management, aiding the Weed Warrior Volunteers program for enhanced effect, and for conducting native plantings and habitat management, while improving towards more attentive and careful activities within the most sensitive habitats, and to ensure compliant, responsible, and innovative use of pesticides and pesticides alternatives. The 3rd position is designated to support inventory and planning, to maintain up-to-date information for guiding park planning efforts and to better keep pace with trail plan and development plan review, to develop natural areas operation and use plans and best management practices for park and park facilities, and to guide park planning efforts. And in the short term, this position will also help to bolster existing staff efforts to expand service to include parks of high community use and equity focus. The proposed expands the department's natural areas care service output by an estimated 115% annually by year 3 and upwards of an anticipated 185% annually by 2030, to include greatly expanded efforts and support focused on down county parks and parks benefiting equity focus areas, and to manage those service requests and public complaint that you heard of earlier at the front end. The department provides meaningful service and significant long-term protections and public accessibility to natural areas, but Montgomery County has always aspired to do more, to excel, to provide world-class, and to be a leader. And to that end, I think we're missing big opportunities for what is a reasonable ask. Of course, to provide required care and maintenance for sustaining unique habitats and species, particularly in our best natural and biodiversity areas, but also to explore creative synergies. For example, envision a meadow of daisies in the shape of a ball diamond to commemorate and placemark the historic Wims Negro League ball field at Little Bennett Regional Park, or to beautify the Underground Railroad Trail experience with colorful wildflowers and forest care. Just a couple of examples of enhancements that are attainable and will be beneficial and appreciated by the citizens we serve and who may not be focused upon the environmental benefits of these alone. Relative of this point of exploring synergies and the byproduct of excellent natural areas care, I'll mention staff's effort to enhance and manage the meadow at Rachel Carson Conservation Park in Olney, from an old field full of weeds and non-native invasive plants and into a beautiful wildflower meadow. In fact, upon a recent visit, they encountered a user who described it as the most meadowy meadow they had ever seen. That same staff relayed a photograph of a young woman who was taking pictures amongst the black-eyed Susans, and it was presumed for senior photos. We didn't interrupt to find out. But they sent this photo to me with a caption that said, "This is a win." And while I was quite proud and agreed completely, I'm a manager. I'm in the business of solving the next problem, so I couldn't dwell, and my mind immediately went to the Long Branch initiative that I've been partner to. And I thought, if we can replicate that experience at Rachel Carson in a park in the Long Branch facility for a teen who might not have accessible transportation to Rachel Carson and who may never leave that neighborhood, if we can do that in Long Branch, that's the win that we should aspire to, and I hope you will all agree. So at this point, the department's doing a great job of preserving natural areas for future generations, but we can stand to do more responsible management of these and more responsible guidance of these after the system is acquired. This recommended growth of staff is very much determinant to either progress or prevent Parks' participation towards improvement and towards achieving the many objectives mentioned and the quality of service we strive for. As such, the department requires and respectfully requests your endorsement and promotion for this need. If there are any questions or if you'd like to dwell, I'd be glad to do so now.
Thank you. I think we're good.
Okay, next you'll be hearing from Doug Blugwood, Chief of the Northern Parks Division.
Good afternoon. I realize I stand between you and lunch, so I'll try to make this quick since it's a $0 ask.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm sitting here saying, okay.
Just want to let you know that the pesticide reduction legislation that was enacted back in 2015 put a requirement on us to maintain playground surfacing without the use of pesticides. We were provided funding for one park maintenance leader and 2 seasonal staff at the time. As you know, in these difficult times of hiring, it's hard enough to find people for career positions that have benefits. It's even more difficult to find reliable seasonal help to help out. When we did have full seasonal staffing, we were completing about 80% of our requirement, which was visiting each site twice in a month. So what we would like to do is convert some of our current seasonal funding to create 3 park maintenance worker 2 positions that will provide reliable staffing. We will be able to provide them the required training, and then they will also be able to assist with playground repairs and then provide assistance in the winter, adding wood chips to playgrounds and replacing borders, which will allow our maintenance teams that currently do that to concentrate on deferred maintenance that they have to critically take care of. That's my presentation. Any questions?
Sounds solid to me. I'm, again, $0 and getting the people on the books as positions seems like a valid exercise. But
Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Andy Frank.
Good afternoon, Board. For the record, my name is Andy Frank. I head up the Park Development Division. We are the group that does most of the the park system development, redevelopment, maintenance, and oversight of construction. And I don't have quite a zero ask, but it's fairly close to zero ask. We have, in recent years, increased the number of projects we've been able to implement, and it has put a strain on our construction sections. We currently maintain a staff of 5 inspectors who have a variety of tasks in front of them. And with the anticipated continued ability to implement projects and to meet some of the needs of the recent funding that we've gotten through state funding, federal funding, all these things that we've gone after, now we have to build them. We really feel we're in need of another construction inspector to help ease the pain and improve our oversight to make sure that the public is getting what they're paying for. So that's essentially my ask, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
And most of this money is really from CIP as opposed to the operating expense?
Correct. This position will be charging back to the CIP as much as humanly possible.
Anybody else? No? Thank you very much.
Thank you, and I'd like to introduce Trish Swan.
For the record, Trish Swan, Division Chief for Southern Parks. Doug mentioned lunch, and I want to get you there, so I'm going to be succinct. The department conducted a needs assessment to identify, understand, and prioritize citizens' needs. We discovered that the community wanted a higher standard of maintenance, as well as parks that are aesthetically pleasing. This program enhancement will allow us to address that need by having a dedicated team with combined expertise and efforts to manage the increased maintenance activities and added elements needed to beautify our parks. The team will consist of a gardener, horticulturalist, maintenance leader, park maintenance worker 3, and we plan to repurpose 3 positions internally to complete the team. This program enhancement combines efforts across multiple divisions within our department and has the potential to increase park utilization significantly and also support our parks activation events. If you have no questions,
I just leaned forward to read your chart since
Yes, so that shows the difference. Of course, an increased level of maintenance will have an increase in the hours because we will be at the parks more frequently. So that chart is depicting the delta.
And this also includes equipment? Vehicles for?
Yes. There will be an increase in equipment, vehicles, but not a very significant increase because some things we already have internally and we will utilize when we repurpose positions internally. So not a huge increase. Any other questions?
No, I think we're good.
I'll just add an elaboration on that in the equipment. We obviously would have to buy a couple of new vehicles and equipment to add for the new positions. Since we do have some savings this year in our budget, if this ends up being approved, we will carve out some money out of this year's budget. So we're already kind of tucking away some money out of the FY23 budget to buy vehicles to fund these positions, to obviously support these positions if they are indeed approved in the budget.
Okay, thank you. Back to Nancy.
Thank you. I think that includes all the presenters from the Parks Department. If commissioners have any further comments or whatever they wish to, however they wish to direct the department going forward, anybody?
You know what, unfortunately, I just have one quick question. I hope it's quick. I'm looking at these operating budget impact project descriptions, and I just want to ask, when will Hillendale be finished? What, if you can just give me
Andy Frank is on the way.
I mean, I asked because it's sort of, first there was a trail, and then there was this, and then there was that, and then there's more in here. So, I'm just curious. I mean, it's a whole lot better than it was 5 years ago. So I'm just looking at, I'm wondering about when is the end date?
Okay, good afternoon again. Andy Frank, Park Development Division. The Hillendale local park is actively under construction. We've completed all the demolition work and the vast majority of the mass grading work. We're in the midst of installing irrigation and building the new restroom building and picnic pavilion. And the large upgraded enhanced field area has been graded out, and we have to wait until spring to do the finished root zone establishment. And then our athletic field team is going to take over for establishment of the turf. And we hope to be having an opening event, soft opening sometime next late spring, early summer, and then probably a formal ribbon cutting in the fall.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, if there are no update, Commissioner Hill, please go ahead.
I just have a quick comment, which is one of you asked us for a respectful request and reasonable positions, and I think, yes, as a respectful reply, I think you're hitting the right notes, and I appreciate the thoroughness of what people have said.
And Commissioner Hill, I hope you recognized how sensitive this is to the taxpayer. The ask is principally taken up by a recognition of elapsed salaries. So this will not greatly add to the net expenditures. With that, I'll conclude this item. I'll ask now for a motion to go into closed session. We'll recess for, excuse me? CAS after lunch, after the closed session, we'll have CAS. So
That will be on the same item number?
it will be on the same item number. Oh, that's right. See, I always forget how you divide things. It'll be on the same item number, but CAS, the people at CAS could look to come back at 1:35. 1:45? Okay, we're just going to go long today, everybody, but that's okay. All right, we'll come back at 1:45. I would like a motion to come into closed session. We'll go in closed session and then come back in open session, but the first thing we'll do is CAS at 1:45. Okay, if I have that motion, please.
So moved.
Oh, I have to read the reason. I'd request a closed session according to Maryland Annotated Code General Provision 3, Section 3-305B3, to consider the acquisition of real property for a public purpose and matters directly related to the acquisition. Topic to be discussed, Long Branch Local Park. Now I'll entertain the motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we go into closed session to discuss this issue.
Second.
All those in favor say aye.
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 And we'll have that closed session at 1:30. So give us 15 minutes. Right? We're going to go there. Oh, we'll go there now, so stay on the line, commissioners, please. Okay. Right, so you'll be invited to another team meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, everybody. Thank you. Welcome back. The first thing I need is a motion to go back into open session.
Mr. Chairman, I move that the commission return to open session.
Could I get a second, please? Thank you.
Second.
Thank you. All those in favor say aye.
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 Okay, we're now back at open session on item 6, the CAS budget. My apologies for running a little late, and I understand that the executive director has to leave at 2:30, so we'll do what we can here. Mr. Kroll, thank you for the first introductions this morning, and it's yours.
We have 5 bi-county areas that will be presenting today. Department of Human Resources and Management, followed by Finance, followed by Legal, followed by the Office of Inspector General, and last, the Office of the Chief Information Officer. First up is Department of Human Resources and Management, Asantha Chang-Smith, the Executive Director.
Hi, good afternoon, everybody. I apologize. We have our union negotiations with FOP starting at 2:30, so we didn't realize this meeting was going to go long. I'm going to have our Deputy Budget Director, Katie Knoppi, requests, but I just wanted to start by wishing everybody tomorrow, especially our veterans, a happy Veterans Day. And also, and I've shared this with Jeff, but I'm married to a retired Marine. Today is the 247th birthday of the U.S. Marine Corps. And so just want to wish them all well and happy birthday. So, Katie, please take it away.
Hello, everyone. I'm Katie Knoppi, Deputy Corporate Budget Director. And I'm going to, I think is someone sharing the packet so we can follow along with the memo?
Are we going with your memo or the full budget that Mr. Kroll gave to everybody?
So there should be a separate packet that is just for the CAS departments.
Okay, got it.
And I don't expect it to be shared on screen. You'll just speak to it, Katie.
Okay, will do. All right, so today I'm going to go through the Department of Human Resources and Management, or DHRM, risk management, support services, and merit board budgets. The DHRM support services and merit board budgets are all bi-county budgets, so that means they're funded by both Montgomery County and Prince George's County. Risk management is an internal service fund. I'm going to delve into that one deeper next week, but we wanted to mention it because we have one new ask for that. At the behest of the Chair Zion, 2 positions that have already been presented to the Prince George's Planning Board, which are an ADA coordinator for the entire agency and a safety specialist in our risk management division, which is intended to be embedded in as safety staff within the departments. They've been cut. So what we're presenting today is a reduced version of our budget request. The proposed base budget is an 11.1% increase of $752,000. Of that, $360,000 is funded by Montgomery and $392,000 is funded by Prince George's. This is due to discretionary cost adjustments for inflation and further development of several of our initiatives. Those include developing our supplier diversity program, which is a program that was it's designed to assure that minority businesses have the same opportunities to succeed in pursuing businesses with the agency as other potential vendors. We're looking at our agency-wide training and succession planning. Those are already underway, and we're going to be continuing to roll more of that out. We also need to introduce, so there's a Time to Care Act implementation, which is the Maryland General Assembly voted to establish a paid family and medical leave insurance program, and employers will have the choice to either participate in the state program or substitute a funded private employer plan, and we need to look into that and institute it. We're also working on our communications. We're continuing to coordinate with the departments and managing the agency's coordinated communications processes and recruitment and selection services. This is a small team of 7, and they're responsible for advertising and processing all of the employment applications for the entire agency. And this was over 36,000 applications and 854 positions filled during FY22. So those are our initiatives for 24, and the 11.1% increase is to support those in the next fiscal year. We have 6 critical needs, which increased the base budget by 10.8% to $298,000 for Montgomery and $434,000 to Prince George's. So we're looking for, or we would like 3 new recruiters, which is going to support the Recruitment and Selection Services Office, an HR specialist for the Employee Labor and Relations Office, which we have a small team of 4 in that area, and we're seeing an increased amount of grievances and requests for reasonable accommodation under the ADA Act. And this team is seeing a lot of their workload significantly increase. Each of these total $120,000, and that's $49,000 to Montgomery and $71,000 to Prince George's. And we are looking for a supplier diversity specialist for $112,000 or $46,000 to Montgomery and $66,000 to Prince George's, and a corporate management analyst for the performance metric. Well, both of these positions are to support the MFD program I mentioned earlier. That's really tied in with performance metrics, and we really would like this program to succeed. And it's important to know where we're at in instituting that. The corporate management analyst is $141,000 or $57,000 to Montgomery and $84,000 to Prince George's. Since DHRM is a bi-county department, operations are funded by both counties. As of the September Executive Committee meeting, Montgomery County funds 40.7% of the expenses, and Prince George's County funds 59.3% of the expenses. This is a 0.6% shift to Montgomery, resulting in a slight increase of the overall proportion to the budget to Montgomery. And that comes out to be $3,517,000 total. The next budget is our risk management internal service fund budget. The details of this will be presented to you next week. However, we wanted to highlight that we are requesting an occupational safety and health specialist, totaling $142,000 or $71,000 to each. This new position is included in the overall risk management budget, which is decreasing by 9.3%. And as you could see from the presentations earlier today, it's already built into the proposed budgets of the 2 planning and parks departments. The next budget is the CAS support services budget. This covers a variety of discretionary costs for all of the CAS departments and divisions to reduce costs. It's the biggest expense is the rent. It also includes document reproduction, telephone, those types of things that if you group together for savings. The proposed budget is a 9.4% increase of $142,000. The main expense in this budget is rent, and it's paid to fund the executive office building operations, where Central Administrative Services is housed. There is space in the building that previously housed Prince George's Parks and Recreation, Information Technology, and Communications Division, and they have since moved out of the building. So this space has been split between CAS departments and the Health and Benefits Office. That is covered under an internal service fund, which will be discussed next week as well, with the remaining space being converted into common area space for all tenants. So this common area square footage was spread out across all of the tenants, and it was built into the FY24 rent. There was also a 4% escalation in rent, so the total increase to this expense is 5.5%. In addition, the CAS portion of the risk management is projected to more than double to $48,000. As approved at the September Executive Committee meeting, the funding allocation is 44% to Montgomery and 56% to Prince George's, which is unchanged from last year. And the final budget is the Merit System Board. This is our board that, an independent board that oversees the Commission's merit system with a variety of duties upholding employee rights guaranteed under the merit system. They recommend employment and compensation policies to the Commission, and they serve as the final administrative appellate body for the employment matters pertaining to the non-represented career employees. There are 3 members of the board, and they have 1 part-time position. For FY24, their budget remains relatively flat with a 0.4% increase. The budget is split 50-50 between both counties, so the proposed cost to each is $84,000. And that concludes my overview. I'm happy to take any questions.
Does each department have its own vacancy rate that you can express to us for employees?
I can't speak to other departments, but for DHRM, we do budget a little bit for salary lapse, but since our department is so small, we don't budget with a percentage rate. We're working really hard. Oh, go ahead.
Isn't your department 47 people?
Yeah, so it's quite small.
Okay. I mean, the reason I asked the question is that our own planning department and certainly Parks budget lapse. And although that you're asking for, I think there's a correction from your memo. It said 7 positions. It's really 6 positions if you add all the ones together. I think it's realistic to have and budget for some lapse salary, both to recognize your existing higher vacancy rates and the fact that you wouldn't fill these positions, all the positions the day that it comes up. So what I'm suggesting to my compatriots here is to ask Prince George's County to see if they'll support a lapse salary of 4% for the department.
Chair Giants, this is Asantha Chang-Smith for the record. In the last few years since I've been here, I've only been here the last 3 years. When I came aboard, the Montgomery Planning Board had asked DHRM to repurpose, which we have repurposed in the past couple of years, any open position, and then to fill them. And that was a priority of the previous planning board. We have done that on an average. We have 2 to 4 positions open in any fiscal year. This past fiscal year was a little more challenging because everybody was having a lot of grab for talent. But the year before, 21 was only 2 positions, in 20, only 3 positions. And you know, before that, we had also some salary savings plans that the counties put forward in fiscal year 18 and 19. So we had to keep positions open a lot longer to meet those savings plan. If I could, please, I just wanted to add a little more flavor to what our requests are about. So when we're asking for 3 recruiters, we have filled 854 jobs this past year. An average year, we fill about 400. So we have more than doubled the recruiting amount that we have to fill. That is in addition to over 36,000 applications that our 3 to 4 recruiters have to look at to make sure people meet minimum qualifications. I've talked to my county colleagues in Mako, and they don't see this as being an issue that is going to decrease anytime soon. And in fact, I talked to the HR director in Montgomery County, and they're struggling. They said they have 10 recruiters. They did a little over 1,300 jobs. We have 854, which is about 2/3, and yet we have less than half. So we're not asking to be up at that level. We are asking for something that really will continue a same level of service for what we have to do with this huge jump in recruiting that was unanticipated over the last year.
I have-
Similarly, we
excuse
saw
me.
this with,
I just haven't heard any complaints yet on the number of positions that you're proposing to add. The thing I'm suggesting that we change is to have an assumed lapse of 4%.
I think our lapse roughly comes up to about that annually. We keep about, as again, we're a much smaller department. We keep about 50,000 in lapse to pay out any kind of leave that has to be paid out for anyone who might be retiring and may not have announced it sooner. And then also keep anything additional for lapse because it historically has been a factor with Montgomery County asking us to put together a savings plan or to take budget cuts before we actually get the budget approved. And I know our budget director, Mr. Kroll, can probably provide more detail on that.
Yes, we have a long-standing history of being cut by the county at the beginning of the or in the middle of the process, the adoption part of the process in the spring, but as well in 5 or so of the last several years, we've also been hit with mid-year cuts. We don't have we have very little operating expenses. All of our expenses are in personnel. We hope to have these positions all filled. Makes it very difficult to have any flexibility to react to the additional county cuts that we fully expect to see. We'll see some come this spring, and depending on how the revenue picture works out for the following year, we might see some mid-year in 24. But we respectfully request not to lose that flexibility to be able to react.
And that type of flexibility is things that that we're about to cut in our own Parks Department and our own Planning Department. So I ask for an equal footing for everyone. And look, I don't know where my fellow commissioners are here, and we'll find out. If anybody wants to support my idea, fine. If they don't, we'll go on with our lives. Hearing no support. All right, sports fans. We'll have a good time at council, but we'll go forward with this budget. I did support all of these positions. I think they are needed. I think particularly recruiting that Asante mentioned is absolutely critical. The support for the procurement, the special diversity specialist, excellent. All the other things I think supportable. So we'll ask for the money and we'll see what happens. But just know I have the sense that we will certainly get asked to cut by the executive, and we'll see where the council comes out. And then, if we support this budget, we'll have to reach agreement with our Prince George's County compatriots to make any changes to what we submit. Because if they don't agree to a change, it is what is submitted. Is that correct, Mr. Kroll?
That is correct.
Yes.
At the Bi-County meeting in May.
Right. Okay. We're all good with this? Fine. Let's go on.
Next up would be the Finance Department, and that's found on page 9 of your packet. And here's Gavin Cohen, our Secretary Treasurer.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Commissioners of the Planning Board. Nice to be with you this afternoon. I'm Gavin Cohen. I'm the Corporate Secretary Treasurer, and I also serve as the Department Head for the Department of Finance. Overall responsibilities include corporate procurement, general accounting, including the production of the Commission's financial statements, payroll, vendor disbursements through accounts payable, capital project financing through bond sales and going to the capital markets, and owning and supporting the financial HR system and timekeeping systems. Our total budget request for fiscal year 2024 is approximately $6.4 million, an increase over 23 of about 709,000, 277,000 being base budget increases that we don't really control, and 431,000 being for new positions, where I'm going to spend the majority of my time. So we're requesting funding for 3 positions, but the count would only increase by 1. And that is because 2 positions have long been frozen, and we are trying this year to get them unfrozen. So the most important request that I have for you is for a deputy CFO position. It would be new for our department. It would be new in the structure. And its purpose is for succession planning, to bring skill sets that we don't currently have, and to raise the level of the offerings of the finance department to all the other departments. The next requests then are for 2 financial system support positions, and this need is being driven by Montgomery County wanting to replace our corporate financial HR system. So there are 2 paths we can take, and you're probably going to hear a lot more about this in the future. We can upgrade with the current vendor, or we can proceed to do an RFP, and the possibility exists that that will result in a new vendor and result in a new system implementation. And this is going to be one of the biggest decisions facing the Commission right now, and hopefully we'll hear within the next couple of months which direction to go in. The only thing I'm going to tell you with a fair high degree of certainty is that if we do go down an RFP process, it's going to cost more than we think, and it's going to take longer than we estimate. So thank you very much. That concludes my remarks. I look forward to seeing you all next Thursday, and I'm happy to address any questions that you may have.
If I may, right away, I thought I went through your personnel list with Mr. Kroll the other day, and he has you as actually adding 2 positions, not 1. You have the other, well, you have, you list
Chair Zions.
Yes.
Chair Zions, I further clarified that with you subsequent to that original conversation that you're quoting right now. Gavin's memo was correct. It was just a little bit misleading in some of the wording. But he is correct that we are requesting to unfreeze 2 positions and add 1 brand new one.
Okay, so the total for the department is 48.
That's correct.
Okay. And thank you. Just from a conversation yesterday, trying to get the scribbles on my sheet corrected. Any other comments from everybody? There will be a very big decision on this RFP. This increase in staffing will help them accommodate that. God only knows if it will be enough long term. It's a start. And I have spoken to people, managers here that say something's got to be done for sure. And there was a big IT study that sort of said, you know, what is your mission? Do you need the capabilities of a totally new system, or can you just upgrade the existing system, which is still a significant step. It's not an easy, here's the upgrade, just turn off your computer for a day. It's very, very different than that. I've been talking to the Prince George's County chair on this, and our heads are headed toward the more capable systems, which would require an RFP. But we'll talk more if people want to talk more. Any other comments from commissioners? Boy, I got to advise people to have the afternoon session for budgets. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you,
Khan.
Kevin.
Commissioners.
Next up is the legal department, and that's found on page 12 of your packet. And Deborah Borden will take it away.
Good afternoon. Deborah Borden for the record. Our budget starts on circle page 12. The legal department's budget for FY23 was just under 3.3 million. For FY24, we are proposing just over 3.3 million. The notable item is that we are actually asking for a position. The legal department has not requested a new position for about 5 or 6 years. So it has been a while. We are a very lean operation, and we think that you get a lot of value out of having an in-house legal team that handles most items in-house. So going through our budget request, we are requesting one new position. The new position would be at the senior counsel level. It is an attorney position. And the reason behind that is that we have noticed in the past several years increasing numbers of MPIA requests that require legal review. And the legal reviews are not small. They are thousands of documents at times, and they require the attorneys to put aside their normal work program in order to handle them. The other thing that we've been noticing are complaints on those PIA requests and Open Meetings Act issues. Again, and be extremely detailed and time-consuming to deal with, and we have no choice. We have to deal with it. So we have to put aside our normal work and deal with it within the time frame that we are given. The additional thing that the General Assembly has created recently is a fee ombudsman. So anyone who is upset about the fee that we are charging for an MPIA request, because after we spend 2 hours on a request, we are allowed by law to charge for that time, and we're very meticulous about charging exactly what it costs in terms of the time and the hourly rate of that person who is reviewing that request. When someone is upset about the fee, they can go to the fee ombudsman, and that starts a mediation process, which again can take hours and hours of our time going back and forth, working things out with the ombudsman. So the combination of these things, in addition to our desire to do better, we have an opportunity to do better here. We need to do more training. We need to update our policies much more frequently. We just completed a 9-month process to update our MPIA policy. It took us 9 months because we hadn't done it in, 20 years. It was a lot. Yeah. So we need to not let that happen again. And in order to do that, I am proposing that we have a dedicated attorney who does that. We are calling it a senior compliance counsel. That does not mean that this person is going to act like an auditor. This person is going to help the agency, help all of its constituents, all of its departments to comply with all of these regulations, including our own regulations, which are voluminous and sometimes a little difficult to understand. So this person is going to be a person that can be on the spot, help with training, develop training. Policies are getting updated regularly, and just actually be there, whether it's at a meeting or during other events or other things that open meetings compliance comes up. They can be on the spot and help the agency, the board, the committee to actually comply, as opposed to waiting until we get the complaint and then having to deal with the complaint. So that's our idea. We hope you will support it. The way that this works into our budget is that we have, because we've had retirements and resignations of people who were at the top of grade, and they were attorneys who frankly make, a good deal of salary. And then we have filled those positions not at the top of grade, more closer at least to the mid-grade, often above the mid-grade, but at least closer. So in that way, we have actually saved salary. And so as you can see on circle page 12, we have about $92,000 that we saved on salaries because of natural turnover, natural attrition. And that is what we are using or proposing to use some of that savings, well, that entire savings, to create this new position and to fund it. But unfortunately, we got a little news from Mr. Kroll that our pension numbers have come in, the pension and OPEB numbers have come in, and those numbers are going to eat into that $92,000, unfortunately. So that number is going to be reduced by about $20,000 because of our pension numbers. So the ask, even though it's in our memo that you have before you, our ask is $45,000. We're going to have to actually up that by $20,000 and ask for $65,000, but it's still less than half of what it actually costs for that position, because we are funding the rest of it with salary savings because of our turnover. So I will stop there. Our the percentage will go up from 1.5%. That's the increase that you see on circle page 2. That will end up being 2% that we are asking for in this budget. So I'll stop there and see if you have any questions.
Looks pretty good. Again, I supported this wholeheartedly, having been involved in MPIAs at the council, and I'm sure it's more of the same here. So I think it's very supportable. Any comments from my fellow commissioners? Seeing none. Again, the afternoon budget item wins. So let's
I'm
proceed.
trying to think of a question.
Oh.
It seems incumbent on us to do that, but I can't come up. Sorry.
Don't force it. If you don't have one, we'll go on. We have a lot to do still this afternoon. Okay.
And we'll be back next week. So.
There you go. Next.
And keep in mind, commissioners, if any questions do come to you, we're always open for questions by email or phone. But next up is the Office of Inspector General. That's found on circle page 16 of your packet. And we have Renee Kenny, the Inspector General, in front of you.
Good afternoon, Renee Kenny, for the record. Mine will be very, very simple, as the Office of the Inspector General is not asking for any new initiatives this fiscal year. Our budget is increasing from approximately $1 million to $1.2 million. Again, happy to answer any questions, but there are no new asks.
Once again, seeing none. Thank you very much for a brief presentation and your continued good work.
And last up for CIS, or the bi-county departments, is the Office of the Chief Information Officer. It's found on page 18 of your packet. And we have Mazen Chalet, the Chief Information Officer.
Good afternoon. Just to repeat, Mazen Chalet, the Commission Chief Information Officer. We are requesting approval of the FY24 proposed Office of the Chief Information Officer operating and project budgets, including corporate information technology, Office of the CIO, and commission-wide IT initiatives. I'll speak to the new position requests, and Katie Canopi will step through the details of the requested budget. We'll be happy to address questions during or after at the end of this presentation, or like John indicated, we can also respond by email where needed. Let me start by highlighting that these requests came as a result of the review of our work programs in the three areas of responsibility. We brought in a specialist in IT operations efficiency, a consultant that came in and helped us assess the current resource levels compared to the operational demands. The two positions were identified as critically needed to meet operational demand. One of them is the web specialist, and the other one is a cybersecurity specialist. Now, the web specialist is a position that is really driven by the improved budget, the improved project of improving our website that is underway now, that will result in a much more modern website. And with that, really the demand is for us to provide, dedicated support to ensure our website updates, maintenance, upkeep, whatever happens to our website, we'll have someone there to be very responsive to the demand of the new world that we live in. Like our website is our gateway to the world, and we're gonna make sure that stays, in the best shape possible. So this position is gonna be critical to maintaining that. The second position is the cybersecurity specialist.
Let's go back to the web specialist again. There's some question on whether the level is too high for that position relative to what is being done in the other departments.
This is a grade 28. So grade 28, I believe the salary includes benefits and all, but these are the published rates across the commission. It's the same level for grade 28 for any IT specialist. Yes, sir.
All right, and you're certain that this is an ongoing need, that this couldn't be handled by somebody temporary or consulting to improve the site and then go home?
I mean, for sure, because the improving and building and implementing a brand new site that is underway through a consultant, but the ongoing support and upkeep, that is definitely an ongoing need that we prefer to do that in-house rather than do it through consultants or contractors. And there are pros and cons for every choice. To have it in-house, we'll make sure, first of all, the knowledge and the know-how within the commission structure, contacts and content, we can build that over time and become a very valuable asset for us. To do it through a contractor will be the total opposite. That knowledge leaves with that person, not to mention that they struggle while they're here. So by the time you get them all trained, they leave, kind of thing. We're all seeing that. So, that's really the choice, and I think it really will benefit us greatly to have this position filled in this manner.
Okay, those were my questions. Continue.
Sure. The cybersecurity specialist is also a grade 28 position. And again, this probably does not require a whole lot of explanation. The fact that we've gone, not just because we've gone, remote or hybrid now, the fact that we have a lot of online presence in just right now, we're on Teams, we're always on the internet doing one thing or another. We access critical resources day in and day out on the network and on the internet from home, from the office or from on the road, and having a dedicated resource to do security for us, cannot wait any longer. Throughout the years, we've done it, as best effort through our staff, and we've done a great job. But I think the increased demand to even do better is to me, it's like a no-brainer. We have to have a dedicated resource. As a matter of fact, all departments today, operating departments have dedicated resources. Where we have the corporate systems, do not. And I think this just becomes an essential need that we have to address. The sooner, the better.
Easy sell to me. Any comments from anybody? Seeing none, go on. If you're done, you're done. So
I'm done. I would like
two positions.
Yeah. Two positions.
Okay.
And I would like for Katie to step us through the remainder of the budget highlights. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Katie Canappi, again, Deputy Corporate Budget Director. And I'm going to cover the Corporate IT, Chief Information Officer or CIO, and commission-wide IT budgets. I think Corporate Budget Director mentioned that the Corporate IT budget begins on page 18 of the packet, and pages 18 and through the top of 19 further outline the division's priorities for FY24, and the budget overview begins on page 19. At the behest of Chair Zients, one position that has already been presented to the Prince George's Planning Board, a business technology coordinator needed to maintain the service level of our systems, has been cut. So what we're presenting today is a reduced version of our initial budget request. The proposed base budget request is $3,188,000, which is a 10% increase over FY23, and this can be attributed to personnel service cost increases and adjustments for inflation, scheduled hardware and equipment replacements, software licenses, hardware maintenance, and support for systems. We have two critical needs, which increase the base budget by $289,000 or $144,500 to each county. These include a web system specialist and a cybersecurity specialist, each of which total $145,000, and that includes benefits and salary, which is $72,500 to each county. And detailed descriptions of these are on page 19. As of the September Executive Committee meeting, the funding allocation is 50% to each county, which is unchanged from FY23. But it's important to note that while most of the expenses in this budget are split evenly following the approved funding allocation, certain expenses are calculated on a different allocation percentage, and chargebacks on the Prince George's side are higher than on the Montgomery side because of allocations to the Recreation Fund. And all these factors combined result in different bottom line amounts for each county, even though the approved allocation is 50%. And these specific amounts can be found in the chart on page 20. The next budget is the Chief Information Officer Internal Service Fund budget on page 21. This budget funds the operations of the CIO's office and the Program Management Office. Commission-wide licenses and subscriptions are also budgeted here. The CIO's proposed budget request is $1,874,000, which is a 12.8% increase. And this is due to adjustments in benefit elections, salary markers, and preliminary OPEB estimates, and an increase of high demand services like specialized IT consulting. The funding allocation for this budget is based on usage allocations of licenses. And so for FY24, it is 44.2% to Montgomery and 55.8% to Prince George's, which is unchanged from last year. And these amounts can be found in the chart on the same page. Commission-wide licenses and subscriptions total $4,663,000, which is a 10.2% increase over FY23. This is due to the need to budget for a second ERP license in the event we choose to migrate to a different system. And the final budget is the Commission-wide IT or CWIT budget. The summary for this budget begins on page 22. And this request funds ongoing and finance projects along with one new project. Detailed descriptions for each of these are included on the same page. And the FY24 proposed budget is $1,454,000, which is an 8.8% decrease. 3 projects from FY23 are not included in the current request. 2 ongoing projects require additional funding, and 2 ongoing projects remain the same, with the addition of the new request of $100,000 for learning management system content. The total change for FY24 is $50,000. And that concludes my overview. I'm happy to take any questions.
I'm amazed. I always get questions, and you guys don't. But it's it's the after lunch syndrome. Okay. Seeing no questions, I thank you very much for the presentation. We'll proceed to the more detailed budgets next week, I guess, John.
That is correct, and thank you for your interest in our budget.
What can I tell you? It's a long-term interest. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the presenters and your time and your forbearance with us on a delayed lunch. We appreciate it. Thank you. That concludes item 6. I turned my mic off. Good afternoon. Welcome to the afternoon session of the November 10th Planning Board meeting. We are on item 11, Long Branch Local Park. It is listed as a public hearing. There are no speakers. We'll take the presentation from staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. My name is David Tobin. I work in the real estate section of the Park Development Division. I'm here today to request your approval for a proposed acquisition in addition to Long Branch Local Park. The property is located at 8820 Glenville Road in Silver Spring. Long Branch Local Park is located in the southern part of the county as shown on the attached. The community center and pool, the county community center and pool occupy half of the park under county management. The remaining 7 acres are managed by Montgomery Parks. The existing facilities include an athletic field, trail, basketball and tennis courts, and playground. The park is largely unknown and underused, due in part to the lack of visibility of the park, which also creates unsafe feel and suppressed park use. Some facilities, i.e. the soccer field, are highly used to a point of poor condition. There are a number of park constraints. One includes significant topographic changes which separate the park from the community center and neighborhoods. The main park entry is hidden at the end of a small residential road, and the park is not visible behind homes and the community center. The acquisition, which is today's subject, is, as I said, 8820 Glenville Road. It's an 8880 square foot lot. It's located at the corner adjacent to the main park entrance. The house was built in 1948 and is a little under 1,800 square feet. It's a Cape Cod in average condition. The larger context for this acquisition is known as the Long Branch Parks Initiative, which is a comprehensive study underway to address the park, recreation, and public space needs of the entire Long Branch community. There's significant public outreach underway for this initiative. Acquisition of 8820 Glenville will support the goals of the Long Branch Parks Initiative. The location is also subject of the equity focus areas analysis and 2 other plans and programs which are covered in detail in your memo. The short of it is to say that the Long Branch Local Park redevelopment project and acquisition of this property directly addresses these goals by providing a more flexible, visible, and much improved park for an equity focus area community. The sector plan includes the following recommendations: that the existing and proposed parks that are to serve the entire plan area should be improved, that renovation of existing area parks to improve safety, discourage crime, provide space for recreation, and reflect the culture of the diverse community in the Long Branch area, that we consider, and this is most important relative to this acquisition, that we consider purchasing properties adjacent to existing parks to create better connections, expand urban green space, and provide greater active recreation and social gathering opportunities. Also, to improve views into the park from surrounding neighborhoods. The park redevelopment project is funded by CIP project funds by state grant with an expedited timeline. It adds facilities to provide high-quality recreation opportunities, improve vehicular and pedestrian access to and within the park, enhance sight lines and internal circulation, and increase visibility and viability of this important but underused community resource. The community and the park benefits from this acquisition in the following ways. It creates an improved, more defined, visible entrance. into Long Branch Local Park. It supports larger and better recreational amenities to serve a diverse community in an equity-focused area. It provides more space to accomplish ADA access to the park and its amenities despite the significant topographic challenges. Acquisition timing is critical to address the long-standing safety concerns and creating a more activated park for this diverse and economically challenged community. The purchase price of this property is $700,000, which will be funded by program open space and commission bonds and acquisition local parks PDF. Startup costs, primarily building demolition, will be funded by the development project capital budget. Operating budget impact is expected to be minimal, made up primarily of mowing of 1/4 acre and security of the building. I'm requesting the Planning Board approval of Montgomery County Planning Board Resolution number 22-100 regarding the acquisition of 8820 Glenville Road property as an addition to Long Branch Local Park. I welcome any questions from the Commission.
Thank you. I see no questions. Do commissioners have any want to discuss this matter, or can I hear a resolution?
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this request for resolution number 22-100 regarding the acquisition of 8820 Glenville Road.
Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
Okay, all those in favor say aye.
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 Aye. So unanimously of those present, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The resolution's approved. All right. Now, having done 11, obviously we should go back to item 7. Oh. Good afternoon. It's still November 10th, 2022. We're on item 7. This deals with the Ellsworth Place preliminary plan, and it's a preliminary plan amendment to extend the APF approval. It's a public hearing. However, there are no speakers. We'll hear from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, members of the board. It is nice to meet you. For the record, my name is Grace Bogdan, and I am a planner with the Down County Planning Division. And today I am presenting Ellsworth Place. As the chair said, it is a preliminary plan amendment, application number 11987-190C. This property is located in downtown Silver Spring, just northeast of the Silver Spring Metro and Transit Center, along Colesville Road and Fenton Street. It actually has 3 frontages along Colesville Road, Fenton Street, and Ellsworth Drive. The property is currently developed as Ellsworth Place Mall. You may know it with Michael's, Dave & Buster's, several other restaurant and retail uses. The building itself is approximately 436,270 square feet of existing non-residential uses, and this number does include 91,772 square feet of cellar space. This is excluded from our calculations of gross floor area as defined in the subdivision ordinance. And this property was reviewed under the 2000 Silver Spring CBD sector plan. Just a little bit of background on the project. The preliminary plan was originally approved by the planning board back in 1988, and that approval allowed for up to 532,505 square feet of commercial uses. In 1991, that building was constructed, and then in 2007, the planning board approved an amendment to that preliminary plan, which allowed an increase in density up to 739,269 square feet of non-residential to allow that existing mall and proposed office atop. And with this approval, it included a 5-year adequate public facilities validity period, which will be the focus of today's discussion. So what is adequate public facilities? When the planning board considers a preliminary plan, it must find that there's adequate public facilities that exist or will be provided to support that subdivision. It can include schools, transportation, water and sewer. And when the preliminary plan is approved, a validity period is created for which a time frame for which the project must move forward to building permit. Typically, those validity periods are 5 years, but the planning board can approve up to 10 years with an approved phasing plan. Validity periods can be extended 2 different ways, the first of which is through county council legislation. And so beginning in 2009, the county council began adopting legislation that would extend existing valid APF validities. And this table here shows how those extensions have impacted this project. So in the second row, you can see in 2007, the 5-year validity date was set with the automatic extensions approved by county council. The last row shows that the last legislation was adopted in 2020 with an amended validity period ending on November 16th, 2022. So the second way that validity periods can be extended is through planning board action. And the planning board may grant an extension based on certain criteria, which is set in the subdivision code. And this criteria is set into 2 separate ways. There's general criteria that applies to all extensions, and then there's specific criteria based on your development type. And so this criteria is listed on your screen. I'm just going to briefly explain how this extension meets those. First, the extension must be submitted prior to the validity period expiration. This was submitted back in the summer, so prior to November 16th. The applicant must submit a new phasing plan detailing how the project will move forward, and the applicant has provided one. It's detailed in the staff report. The applicant must not propose any additional density, which is not the case for this application. The planning board may not require any additional improvements, but may require a new traffic study to determine if any impacts would occur from the extension. In this case, a traffic study was not required because when the project was approved in 2007, that maximum density has been reviewed as pipeline data for any other regulatory project and traffic analysis in that area. So those impacts have been reviewed. As for the specific criteria for a non-residential development type, I will again walk through those on your screen. The Department of Permitting Services must issue building permits comprising of 40% of the approved gross floor area. In this case, the applicant has provided documentation that 53% of the gross floor area has been issued building permits. All required infrastructure of the original approval has to have been constructed. Infrastructure can be as grand as new roads, water, sewer. In this case, for this particular project, it was in the form of streetscape, and the applicant has provided documentation that the streetscape along all the frontages have been installed. Within the last 4 years, the Department of Permitting Services has issued building permit inspections for at least 5% of the gross floor area. And the applicant has provided documentation that building permits in the last 4 years total 5.2% with final inspections of those. And then lastly, at least 60% of the approved gross floor area is complete or under construction. And here is where the applicant has provided documentation that only 53% has been issued, and this is where the applicant's requesting a subdivision waiver. So in summary, the proposed extension meets all the criteria except for that last one I just read, which is the 60% threshold, and the subdivision waiver has been requested. So what is a subdivision waiver? Within our subdivision ordinance section 50.9, it states that the planning board can waive any provision of chapter 50 if the following criteria on your screen is met. Due to practical difficulty or unusual circumstances, the application of this specific requirement is not needed to ensure public health, safety, general welfare. The intent of the requirement is still met, and the waiver is the minimum necessary to provide relief and remains consistent with the purposes of the general plan. And so in summary, just to refresh, the proposal the planning board is considering today is an extension of the validity period by 2.5 years. This 2.5 years is also set by the subdivision code. The applicant's requesting a subdivision waiver to reduce the 60% construction to 53% and has submitted a modified phasing plan from the originally approved 2 phases to a 3-phase approach. As for the subdivision waiver, due to practical difficulty or unusual circumstances, in this particular case, the project was approved in 2007, and since 2007, office has been a very difficult product to move forward in the market. And given the COVID-19 pandemic, that's only become even more uncertain. And so the application of this specific requirement is not needed to ensure public health, safety, and general welfare, as the retail portion of the building has been developed and in operation for many years. The intent of the requirement is still met. In this case, the intent of the specific requirement is to ensure that development is moving forward in a timely manner and to a substantial extent. And as shown with the documentation provided by the applicant, the retail portion of the building is still moving forward very well. New tenants are coming into the building, new leases are being signed, and those building permits are being completed. Lastly, the waiver is the minimum necessary to provide relief. It's going from 60 to 53%. And it remains consistent with the purposes of the Silver Spring sector plan. That sector plan recognizes the core, it envisions the core to be an area of commercial, entertainment, and civic center. And so the way the building exists today with the entertainment and retail uses supports that. And if office can move forward with the future development, that would remain consistent with that. So staff does find that the proposed preliminary plan amendment conforms to all the requirements for adequate public facilities extensions and meets the requirement or the criteria for the subdivision waiver. All noticing requirements have been met and no public comment has been received for this application. Therefore, we recommend approval of the amendment with 3 conditions, and we do have 1 correction for the planning board's consideration today. And this is to condition number 9. Number 9 is an existing condition of the 2007 approval, which specified the 5-year validity period. And the correction we're asking the planning board to consider today is explicitly stating how the extension applies to the dates and adding that into the wording of the condition.
Thank you for that. Commissioner Hill has some comments or questions. Commissioner Hill, your mic.
Yeah, sorry. Just a clerical item to begin with. On page 6 under phasing, phase 1, the last sentence says the actual FAR totals 611,240 square feet. The actual FAR is 5.7, isn't it? The 611,240 is a floor area.
Sorry, I'm just trying to catch up to where you are. In
I'm
phase,
sorry, on page 6, under proposal phase 1, at the last sentence.
this language was taken from the what out as it is approved. I can't calculate the FAR on the spot. I apologize for that. But
That's all right.
the numbers, again, could be a little difficult to follow because of the reduction of the cellar space.
No, what I'm after here is that a floor area is being represented as a floor area ratio in that sentence, correct? And if you, on page B1, I took the floor area ratio 5.7, given the same looking floor area number.
Yeah, FAR cannot be square feet.
No, I
FAR
think we
is-
appreciate that. I think let us, I think if there's a correction that's needed to be made in the resolution, we can look at that and do it before the resolution comes before the board.
Okay. And then there's really no premise to the 53% that we're settling that. That's just the existing condition, right? And there's some hardship to the applicant to not getting this waiver, and we're settling that number, which is pretty close to 60%. That's the premise, right?
That is correct, yes.
And if I may, the premise is that it meets the intent of the ordinance of substantial construction.
Yeah. Those are my questions.
Commissioner Branson?
Yeah, I have questions. I probably shouldn't ask this, but I'm going to anyway. So, to what end are we doing this? So we are allowing this extension for 2.5 years, right? And the justification is that office market is not good. Retail market, at least for brick and mortar, right, is not great, right? And so between now and 2.5 years from now, what do we think is going to happen?
So basically what we're doing here is allowing that the applicant will not need to start over. If they do not meet all of the, basically they would not be able to move forward with phase 3 after next Wednesday. So we're giving them, they've requested 2.5 years to determine next steps. So all the things that you identify in terms of the office and retail market are absolutely true. I think the applicant has acknowledged that they may be looking at other use types that may be more market friendly, and the expectation is that within the 2.5 years, they would be exploring and perhaps even moving forward with an amendment to the site plan to pursue a more market friendly proposal.
Okay, I mean, and that's really kind of where I was going, is that, you know, if they do figure out something else to do, they'll have to come back, right? So this waiver is a sort of a, we'll just sit and wait with you.
It's a Band-Aid, right.
Okay, right.
I mean, and you know, there's so much involved in terms of time and money that we try to be flexible to allow folks to make the changes. If they had to start over, you know, it would be a significant additional cost of time and money.
Oh, no, I understand that. I just want, you know, on the off chance that other people might be listening, and for my own edification, I just, you know, quite frankly, you know, I don't mean to be Debbie Downer, but I just don't see any of this stuff changing. And so it's just interesting to me to try and understand what happens next. You know, what happens next? If this owner comes to the conclusion that there's really just not a whole lot more we can do with this, we're giving them time so that we don't drop the hammer on them for not fulfilling this other thing, right? I mean, that's essentially the deal, right? Okay, thank you.
And let me continue on that vein. I want to know what happens now, not what happens in the future. Are we delaying other projects because this is absorbing APF capacity that a new live project doesn't is blocked by going forward?
So I think the square footage for this project has been, as an approved project, has been baked into the pipeline review.
Right.
So every project that comes along assumes this is going to be there. In terms of adequate public facilities, we're in a red policy area, so we're not looking at automotive tests. We're looking at pedestrian and bicycle tests. So by extending this, we're not foreclosing future development in downtown Silver Spring.
Got it. That's all I wanted to be sure. I understand that this takes up its capacity and background traffic and all that, but it's still what's happening to the next project where I was going. Anybody else? Yes.
Yes.
Commissioner Presley has something.
I certainly understand why we have to do this, because they wouldn't have time or even know what to present to get a revision to this plan. So we're giving them the time to do that. I agree that, doubt we're going to see a big demand for office space, but I think we're going to have more considerations like this for other projects as well, because of the impact of COVID and remote workers and so forth. So I think it's a good way to handle it. I'd like to know if we, in the planning department, are you guys sort of projecting ahead that there might be opportunity to convert some of the uses back as they come into us for additional housing?
Yeah, so if I didn't say before, Elza Heisel-McCoy, Chief Down County Planning for the record. We just spent several years with the Silver Spring Downtown and Adjacent Communities Plan, and looked, one of the foundational elements of our zoning approach to that was flexibility, is to, as market conditions remain uncertain, as, if everybody's working at home, what does office mean? All of that. I think we looked at that for the zoning, and we have a fair number of office conversions to residential that are happening in downtown Silver Spring right now. I think we have 2 or 3, and we actually have developers from Bethesda calling us to get information about the Silver Spring project. So we're absolutely paying attention to that.
If I can also add, just really quickly, Tanya Stern, acting planning director. Thrive Montgomery 2050 also has a policy related to the conversion of underutilized office space for housing and other needs as well. So I wanted to note that that's a countywide policy approach. So that's already on our radar.
Excellent.
It strikes me that this site's going to have a challenge of fenestration. Let's see if they can come up with a creative answer for that, right? I assume we're moving on to discussion here. I'd like to throw in that this is very much related, I think, to our problems or our questions about mixed use, right? Because this is a horizontal mixed use site that locks down a significant, important portion of Silver Spring. And I think we're caught between a shift in economics with a building that is on the ground and needs the time to respond to that.
Agreed. Can I, if I could hear a motion, I'll listen, but I'd like that motion to substitute the words prior to the word before in the new conditions on page 2, but that's just me. Prior to before, that's correct. But I'll entertain a motion whether it makes that change or not.
Mr. Chair, I'll make a motion to accept preliminary plan amendments 1198719C and the findings of the subdivision regulation for the waiver of section 50.4.3.j.7.d IC2. And I need staff to supply the dates and their suggested condition for how the extension applies. And there's the possibility of a factual change under phase 1 description.
And the new conditions on page 3 of the staff report.
I will second that together with the correction that Commissioner Hill already suggested regarding FAR.
Commissioner Hill, are you okay with adding those the conditions?
Yes.
Thank you.
Both of those amendments to the motion are accepted.
Okay. Second.
Is that understood by those who are paying attention? Okay. Did we had a motion and a second? Yes? All those in
Yes.
favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Oh, it's approved.
Thank you.
As modified. Okay. Thank you if the applicant was sitting in the room for that. This is the afternoon session of November 10, 2022. We are on item 12, the U.S. Mobility and Reliability Study Phase 2 Alternative Selection. Here we're making a recommendation to the Department of Transportation and the County Council. And this is a public hearing. We have one speaker after the staff presentation. I'll turn it over to staff from here.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. David Anspacher. I'm a transportation planner. I supervise the multimodal transportation planning team in the countywide planning and policy division. With me to my right is Lily Mernon. Lily's also a transportation planner. She is a University of Maryland employee, but is contracted out to work with the department. And then we also have folks from MCDOT. Corey Pitts is the project manager for the US 29 Mobility and Reliability Study. Joanna Conklin works at the Department of General Services and is the overall bus rapid transit manager. And also on the phone is Paul Silberman, a consultant working on this project from the firm Mead and Hunt. So listed in front of you is the agenda I'd like to work through. So there's a lot of background that you might benefit from with this project, so I was going to go through that pretty quickly. I want to talk about the process, what we're doing right now, how this study fits into the process. Last week you saw a mandatory referral, so I'm going to sort of show you how all of this comes together. Corey, I believe, and others are going to be giving a presentation describing the project. Then we'll come back and I will Lily and I will give the planning staff's review of the project and some recommendations. And those are going to largely focus on three things: the corridor alternatives, some feedback on the intersection and interchange improvements that have been identified in the project, and then the Department of Parks has some comments as well. We can also talk about public engagement, public testimony. There's public testimony. You do have one person signed up. You have some written testimony as well, and then any discussion. So first, the background. So MCDOT doesn't have a formal project development schedule for this plan, but it's sort of working its way out in a few steps. So the first step is the US 29 Flash project. That's what's on the ground today that you all may have seen. It opened in October of 2020. Corey worked extensively on that project, as did Joanna. And it's largely station improvements, premium buses, paying before you get on the bus. There's art at the stations, things like that. Does not include any dedicated bus lanes. Step two is the US 29 Mobility and Reliability Study. That is looking at a couple of alternatives to improve the speed of the bus vehicle, as well as some intersection and traffic improvements. Another project, I'm calling it Step 3, is the pilot curbside bus lane study that MCDOT has recently initiated in downtown Silver Spring largely. I believe it starts at the Sligo Creek Parkway, but would go all the way into downtown Silver Spring and could look at perhaps, for example, painted red bus lanes like you are starting to see emerge in the county. In Germantown, you also see them in downtown DC. And then separately, well, initially as part of this Step 2 project, the team was proposing a number of station access improvements, so walking and bicycling improvements to get people to the stations quickly, and safely, and conveniently. Those have been pulled out by the county council and put into a separate funding program. So that's going to move forward separately and hopefully concurrently to this project. So the Part 1 study, and I think Corey might go over some of this, but really looked at three alternatives. So the no-build alternative is no additional improvements beyond those that are already funded in the capital budget. The managed lanes alternative was looking to improve and speed up both transit and motor vehicle operations. It's considered a full-time bus HOV lanes, a peak period managed HOV lanes, and then upgraded shoulders. Again, no, it wasn't looking at any dedicated bus lanes, but of course the buses could use the HOV lanes. And it did have a few intersection and interchange improvements. The other alternative is the medium bus lanes. So this was developed by some community members, and it looks at a single bidirectional median bus rapid transit lane from Tech Road, which is in the White Oak area, down to Sligo Creek Parkway. So planning staff reviewed this project in October, or the planning board reviewed the project in October of 2020. Staff had identified that the managed lanes, as the analysis was done, did have a bit higher cost-benefit ratio. However, we had a lot of concerns with the study. We felt that the alternatives were not really apples to apples. The managed lanes was developed by professional staff. The median bus lanes was developed by some advocates in the community. And so it didn't really benefit from the refinements that you might see if staff had proposed it. The planning board had some recommendations. They recommended advancing the managed lanes alternative as an interim project, but working towards the dedicated bus lanes. And I think it was more, if I may put words in their mouths, more of a reluctant recommendation. I think they did seem to really want the median bus lanes, but the analysis just wasn't there. And they didn't want to delay a project. They wanted something to move forward, but they ultimately wanted to achieve, I believe, the dedicated BRT lanes. The council's T&E committee reviewed the project in January of 2021. They didn't agree with the planning board. They supported the median bus lanes, and they asked MCDOT to go back and do some additional analysis to find ways to improve the median bus lanes. So that brings us to part 2 of the study, which comes out of this direction from the council's T&E committee to refine the median bus lanes alternative, to improve transit operations and reduce traffic impacts, to make the alternative more cost-effective, refine some of the assumptions that went into the number of folks that we thought would use HOV versus transit, and then to identify the independent utility of the intersection improvements. So now I want to talk a little bit about the process and where this study fits into it. So we are in the phase of doing alternatives analyses right now. So alternative analyses look at different approaches to achieving a project. They evaluate those approaches. They look at the costs, the benefits at a high level. Once they've done their analysis, they package that up. It usually goes to planning staff. The planning staff prepares a staff report like I have today, presents that to the planning board for their feedback. Usually we're asking the planning board to select a preferred alternative. Sometimes there's other comments that come along with it as well, like you'll see today. So that's where we are right now. So you will have your, what we're asking you to come up with a preferred alternative and transmit some comments to the T&E committee. So after this, I'll prepare a letter with your comments. The chair will sign it and it'll be sent to the county council, but the T&E committee will take it up. After the alternatives analysis process, then we move into preliminary engineering. We call that 30% design. It's not a fully designed project. It's a partially designed project where we develop more detailed design plans, cost estimates. All of that then leads to the mandatory referral. So you saw a mandatory referral last week. The mandatory referral, the alternative has been selected, and now we're trying to refine the design to make sure that it achieves recommendations in our master plans, best practices, and other things. Once that's done, those comments generally go to the T&E committee as well, sometimes to MCDOT, depending on the type of project. And then MCDOT will submit the project for funding to advance it to final design and ultimately construction. Then final design occurs, that's 100% design, and then construction. So today, the planning board is reviewing the US 29 Mobility and Reliability Study Part 2, and we're asking you to transmit comments to the council. On November 28th, the council's T&E committee will review the project and is scheduled to recommend a preferred alternative and consider supplemental appropriations for 30% design. And then the next day, on the 29th, the full council is scheduled to select the preferred alternative and appropriate those funds. So the key decision points today, and really you all can weigh in on anything you want to on this project, but we tend to sort of give you some thoughts as to what we think are the most salient things to be commenting on right now. But again, so the 3 main points here are, what is the alternative, managed lanes or medium bus lanes, or frankly. The third one is do nothing, the no-build alternative. Second, there's an optional element to upgrade shoulders between Sandy Spring Road in the Burtonsville area to Tech Road in White Oak. And then there's a question about whether this project should be adding a station to the existing US 29 Flash at Franklin Street, which is just south of the Beltway. So I'm going to turn it over now to my colleagues at MCDOT to present.
Good afternoon. As Dave mentioned, my name is Corey Pitts. I'm the project manager at MCDOT on this project. And so I'll quickly run through kind of the final results and findings of this part 2 of the study. So the ultimate goals of this project were to identify improvements along US 29 to complement the initial investment that was made in Flash that opened in October of 2020, to improve corridor travel time and reliability along the corridor, and also to increase pedestrian and bicycle access and safety around the Flash stations. Dave gave a pretty good study recap, so I won't labor on this slide too much. We did wrap up our work in 2020. We also identified a number, I think it's close to 200 pedestrian and bicycle access improvements. Those are all documented in the earlier phase of the project and up on the project website. We presented all those findings to the Planning Board and T&E, and ultimately T&E asked for more study. In the interim, County Council has approved funding to advance the pedestrian and bicycle improvements as part of the fiscal year 23-28 budget. And so that element of the study has been pulled out and is on its own trajectory now, and so those projects are just getting underway. Additionally, MDOT-SHA has worked on other projects in the corridor, a new traffic signal at Oak Leaf, and some pedestrian and capacity improvements around the Stewart Lane intersection. So as Dave mentioned, we have 3 primary alternatives that were under consideration as it relates to the busway component. Doing nothing, keeping the Flash as it currently exists, with some bus on shoulder in the far northern parts north of Tech Road and mixed traffic south of there. We have the managed lane alternative that would be a combination bus and HOV lane. And then we have the dedicated median bus lane concept from Tech Road to Sligo Creek Parkway. So
I had a quick question. I'm sorry. I just want to understand. The county council did separate out the bike improvements and access and things like that, so they're going to proceed. But would any of those change according to the ultimate solution that's selected, or are they the same irrespective of the bus transit solution?
So at their core, they won't change regardless of whether it's a managed lane or a median busway. They would be improvements, from the neighborhood and along the corridor. So those are needed regardless of the improvements. They would be needed if we didn't do anything. If the no build is selected, we would still need to improve access. Getting to the station itself, whether the station is in the median or along the curb, obviously that would be different, but those details could be worked out once an alternative is selected.
Okay, so there's not the danger that the cart goes totally before the horse and then it's the wrong design. Okay.
No, there's way more improvements outside of the station areas themselves that we need to focus on first.
Okay, thank you.
Sure. So looking at the managed lane alternative, this alternative would create a managed lane, a bus and HOV lane from Musgrove to Stewart Lane, from Maryland 650 down to the Southwood or Burnt Mills area, and then from Dale Drive to Spring Street. There is an optional component that was looked at to create an inside shoulder bus and HOV lane from Burtonsville to Musgrove. We say it's optional because when we looked at it, it was fairly expensive and didn't provide, significant travel time improvements. So what we're saying is that could be something that's looked at to move forward later. It also included intersection improvements at Greencastle Road, Tech Road, Stewart Lane, the Maryland 650 interchange, the I-495 interchange, and Sligo Creek Parkway. This alternative may require station relocations at Burnt Mills and Four Corners, depending on where that managed lane is located, whether it's in the interior lanes or whether it's in the curb lane. And this alternative did not change or seek to change the lane widths along US 29. And so this is the general configuration. These are very conceptual cross sections, but in the morning period, up in the segment from Musgrove Road down to Stewart Lane, we would harden the shoulder and create a fourth lane, keeping 3 general purpose lanes and creating a peak period bus and HOV lane running in the southbound direction. There would be a period of transition, and then the managed lane would pick up again around the Maryland 650 interchange and then run south. This would be through a repurposing of one of the 3 lanes, so we would keep 2 general purpose lanes, and in the peak period, peak direction, we would run a bus HOV lane. Again, there would be a period of transition. The bus would run back into mixed traffic, as would the HOV vehicles, through the Four Corners area. And then south of Sligo Creek Parkway, we would take one of the current managed lanes. You've got the configuration where they run 4 lanes inbound in the morning and switch those and run them 4 outbound in the afternoon. We would take one of those 4 inbound lanes and convert it to a bus and HOV lane down to Spring Street. This configuration would then flip in the evening. So in the evening peak period, the outbound lanes would be created in a similar configuration through repurposing south of Maryland 650 and through creating that shoulder lane north of Stewart Lane. Pivoting to the median bus lane alternative, this would seek to create a dedicated bus lane or lanes, depending on where we are along the corridor from Tech Road to the Silver Spring Transit Center. Again, this one would have the optional consideration that we could harden the shoulder north of Tech Road, similar to what we could do with the managed lane, to create a bus-only lane. It does include intersection improvements only at Greencastle and the Beltway. It would require relocation of the flash stations at Burnt Mills and Four Corners. So by creating that median lane, we now require the stations to be pulled into the median. So they're not optional in this configuration, they would be required. It did create the need for 4 new traffic signals and some access restrictions to keep the busway and the general purpose lane safe with turning vehicles across the busway. And in this configuration, we did not change any of the lane widths along the corridor. So starting up at Tech Road, we would harden the inside shoulder and create a bus on shoulder down to about Stewart Lane. This was done in an effort to save on cost and not have to build a new bridge crossing over the Paint Branch. From Stewart Lane down to near Four Corners, the busway would be a single reversible busway. So in the southbound direction in the morning, it would run inbound. In the afternoons, it would run outbound, giving the bus that ability to bypass the congestion that is very peaked in terms of directionality along the corridor. Through the Four Corners area, we would create a dual median busway, so there would be 2 lanes, one running in each direction. And then as we approach the Beltway, this would drop back down to a single median busway that would be reversible. I mentioned the 2 stations that would need to be relocated. So at the Burnt Mills area, we would move one of the stations into the median lane in the southbound direction, and then in the northbound direction, the station would be relocated to what we're showing as a potential property impact. By widening the road, there's a building that's very close immediately behind the sidewalk. We anticipate that this would be at least a partial, if not a full, property impact. Those details would be worked out through the detailed design, but we would place the station at that area to further reduce impacts. And so in the northbound direction, the bus would queue jump out of the busway to serve that northbound station, and then at Lockwood Drive would re-enter the busway to take full advantage of the northbound busway. At Four Corners with the dual busway, we would move both the stations into the median. So one would be located in between the 2 legs of University Boulevard, The other would be just south of the University Boulevard intersection, and they would be at signalized crossings to facilitate safe crossing to the station. As Dave mentioned, we did look at adding a station at Franklin Avenue, and this was at the request of the community. As we held community meetings, we got questions about adding a flash station inside the Beltway. This is supported by the master plan. It's called for in the master plan. This would be a permanent station location. It wouldn't change by time of day. Our forecasting estimates that we would attract about 200 daily riders at this station location, and the station improvements themselves would cost about $4 million. We also looked at station access and left turn prohibitions. So when you create a median busway, we're now creating a condition where it's unsafe at unsignalized locations to allow vehicles to turn across that busway. And so we identified locations with lower traffic volumes where we thought it was safe to close that left turn access. And then we created new signalized locations to facilitate the access to the neighborhoods, still retaining access, but limiting the access. So there are fewer access points into some of these neighborhoods, but the neighborhoods still retain a level of access, and we're reducing the impact by focusing in on those lower volume intersections. I did want to touch briefly on the segment south of Sligo Creek Parkway. So we did look at a number of configurations for creating a busway south of Sligo Creek Parkway. They all showed potential improvement for bus travel time savings. We saw some potential impacts to general purpose vehicles, and recognizing the changes in traffic patterns that we've observed during COVID, we felt like this warranted additional study. And so our Division of Traffic Engineering and Operations has a bus priority capital improvement program where they're looking to implement red bus lanes and other transit priority improvements. And so we've handed this piece of the project over to them, and so they've gotten that study underway, and we'll be coming out with findings on what sort of bus priority could be implemented south of Sligo Creek Parkway, likely on a faster timetable than we could as part of this more intensive capital project. We were asked questions about the intersection improvements and what value they did or did not provide to the corridor. And so this is a very simplified graphic showing the general benefits. So the first column is the intersection level of service improvements associated with the specific improvements, whether we're adding additional turn lanes or additional capacity to the roadway itself. In most instances, we found that the intersection level of service benefits were generally negligible. There were some improvements, but it wasn't like we took an intersection that was failing and all of a sudden took it to level of service A or B. There were some capacity benefits. So we did see that we were able to add enough capacity to allow the vehicles that were currently traveling through the intersection to travel through it better. And so we saw this at Greencastle and Tech and Sligo Creek Parkway. But then when we looked at the travel time benefits, what actual travel time savings were realized, we really only saw travel time benefits at Greencastle, Stewart Lane, and the Beltway. And so we're only recommending as part of the median busway alternative to move forward with the Greencastle and the Beltway improvements due to those additional travel time savings. While we did see travel time savings at the Stewart Lane intersection, we recognize that we modeled that before the state made their improvements there to add some additional turn lane capacity and the pedestrian improvements. So we'd rather allow those improvements to kind of mature and see what happens at Stewart Lane before we start investing additional money at that location. So as part of the median busway alternative, we didn't recommend that intersection improvement to move forward.
Can I just ask you before I
Sure.
this part? Stewart Lane. You said Greencastle, Stewart Lane, and what other?
The Beltway. So we're adding what's
So
called a choice lane at the
Greencastle and the Beltway. I would assume there are not going to be a whole lot of people even trying to get on the bus at that point.
So these would be.
I mean, Stewart Lane is going to be where people are actually trying to get on the bus. I mean, there are several apartment complexes over there. So I guess I'm a little confused as to why the one place where it's likely to be a whole lot of people trying to get on the bus is the one place you're saying, no, we're not going to do that one.
So these were general intersection improvements that would benefit drivers, transit use, all users of the roadway. And so some of the things we were looking at is by improving the general flow of just general traffic, we also allow the bus to move through the corridor better. So there was actually no station currently at Greencastle Road. There's a station north of Greencastle at Burtonsville. But what we found is that Greencastle as an intersection is problematic for just general roadway operations. And by making an improvement there, it benefited the bus as well as all drivers.
People, there's no people. I guess I'm just a bit perplexed here as to what the ultimate purpose of this would be. To me, the ultimate purpose of Route 29 improvements in mobility is to reduce traffic congestion, to enable people to get where they need to get to quicker, and to help decrease our reliance on cars. Am I on the right track?
That is one goal of the study.
Okay. So if that's what we're trying to do, to remove the one stop where there are a lot of people, because just is a complete non sequitur. I mean, it would seem to me that would be the one stop you'd want to keep.
So these aren't proposed as new flash stations. These are proposed as capacity improvements to the intersection itself. So it's additional turn lanes and other things to make the intersection perform better. We're not debating whether to add a station or not add
But
a station.
additional turn lanes where there are more people, just seems to me to ignore the fact that that pedestrian access is also something that's very important here, right? I mean, Stewart Lane is the place where we have pedestrians. We have neighborhoods with a lot of apartments, and so I don't know. I'm just pointing out. I'm just it's late in the day, and I just want to point out that this doesn't seem to benefit any of the goals that you've outlined as important. So I just want to point that out.
So I would point out that one of the original goals of the study was to improve mobility for all modes. So yes, we have a goal to try and improve the investment for Flash, but we recognize that the majority of the people that travel the US 29 corridor still drive. Yes, we're trying to get more people on transit. We're trying to make better use of the roadway capacity we have. But by improving the operation of the roadway for all users, we get benefits for transit, and we also provide benefits to the majority of people traveling the corridor. We recognize that there is a debate as to whether those improvements should be made or not, and that was one of the reasons why we looked at these more closely to determine the true value of them as part of the medium busway alternative, and only focused on the Greencastle one still showing pretty significant improvements at that intersection, as well as the Beltway improvement. I know that staff have comments on those two improvements that they'll get into later, and recognize, the board may have comments on these. This is, the way we studied the corridor was not just solely focused on improving things just for Flash, that there were also ancillary or secondary improvements that could be made to the corridor as well. So moving on to talk about the travel time savings associated with the three alternatives. So in the first two columns, the light blue color, you'll see the travel time for if we do nothing. This is the no build. So the first column is the travel time for cars, and the second column is the travel time for the Flash bus along the corridor. Under the managed lane scenario, which is the three center columns, the purple color, the travel times for all modes improve, and you see a third column appear which is carpools. So we were tracking to see, okay, what would happen with carpools in this corridor as well, because they would get improvements associated with the HOV lane. The median bus lane.
I just want to ask some of the data source for that. I mean, I know that it's hard to project sometimes, but how do you calculate what may happen, in the difference between the managed lane and the median lane?
So this was a traffic model that was built, a simulation, and so we modeled an HOV lane. We assumed a certain percentage of carpools in that lane, and then we also obviously layered in the flash bus service with it. And so through that simulation, we can pull out the travel times for discrete segments of the corridor. And similarly with the median bus lane, we created a median bus lane that was only for the flash bus. And so we were able to pull out the travel times associated with it through that simulation.
All right, so two specific questions I have. I mean, I have done commuting quite a bit in my life. Wow, all the way to Georgetown, living way out in up county. So I would have loved to have been able to carpool. I tried every method, carpooling, long distance bus. I drove a van for people. But sometimes when you have a managerial or C-level position, which I did, you can't as easily make use of that. So you kind of have to know how many people really can either switch over to that carpool option. But so when I look at that, the managed lane and the purple, what happens with the bus compared to the median bus lane, that I don't get, because if the median lane is dedicated, why would the bus time increase?
So there are new signals. I mentioned those 4 new signals or 4 additional signals that got added. Every time we add a signal along the corridor, it impacts the progression of traffic along that corridor. Even if we have transit signal priority, it's not that it takes over the signal and grants primary priority to the bus. It has to still slot in the bus as a phase. And so it's a small difference. It's not I would say it's a difference of, 24 minutes to 27. But it's those things, the additional phasing, the additional signals that start to impact the median busway a little bit compared to the managed lane.
Okay, that makes sense. I didn't make that correlation, but that makes sense. Thank you.
Sure.
Commissioner Hill, you had something to say? Your mic is off. Your mic is still off.
Why is the HOV time a little bit better than the bus? Is that simply because of bus stops?
Yes.
I'm looking at the managed lane numbers. Okay,
Yes.
and a related item, now that we're talking about it, what is the experience that managed lanes actually work the way they're projected instead of having other people hopping in them and creating congestion in those managed lanes? And that may be something we have to take from another jurisdiction.
Mm-hmm.
So that is a great question. There are some examples of what I'll call arterial HOV lanes in other places in the country, as well as Canada. There are challenges to those, and we acknowledge that. There's still going to be some level of monitoring and management that needs to occur to make sure that you're only having HOVs and the buses in those lanes. And that if the corridor breaks down, if congestion gets really bad, people are likely to cheat and get into that lane. That is a limitation of the managed lane, and we acknowledge that. The model obviously, models what would happen under, quote unquote, normal conditions, assuming that everyone obeys the law and follows the traffic, signage and all the other stuff. And so this would be, what we'd expect to happen under ideal conditions.
Thank you.
Sure. These are, switching to PM northbound. These are the results. Again, you see no build, managed lane, and the median busway. And you actually, in the median busway configuration, we saw improvements for both drivers as well as the flash bus. I know this table can be a little overwhelming. The top 3 rows are really just the numerical results of the charts that we just covered. What I'll focus on is the question of person throughput, how many people were moving through the corridor. We do see a very small increase in person throughput in the managed lane scenario compared to either the no build or the median busway. Some of this is attributed to the fact that we're actually adding capacity to the roadway in a certain segment. We're up north where we're creating that fourth HOV lane. We're also getting more carpooling. We're incentivizing carpooling, and so we would expect to be moving more people in the vehicles along that corridor. Conversely, if you look down at the next row, the 2040 flash weekday boardings, we see more transit ridership in the medium bus lane alternative. And so we were carrying more people on flash in the medium bus lane configuration than we were under the managed lane alternative. And some of this is because the flash starts performing better than other bus services in the corridor, and so it starts to maybe steal some of that ridership. It's also performing generally better, and so it's carrying a little bit more ridership. I see there's a question.
Commissioner
That's a
Hill.
pretty modest number. That's a pretty modest number proportionally. I would expect it to be a little bit bigger. Can you characterize why it's not bigger?
Why the ridership number is not bigger?
Yeah, well, the difference between those two.
So, I mean, in terms of, so the model really incentivizes travel time. And so because we saw similar travel times for the flash bus in both the managed lane alternative and in the medium busway, we don't see massive travel time or massive ridership differences. Had we seen a larger difference in terms of travel time, we would have not been surprised to see a greater discrepancy between the ridership itself. As I mentioned, one of the reasons why we think we're seeing more ridership under the medium bus lane alternative is that things like express buses and other local service on the corridor that don't get to benefit from the medium busway, those riders make the switch because now there's a faster trip for them using the flash bus. And so then you also see the right-of-way estimated impacts 6.9 acres with the managed lane alternative and 5.5 with the medium bus lane. And the costs, $105 million, assuming that we relocate the two stations. It would be slightly less if we don't relocate the Burnt Mills and Four Corners station, and $128 million conceptual cost for the medium bus lane alternative. I did want to talk a little bit about person throughput, mode split, as those were questions that staff raised previously. And I think it becomes kind of a policy question that the board and the council will want to take up. If we look at the no build, assuming that we don't do anything, we see the breakdown. The blue is single occupant vehicles. There is some level of carpooling already happening in the corridor, and we understand that from data that we can pull as well as the model. And so there is a certain level of kind of baseline carpooling that people just do because it benefits them. And we see the transit ridership share. Under the managed lane, it's not surprising that we see the carpool mode split increase. We would hope that that would happen. If we incentivize carpooling, if we give them a benefit to carpool, we would expect to see more carpools. We see the transit mode shift stay about the same, and we see the single occupant vehicle mode share come down. Under the median busway, we see the transit mode share increase, and we see the carpooling drop down a little bit. And so I think there is a policy question to ask, what is it that we're trying to do along this corridor? Are we trying to get more people on transit? Are we just trying to have the corridor function better for all modes? Just something I wanted to raise. We also looked at the volumes. And so under this graphic, you see under the no build what the volumes would be for all traffic along the corridor under the managed lane scenario and under the medium busway scenario. And what I'll point out is that around Greencastle, Musgrove, the Paint Branch crossing, you see the traffic volumes increase. And so part of this is that we've increased the capacity of the roadway. We've created a fourth lane that's allowing for more vehicles to travel through that stretch of the corridor. Conversely, if you look at some of the southern pieces of the corridor, Lanark, Franklin, Edgeworth, and down to Georgia, under the median scenario, you actually see traffic volumes decreasing. And so there is a trade-off with each alternative. Are we trying to move more vehicles through the corridor and actually increase vehicles moving through the corridor, or are we trying to decrease volumes? And in the northbound, it's a similar picture.
And I think it has to be a combination of all those things. This has been discussed over a long period of time. So it's kind of like, are we this or that? No, it's yes and yes. So far, what you're presenting, though, looks like the managed lanes, at least in staff's opinion, is accomplishing more of the objectives than doing nothing or doing the dedicated lane. Is that?
This is David Ansbacher. That is not actually staff's opinion. I can get into that in a little bit in my slides if you'd like, or I can jump into that now.
No. Keep going the way you're going. I don't want to take you off track. I just wanted to comment that I think, from the get-go, managing this over time, even way back when I was still serving, the option was how do you get the most for everybody who's using this to do what they need to do. So, thanks.
So there are certain aspects that are difficult to quantify, and one of the board members already brought up this point. Under the managed lane scenario, there is the possibility that depending on where that lane is located, it could benefit other buses beyond just the flash. So if we converted the curb lane to a managed lane, it could carry local buses and other buses that would also benefit. It will require enforcement. We're not saying it won't. If in order for this to work, it's going to require some level of enforcement. Enforcement has improved with technologies. There are now camera systems and other things that are out there that you don't necessarily need to put a cop out there on every corner to pull people over and ticket. But it's going to be something that is needed in order to actually make this work the way it's been modeled. It will improve operations, but it's reliant on carpooling and the assumptions that we baked into the model, or that we included in the model as part of that carpooling. So we assumed that we would get an additional 10% of people that would switch from single occupant vehicle to carpool, and we felt like this was a fairly conservative estimate based on what we've seen in the corridor. But that's going to require incentives to get those people to make the switch. So it may require marketing, additional program support, and other incentives to reach that potential.
Commissioner Hill has a question.
Yeah, I don't understand the compatibility of local buses and BRT buses running in the same lane, because you only move as fast as the slowest bus, right? And that's going to interfere with the travel times of the BRT, which is what we're counting on increasing, correct?
Yes. As a corridor, buses don't stop as frequently on the US 29 corridor, just given the character of the corridor. As you move further south, yes, they do stop more frequently where you have more traditional neighborhoods. But up further north, it is possible that we could see benefits to both buses and fewer impacts to flash. But it's not something that we modeled. We modeled an interior lane configuration. Those were the results that you saw. So obviously adding more elements into that, local buses, would likely change those travel time assumptions a little bit.
And there is no concept that a bus pulls around another bus, correct?
So the flash buses, from an operational perspective, the flash buses are authorized to pass other vehicles. They can get out of the curb. I mean, they run in the curb lane today. If they encounter a slower moving vehicle, we have authorized the drivers to get out of that lane and pass the vehicle if they can do so safely. So that's really just an operational consideration that could be made. But given that the other two lanes would likely be congested with general purpose vehicles, that may not be an option available to them.
And we're talking about double articulated buses, aren't we?
They are articulated. Yes.
Okay.
So similarly, with median lanes, there are things that couldn't be quantified as well. So with median lanes, we get strong protection from unauthorized use, as well as a reduction in the friction between the general purpose lanes and turning movements. So by separating the vehicle physically with some kind of curbside barrier, when things happen in the other lanes that slow down traffic, the buses in the median lane would not be as impacted. There's a higher level of reliability for the bus service. It's less impacted by congestion, especially non-recurring congestion. So if there's a traffic incident, if someone breaks down in those general purpose lanes, we wouldn't expect that to spill over and impact the median busway. The transitway gives the bus a prominent place within the streetscape. It's showing priority to the bus, just like when we build separated cycle tracks in some of our downtown areas, we're giving priority to that specific mode. The busway is consistent with the master plan. The master plan didn't consider managed lanes, and so this is consistent, giving the bus its own dedicated lane. The other thing I'll note is that this would likely only benefit the flash bus and potentially any other express buses. So MTA express buses that don't really stop along the corridor could use this, but the local buses could not use the median bus lane. They would have to stay in the curb lanes. Just wanted to touch briefly on agency and stakeholder outreach. So we've done a number of agency meetings with both the planning department as well as MDOT-SHA throughout this second part of the study. We've held meetings with our Corridor Advisory Committee for US 29, as well as 2 public meetings, the most recent being in October of this year. We did, as part of that October meeting, put up an online survey, and so you can see 2 of the questions we asked were which alternative people preferred, and then the second question was, should a flash station be added to Franklin Avenue? These results are not statistically valid. They're self-selecting. All those caveats that go along with surveys are here. I can tell you that from reading through kind of the free-form comments that were emailed to the department as well as that were dropped into the survey, some of the biggest concerns that we're hearing are concerns for pedestrian safety and traffic calming along US 29, especially in the Four Corners area and south. And so that was a lot of what people shared with us were how are we going to make it safer to access the flash, to cross the road, how are we going to calm traffic. There were concerns raised about worsening traffic along US 29 associated with either alternative and what that means for the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods are very sensitive that if something happens to traffic along US 29, they usually bear the brunt of the spillover effects. So they're very sensitive to those things and want them taken into consideration. Similarly, the neighborhood access was a concern that was shared with us. So by closing access points, by putting in new signals, those raised concerns for those neighborhoods that were impacted. So just in summary, these are the 2 alternatives. We've got the managed lane alternative that would create that bus and HOV lane for certain portions of the corridor. In the median bus lane, we'd be creating some combination of dual and single lane median configuration. And so up in the north from Maryland 198 to Tech Road, this is an optional piece. It would be an additional $52 million on top of the numbers that I quoted earlier. But I will note, we're not recommending that this piece move forward right now, given the limited benefit that we saw in the traffic modeling. And also noting that you guys have a master plan that's currently underway in the Fairland and Briggs Cheney area, and the recommendations coming out of that have not been formalized. In the middle portion, from Tech Road to Sligo Creek Parkway, the options are to either create that bus and HOV managed lane or the bus-only lane. There is the potential to add a station at Franklin Avenue, and the cost differences between the 2 alternatives are roughly $105 for the managed lane and $128 for the median. And south of Sligo Creek Parkway, our Division of Traffic has taken up that effort and are currently working through whether a painted bus lane can be added to either direction of the roadway. And I'll turn it back over to planning staff.
Thank you, Corey. So this is the portion of the presentation where staff traditionally provides our analysis. We look at master plan consistency, we look at, and then we provide some recommendations for the board to consider forwarding to the county council. Again, I think the 3 major Decision points are the alternatives: no build, managed lanes, or medium bus lanes. The optional element, it sounds like DOT is not at this time supporting the upgrade to the shoulders between Sandy Spring Road and Tech Road. That can occur later. And the question about the Franklin Street Station. All right, so I think Corey said this, and this is staff's position as well. This is a policy decision. You saw a lot of numbers, but this comes down to a policy decision. And it's staff's position that getting people out of their cars is key to achieving the county's climate change, community development, and transportation goals, as well as the new general plan, Thrive Montgomery, and other master plans. Some people are going to always have no choice. They need to take transit. Other people do have a choice. So for folks that have the choice to take transit, there's two primary questions for them. How fast will the trip via transit be relative to how fast a trip would be by automobile? Transit's usually going to be slower. Even if you can speed up transit, people still have to walk to it. There's often a wait time, and there's often like a walk or a bike ride once you get off. So it's usually a little bit slower. And then how likely is transit to arrive on time? So, clearly the amount of time it takes to make a trip by transit compared to the travel time by automobile heavily impacts people's decision to take transit. And while both alternatives improve transit times, staff believes that only the median bus lane alternative can really incentivize people to get out of their cars due to travel times. In contrast, staff believes that the managed lanes alternative clearly incentivizes people to drive more. You see that in the numbers. Furthermore, only the managed bus lanes alternative can make travel times reliable. And finally, the median bus lanes alternative best addresses historic injustices that have resulted in the heaviest volumes of traffic moving through our equity focus areas, which you saw earlier today. Okay, so I'm going to break each of those down. So regarding travel times, as the managed lanes alternatives improves both automobile and transit travel times, whereas the median bus lanes alternative only improves transit travel times, it's the median alternative that's really going to incentivize people to get out of their cars and make that switch to transit. And so for these reasons and others, it's no surprise that the managed bus lanes has faster travel times, but you do see a slight increase in ridership for the median bus lanes. Okay, reliability. When transit is unreliable, even if occasionally people are more likely to drive, right? If I need to get to work on time and I am late, maybe one day out of 2 weeks, and my boss has something to say about that, that is going to substantially impact my decision about whether I'm going to take transit or not. So the main feature that achieves reliability is the dedicated bus lanes. They ensure that bus travel times are predictable from day to day by reducing what we call non-recurring congestion. So again, breakdowns, collisions, unanticipated road work. The managed lanes alternative, which is shown in the top image, will be less reliable because, as Corey pointed out, there's nothing to prevent people from moving into that HOV lane. While we certainly have more technology these days that can help to prevent that, when breakdowns occur, when there's congestion on the road that's not expected, when there's road work, people are going to move into those lanes, and that is going to impact the reliability. In contrast, as we see here again, these medians protect the bus from those forms of congestion. Next is equity. Because the managed lanes alternative substantially increases the speed of traffic on US 29, it also increases a lot more cars. There's more capacity, and so that capacity is being filled up by cars that are experiencing congestion in other areas of the roadway network. And as we know, higher traffic volumes tend to lead to roads that are less safe, tend to lead to greater air quality issues, divide communities, and generally create places that people really don't want to be. The study predicts that the managed lanes alternative will have the greatest increase in traffic volumes overall, and that traffic volumes will grow the most in the equity focus areas between Greencastle Road and New Hampshire Avenue. I think you heard earlier today, equity focus areas are parts of the county that are characterized by higher concentrations of lower income people of color who may also speak English less than very well. In my table and in the map here, they're shown in this orangish color. So the Fairland, Briggs Cheney area, White Oak, and then downtown Silver Spring. I did want to call out an error in the staff report in this table. The blue cell here, I had labeled that inaccurately as median bus lanes. So both columns were saying median bus lanes. This is actually managed bus lanes. So just wanted to make that correction on the record. But I think the bottom line is the same. In the areas identified as equity focus areas between Greencastle Road and the Pang Branch Crossing, those areas are going to see the highest traffic volumes. Those are the areas that have the highest traffic volumes today, and they're going to grow per the data that we're looking at in the northbound direction by between 11 and 12%, and in the southbound direction by 8 to 10%. In contrast, in the median bus lanes alternative, you don't see an increase in traffic. It stays about the same. And then in the median bus lanes alternative from Four Corners to Point South, traffic volumes actually drop. The optional element that would create the bus HOV or bus-only lanes between Sandy Spring Road and Tech Road by upgrading the existing shoulder, hardening it to be able to carry heavy vehicles, would reduce traffic times by between 3 and 4 minutes, primarily because vehicles are able to operate faster when the shoulders are hardened. This element, as Corey said, could be included in either the managed lanes or the median bus lanes. The managed lanes alternative is estimated, as Corey said, to cost $105 million, and the median bus lanes is estimated to cost about $128. It was written as $125 in the staff report, but through some corrections over the past day, I'm now displaying that as $128 million, so $3 million more than I had reported. And the cost of upgrading the existing shoulder between Sandy Spring Road and Tech Road is about $52 million. All right, so while $100 million projects are certainly not cheap, and the $25 million differential is by no means negligible, it's staff's opinion that cost is not really a meaningful differentiator here. The reason for that is transit is expensive. BRT is expensive. When we reviewed the Maryland 355 project, the board reviewed that in 2019, the cost of that project was about $900 million. Property acquisition alone in the White Flint area, if I recall it correctly, was somewhere in the $100 to $200 million range. So this improvement compared to Maryland 355 is a lot less. It's not negligible, but it's a lot less when compared to other transit projects. I'm not sure that a funding approach has been selected at this time, but there is increasing funds for federal funds for transit projects. Okay, and as Corey said during the public meetings for the project, there was a number of folks that chimed in about the need for a station at Franklin Street, which is just south of the Beltway. Oops. Sorry, I lost the ability to move my mouse. The distance between the two existing stations at Four Corners and Fenton Street is about 2 miles. Franklin Street Station would be more or less equidistant between the two, a little less than a mile. That's a reasonable stop spacing. A mile between stations for BRT is fine. The volume of boardings is quite low at 200, and the cost, as Corey reported, was $4 million. So now we want to talk about consistency with the master plan. So Thrive Montgomery 2050 is the just approved.
Excuse me, can I pick up on Franklin Street for just 1 minute with a question, which is, if we don't build it now, can we build it later?
I believe the answer is yes.
Yes.
Yes, it should be. We might have to make concessions or leave the space there if we weren't planning to do it at this time. But yes, we could make a way for it to be added in the future.
Since we're asking about Franklin Street, let me ask you this. Is it the requirement that a station be on both sides of the intersection? You know, like northbound and southbound at Franklin Street? Is there a requirement that you have stations on both sides?
There's not a requirement per se. It's just kind of good transit design.
Yeah, because there's not room at Franklin Street. That's why I'm asking. I mean, the
Yes, and so-
sidewalk is about 2 feet wide, so you'd have to knock out a house. I mean, I guess I'm just, if you go down the hill to Sligo, then you got all the room in the world, and it's like, you know, a block and a half. So while I understand why Franklin Street has become a focus area, the practicality of having something on both sides of Franklin Street just is not going to work. Is probably going to be incredibly expensive, is what I'm saying. And there may be alternatives very close in that would be far less expensive and could fulfill the desires of the folks who live in the Franklin Street corridor to have something very close to them. That's all I'm suggesting.
Yeah, I mean, I think we came up with a concept that could work at Franklin with the median alternative. During the design phase of the project, if there is interest in moving forward with the Franklin station, I'm sure we can look at ways to try and reduce costs, reduce impacts. Those are things that we typically look at when we're in design anyway, so I think there are a number of things that could be done to facilitate the station and make it work for everyone.
Yeah, my only point is that if the cost difference is between $105 million and $128 million, and $4 million thrown in there, kind of helps, shift things around a little bit. That's what I'm suggesting.
On master plan conformance, can we concede that the managed lane is more, the median build alternative is more in line with master plans? Okay, then let's move on.
Okay, so you want to skip the master plan conformance?
I think so.
Okay. All right, so our recommendations are to advance the median bus lanes alternative. Only the median lanes can substantially incentivize people to get out of their cars, which is critical for achieving the county's goals: climate change, community development, and transportation. Additionally, the median lanes alternative best addresses historic injustices that have resulted in the greatest volumes of traffic and their negative impacts moving through our equity focus areas. And then finally, the median lanes, as we said, are most consistent with the master plan.
I wonder.
Okay.
Okay, second, we recommend deferring the decision on the improvements to US 29 between Sandy Spring Road and Tech Road until the Fairland and Briggs Cheney master plan is approved by the county council. It sounds like DOT is agreeing with that. The cost is about $52 million. There's not a ton of benefit. And frankly, we just think it's prudent to defer to this decision so that the master plan has the opportunity to reconsider the vision. The plan may come up with some recommendations for new stations. For example, there may be a station at Briggs Cheney Road, where today there's not. There's the auto plaza, there's a commercial area right there. Those might be good redevelopment opportunities. So we want to take that into account.
And the state is convinced that this delay will not delay the project if it goes forward. Fine. Okay, thank you.
And if the median bus lanes alternative is advanced, we recommend providing a BRT station at Franklin Avenue. Ridership is low. The cost of the station is about $4 million. That said, it's a community that has some need, and the station would be located appropriately in terms of spacing between the two existing stations. And we can stop there if you want to discuss those recommendations, or we can move on.
Yeah, I just want to be sure, in the median lanes proposal, is there a station at Stewart Lane?
There's not a station at US 29 in Stewart, but there is on Stewart after you turn left off of US 29.
Northbound or southbound turning left? Where am I turning left?
So do you have just the corridor map? I think it was in your earlier slide.
Or do you want to Google?
It was like one of the first slides you had. So the US 29 Flash actually operates two service patterns. There's the blue line that you see on the graphic and the orange line. So the April Lane station that you see called out there is at Stewart Lane and April Lane. It's near the White Oak Rec Center down the hill from the rec center. That is the closest Flash station currently to Stewart Lane. But there isn't one at US 29 and Stewart.
Okay, all right, thank you.
Commissioner Hill wants to be recognized.
Yeah, I just want to get staff's reaction to this before we go further, which is my view of Franklin Station is also the impact on the ridership of the BRT system, Flash system, because it seems to me one of the things that makes Flash work is not having too many stations, so you can move people with more speed. And with short distances and small ridership, I just haven't heard that expressed, that we're kind of undermining one of the linchpins of why people would get on and ride.
I think that's a very good point, and it's one that we did discuss with MCDOT. I think your point is that if you have to make another stop, that's going to increase the travel time of the BRT, and therefore that's going to have somewhat of a negative impact on ridership. We did talk about this. We didn't, in our conversations with MCDOT, we did not think that this was going to reduce travel time much at all. So based on that, we're not that concerned.
One other part of my thoughts are, do we have evidence that there will be ridership from Franklin Street out into the county, or is really just Franklin Street down to Silver Spring?
I'd have to defer to MCDOT.
I don't know. We've got Paul, who's our consultant. Did we actually dig in to see where the riders were going? I'm going to guess that with the small number, it's probably headed downtown. And also recognizing that, there are fewer destinations to the north the way it's been modeled. So the service currently stops at before the Howard County line at Burtonsville, and the future land use models don't show much at Burtonsville. Obviously, White Oak is shown for growth, so it would have.
White Oak's an employment center, so possibly people could be going out to there, right? But
there is significant, reverse commute ridership as well as general traffic volumes in the future years because of the White Oak employment build out. So that definitely does contribute to some of the projected station boardings at Franklin Avenue. We'd have to dig deeper to see exactly the origin destination pairs, but it is both directions.
It's okay. I'm good to hear there's another direction part, because it strikes me that the Franklin Street area is primarily residential, and if we're just talking about going from Franklin Street downtown, that's less than a mile, and that strikes me what local bus service should be filling in the transit scheme, and kind of goes to my point about, is another BRT station relevant at that location? So, okay, thank you for your reaction to that.
For the record, Jason Sartori, Countywide Planning and Policy Chief. I just want to also add, with regard to the Franklin Street station, that's also consistent with the functional master plan from 2013 that was called out in that plan as a station. So just getting back to that, master plan consistency applies there as well.
All right, I'll move on to the intersection and interchange improvements. So as Corey discussed, the study evaluated 6 traffic capacity improvements, including 4 intersection improvements, generally to add new turn lanes at the intersections, and then 2 interchange improvements. All 6 improvements are included in the managed lanes, but only the Greencastle Road and the Beltway improvements are included in median bus lanes. I think Corey went over this. There are benefits to moving traffic and increasing traffic speeds by putting in these intersection improvements. At some locations quite substantially. I think Greencastle Road is one of those. The I-4095 ramp. So in order to provide the dedicated transit lanes through the Four Corners area, MCDOT found that a second ramp lane is needed from southbound US 29 to westbound I-49, I-495 to improve lane utilization along southbound US 29 in the AM peak period and to reduce substantial backups. They believe that this modification is essential to receiving MDOT's approval to add 2 BRT lanes through Four Corners, which is critical. The dedicated bus lanes through Four Corners is critical. And they found that it would reduce vehicle travel times in southbound direction by about 11 minutes. So that's not insubstantial. However, adding a second exit lane onto the ramp, so this is the image of the ramp here, this is a close-up, and this is a street view, would have impacts on pedestrian safety. Pedestrians wait for a gap in traffic to cross a single lane today. If we add another lane that they have to cross, that becomes what we call a multiple threat situation and can be very difficult to navigate in any situation, but when it's a ramp and it's faster, it becomes even more challenging. And I just want to acknowledge Montgomery Blair High School, the largest high school in the county, is right here. New Hampshire Avenue interchange improvement. This is a little bit confusing, and hopefully I'm showing this clearly in my images here. But US 29, as it approaches one of the southbound ramps, drops from 3 lanes to 2 lanes. The third lane, as shown in the image on the right, becomes the ramp lane. So as you continue past the ramp, there's 2 lanes, and then it picks up 3 again. This creates this is a choke point. It creates some backups. And so MCDOT is recommending to widen it to a 3rd lane. It's going to save about 2 minutes of travel time for the managed lanes alternative, and it would cost about $6 to $7 million. Skip master plan conformance, again, I assume, but I do want to cover one component of that, which is the White Oak Science Gateway Master Plan. So this plan does recommend intersection improvements at Stewart Lane and at Tech Road. The plan was approved in 2014. That was a bit of a different time. If we did the plan today, we might come up with a different result. Nonetheless, these turn lanes were deemed important and necessary for the build out of the Viva White Oak community. And so as developments are approved, developments are contributing to I'm going to get the acronym wrong, so I'm not even going to try it, but the LATIP fee, which is a fee per trip generated. Those fees would be collected and go to paying for these improvements, some of which are the intersection improvements. The master plans also suggest considering a turn lane at the Sligo Creek Parkway. So here, staff has a few recommendations. So one, we recommend delaying implementation of the second ramp lane from southbound US 29 to westbound I-4095. Traffic is still somewhat down in this area since COVID, not as much as in other areas, but traffic volumes are still a little low. And because this improvement could have really substantial pedestrian safety impacts, we feel like we should monitor traffic for a little while. If this absolutely becomes necessary, if MDOT says you can't have the BRT lanes unless you put in an improvement like this, then begrudgingly, or maybe that's not exactly the right word, but we could consider moving forward with that. But there will need to be some pedestrian and bicycle mitigation. Ways to do that could be, there's many ways. DNT has committed to looking at those if this improvement moves forward. They could be an overpass. They could be traffic control. Something has to stop the conflict, though, between fast-moving motor vehicles and pedestrians and bicyclists, including students, that would need to try to cross 2 ramp lanes. Second, if the median bus lanes is advanced, we would recommend deferring a decision on the capacity improvements at the intersection of US 29 and Greencastle Road until the Fairland and Briggs Cheney master plan is approved. We acknowledge that this improvement would have large benefits for traffic in this area. And we also acknowledge that if this improvement goes forward, it would slow down the transit vehicle. But we think that it's appropriate, since this master plan is under consideration right now, that pedestrian connectivity in particular is quite important, that we should delay this decision until after the plan is completed. Alternatively, if the managed lanes alternative is advanced, we would recommend not advancing the motor vehicle capacity improvements at Greencastle Road, Tech Road, Stewart Lane, or Sligo Creek Parkway for different reasons. At Tech Road and Stewart Lane, it's this LATIP fee that is supposed to pay for the improvements, not MCDOT. And the need for those additional turn lanes isn't realized until development moves forward. When development starts to move forward, we will collect those fees, and those fees could be used to make these improvements. Additionally, in regards to the Sligo Creek Parkway improvements, the Parks Department has simply said that they would not be supportive of adding a turn lane on Sligo Creek Parkway at US 29. It would have significant parkland impacts and doesn't align with the parkway management goals. And then, in addition, if the managed lanes alternative is advanced, we would say consider adding a 3rd southbound lane on US 29 within the New Hampshire Avenue interchange. Reducing travel times by 2 minutes at a cost of $6 to $7 million is a reasonable investment. It is called for in the White Oak Master Plan, so that would be a reasonable thing to do. Parks Department has a few comments that they would like to pass on. I'm going to try and summarize them. So this is Sligo Creek Parkway here. You see US 29 to the left of the screen. There's a house right here. This shot from Google Street View is a couple years old. Since then, the sidewalk has been removed. Some of the very conceptual plans that MCDOT has put forth show a sidewalk here. They don't want the sidewalk added back. I don't think that's MCDOT's intent, but they just want to state that they don't want the sidewalk back unless it connects to something, like if it goes to the next intersection, and that could perhaps be one of the station access improvements that's considered as part of this other capital budget program. So that's the comment number 7. Number 8, the proposed sidewalk relocation at Burnt Mills East Special Park will need to be reviewed in more detail by park staff and will be subject to an issuance of a historic area work permit. And then 9, any proposed work on parkland would require concept review and a park construction permit review and approval. I'm going to skip the engagement part. Corey went through all of that in the interest of time. You did receive this is a summary of all the comments. I can come back to that. You did receive some comments from the Greater Colesville Civic Association. If you've had, I don't know if you've had an opportunity to look at that, but I can quickly summarize it if you'd like.
I think we're good. We have one person who's been waiting all afternoon to speak.
Yep.
And maybe this is a good opportunity to give her that option. and then we could have more discussion and comments thereafter.
And that concludes our slides.
Thank you. Can we have the, I guess it's Sharon Canavan from the...
Canavan.
Thank you. From the Northwood Four Corners Civic Association. I already asked staff for some leeway on mispronouncing names. I'm very bad at that, so excuse me. Please take about three minutes and give us your comments.
Okay, the 1,600 households represented by NFCCA would like to express our views on the study. Among the alternatives, NFCCA believes the managed lane alternative is a better option than installing a dedicated medium bus lane. According to the 22 study, bus drive time would be cut in half by a managed lane over the no-build option and is marginally faster than bus drive time under the dedicated medium bus lane alternative. Plus, the managed lane benefits HUV car riders and all buses, not just the flash bus, which would be the only transit permitted in the dedicated median bus lane. NFCCA believes the managed lane alternative is the best option because it's cheaper than dedicated median, speedier than no build for cars and buses, and markedly faster for cars, particularly HUV carpoolers, when measured against the dedicated median bus lane concept. The NFCCA area lies in the northwest quadrant of Four Corners. Adoption of the dedicated median bus lane alternative will reduce North Four Corner residents' available entry and exit points on US 29 by eliminating turns at Lorraine Avenue. Allowing a left turn at Timberwood could retain a northbound entry point into North Four Corners to make up for losing Lorraine Avenue access, but this currently is not permitted in the alternative. Southwood Avenue would become the only access point on US 29, adding to neighborhood congestions. To give our neighborhood adequate access, both the turn lane on US 29 and traffic signal time would need to be lengthened to accommodate additional waiting traffic. If more traffic backs up for drivers leaving the neighborhood at that light, the signal timing would also need to be lengthened. Traffic leaving and entering the neighborhood already backs up pretty considerably. It's unclear if the 2022 study factored into its evaluation of the median bus lane alternative, both as to costs and traffic mobility, the necessity to lengthen both the cycle time for the light and the length of the US 29 turning lane. Planning board staff recommend dedicated median bus lanes, arguing that when one alternative, managed lane, improves both auto and transit travel times, and a second alternative, median bus lane, only improves transit travel times, it's the second alternative that's going to best incentivize people to make the switch from driving to taking transit. With a $128 million investment in dedicated median bus lanes, the county will do nothing to reduce travel time for autos, including carpoolers. This is a big bet on a prediction that up-county suburbanites will abandon their cars in favor of public transportation. A better choice would be to adopt the managed bus lanes alternative, measure over time how this improves adoption of public transit usage, and then determine in the future if a further investment in a dedicated median bus lane is warranted. Over the years, transportation decisions in Four Corners have prioritized moving traffic quickly through this intersection over our needs, safety, and convenience. For example, years ago, left turns were prohibited there, and jug handles were added to speed traffic up and down US 29. The jug handles are inconvenient, tricky to negotiate, and add considerable wait time. So frustrated drivers cut through our neighborhood, often at high speeds, and ignoring stop signs and speed bumps. Adopting the dedicated median bus lane alternative would once again exemplify this lack of concern by sacrificing the quality of life for nearby residents who must live with the inconvenience. NFCCA opposes the dedicated median bus lane alternative. It is costlier, does not improve automobile drive time on US 29, and more specifically would limit neighborhood access for Four Corners residents and increase traffic backups and cut through traffic in our community. We urge the planning board to adopt the managed lane alternative. Thank you for your consideration of NFCCA's views. We have also submitted a lengthier written statement outlining our concerns in greater detail. If you'd like, I could shed some light as a prior commuter on this corridor about the Franklin Lane.
Thank you for your testimony. Commissioner Hill has something to say or a question. We'll find out.
I just want to admire Ms. Canavan's engagement here and how well she has researched and spoken on the matter. Thank you.
And
I agree, and I would like to hear from Ms. Canavan what she was about to share regarding the commuting experience.
At the stop for the Metro bus and ride on was at Sligo, and a handful of people would get on there. And I was commuting during, regular pre-COVID commuter time, so coming through at like 8-ish. And I also attended the public engagement when Metro and Ride On were considering, again, pre-COVID, reconfiguring the buses. And they were stating that they were going to cut the numbers of bus routes on the US 29 corridor because now Flash was serving that. And the residents of those nearby communities were very concerned because they're like, well, that basically cuts us out because there was not slated to be a Flash stop there. So they would have neither ride-on Metro bus, or they would have more limited ride-on Metro bus options.
Thank you.
All right. Does staff have any comments to that testimony? I think you're made your case for the median bus lanes already, but do you have?
Well, I do. You asked us to skip the master plan conformance section, but I'm going to ask if I can go back and do those slides because I think this is a policy decision, and Thrive Montgomery is frankly our general plan that was just approved. So the direction in Thrive Montgomery is to build a frequent, fast, convenient, reliable, safe, and accessible transit system. It calls out a few practices. It says, and I'm just highlighting the words here, make transit the fastest, most convenient, and most reliable way to travel. Connect historically disadvantaged people in parts of the country to jobs, amenities, and services. Prioritizing investments in increasing access to frequent and reliable morning to late night transit service. And critically, improve travel times and the travel cost of transit services to achieve greater parity with automotive travel. If we're going to move forward with Thrive, to me that is clear direction that the median lanes alternative is the appropriate one.
With that as your guidance, why would you ever argue for the managed bus lanes at all, since that does not go in that direction? You say in the alternative, here's what you do with managed bus lanes. Why say anything if you really just want the median bus lanes? Your conditions 6, 7, and 8 are unnecessary if you are really just advocating one alternative.
So are you asking, because we do have some recommendations in here that we say if the managed lanes option goes forward? Sure. Right, yeah. And our preference, that's why we've had recommendation number 1 was to move forward with the median lanes alternative. Recognizing that we are not the final deciding body, we being the planning staff, and certainly not planning staff, but also not the planning board, but ultimately the council will be making a decision on which alternative. We just want the council to be aware that if they should decide. Now, I will point out that when this went to the council 2 years ago, they already expressed a preference for the median lanes alternative.
Exactly.
But that was just teeny, but if the council did decide at some point to go forward with the managed lanes alternative, we wanted to at least be on the record of saying, if that goes forward, here are other things that we think are important so that we don't miss that opportunity to get those comments in there.
Now, these are staff's recommendations for comments. The board can certainly add or strike or modify as you see fit.
Right. Ms. Presley, you have something to say?
Yeah, would you mind going back to the slide where you show the three comparative, the no build, the managed lanes, the ones that show the variation in times? Because this is where I'm a little bit thrown. Sorry to make you go back that far. I'm talking about the one where you show the bar chart with the
DOTs.
with the commuter transit as well as carpool. That one, yes, thank you. So what I don't understand is why we would say that the managed lanes don't accomplish everything you just read, because when you look at this, it does reduce the bus transit time while also encouraging additional carpool ridership. So this actually does benefit all three, which point I made earlier from my perspective, and is a lesser cost option. I don't think the no build, nobody, I don't think on our commission would say don't do anything. That doesn't meet the master plan either, but I'm confused as to why we would say that the medium bus lane is better, especially in view of comments from people like, I want to call you Ms. Kavanaugh, but I know that's not right.
I'm sorry.
But our testimony, if that's truly representing these neighborhoods and that's going to pose a problem for them, why wouldn't we go with something that accomplishes all three purposes?
Because I don't think it does. And the reason.
So the chart is wrong?
No, I'm not saying the chart is wrong. First of all, I think what the chart is representing is travel time on US 29 only. There's, certainly, so it's a little bit confusing, I think. There's certainly for motor vehicles that are trying to get to US 29, there's added travel time. And for people that want to take the bus, what's not shown here is the time to walk or bike to the station, the time to wait for the bus to come. You get on the bus, that is shown here, and then the walk or bike ride or whatever from the station. So this is just the travel time on US 29. Now, what you're saying is that why would we, I think what you're saying is that why would we not support the option that speeds up both carpools and the bus? And the bottom line is this is a policy decision. This comes directly from Thrive Montgomery. What we are trying to do in Thrive Montgomery is to incentivize transit use. We're not trying to speed up automobile traffic. If we speed up car traffic and we speed up bus traffic, we're going to get more of the same that we've had on this corridor for years. And that is what you're seeing in the results. That is why this corridor, especially in the equity focus areas, and the White Oak area and Fairland Briggs Cheney have the highest volumes today and why they will grow so much more. Whereas in the median lanes, you do not have the growth in traffic.
I think I would argue that carpooling, increasing that is also more important, and that many of the folks in the challenged areas also have jobs where you can't bring your equipment on a bus, not very easily, for a lot of things. So it almost seems to me that choosing the medium bus lane is intentionally penalizing those in automobiles, whether it's a carpool or one individual. But that you've answered my question. Thank you.
Commissioner Hill.
Yeah, Ms. Canavan has suggested something else going on here, which is that bus service in this corridor may be a zero-sum game. And I think it's still important to have that local service as that last mile connection, particularly when you're talking about maybe getting people to better space or further spaced flash stations. Any thoughts on that?
So I think what Ms. Canavan mentioned was there was a plan before COVID and prior to the launch of Flash, looking at how to reallocate the resources for transit along the corridor. Now, some of that reallocation did come with reductions in service, but I don't think we've ever discussed eliminating the local service entirely. It's, making the best use of those resources efficiently. So if we have a premium service along the corridor, there will still be some level of local service on the corridor as well, but perhaps we can take some of the resources that were already serving the corridor that are now underutilized and actually deploy them better into the neighborhoods and the surrounding areas to try and get further penetration. So those plans were never realized because COVID threw everything on its head. And right now, the Ride on Reimagine study is taking a more comprehensive look at how best to utilize the local bus resources with acknowledgement of BRT. But I don't think we would ever fully eliminate local access along any of our BRT corridors.
I would emphasize establishing that underutilization, right? And that may even take some modeling to understand how much less are people going to travel local if there's this long distance slingshot in effect, right?
Sure.
Okay.
Commissioner Presley? Oh, I'm sorry.
Branson.
Branson. Brain freeze.
So it's okay. It's late. Here's the thing. First of all, 29. I guess we've given up the notion that the congestion on 29 has a lot to do with Howard County. We don't care about that anymore. I mean, I think my concern about what you all have laid out is that, to me, it leaves out some facts that I think are important. Okay, I would say that I'm in favor of the median lanes, in part because that's what's consistent with the master plan, and in part because they would only go from Tech Road to Slago, right? However, there's a whole lot more going on here. It's very difficult to ignore the fact that a lot of the traffic on 29 is traffic that's coming from Howard County and is headed toward either downtown DC or toward the subway station. I mean, that's a reality, right? But that's not really addressed here to any big extent. The other thing that I think is sort of the big old elephant in the room that we've been talking about all day, one way or the other, is that since the pandemic, what we have seen is a lot of stuff changed. The nature of how people work, where they work. I'm not sure what traffic on 29 looks like in the rush hour anymore. And so the question to me becomes, is any of this even necessary anymore? Because what's going on 29, and what is the likelihood that we will return to brick and mortar, be in person offices? I'm not sure that's going to happen. The other thing that I think is really important and that I have to say here is that this is parts of 29 have been historically ignored. I live out that way. And so when I hear people talking about equity and then proposing solutions that really don't address anything that has to do with equity, I am really at a loss. When I was looking at this, I kept trying to figure out, how does this help the people in these traditionally ignored communities? I'm not getting here. I'm not understanding. And I still don't see it. Because I can tell you that the patch of 29 that is most affected and that is most in line with these traditional communities, which I live in one of them, is between Greencastle and Burnt Mills. No, because you got to count for White Oak too, right? And I'm just not hearing a whole lot about how that patch of folk are going to be helped. I've heard about people above that line and below that line. I've heard about people in that group.
If I may, I think what was said is that no one wants to hurt those people. And the idea of increased traffic and increased volumes would be a hurt. So some of the alternatives would affirmatively hurt. So that's why they're discounting them.
But I understand they
I can
would
chime in.
affirmatively hurt, but I want to know how they would affirmatively help.
Yeah, the slide here shows how they would affirmatively hurt by increasing traffic volumes. The previous slide I had up is sort of showing where the stations are. There's stations in a lot of the equity focus areas on Castle Boulevard, at the Briggs Cheney Rec Center, Community Center area. The idea is to give people a real second alternative. If, 5 years ago, if you lived on this corridor, you had some express bus options, you had some local bus options. Most people are headed to, as you said, to downtown Silver Spring, to the metro area. And those vehicles would get stuck in traffic just like everyone else. By speeding up the corridor for buses, we're trying to provide an advantage for folks that can access these stations, including several stations that are located right in the middle of equity focus areas. It will be a real transit option.
Is anybody willing to make a motion?
I think we might want to discuss maybe, I don't think a motion is productive until we've talked about items 1 and items 3 on the conditions. That's the median bus lanes and the Franklin Street Station.
Okay. Well, would you?
Well, I am a supporter of the median lane option, primarily because my long-range concern, which I think is in agreement with Thrive 2050, is moving people in an environmentally sound manner. And I think the median lanes and BRT service does that. That's probably the most succinct and compelling way I can explain that. I'm not in favor of building out a Franklin Avenue station at this time, falling back on the idea that if we can establish that's necessary in the future, that can be added into the system. And I can make that motion if people want to vote on that.
I think I heard another commissioner sort of echo that thought on Franklin Avenue. So,
okay, well, all right, let me make a motion then. I vote that we refer ahead most of staff's recommendations in the U.S. Mobility Reliability Study Part 2 without Condition 3 and without Condition 6. Condition 6 is about the managed lane options.
6, 7, and 8, I thought were.
I don't see 7 and 8 as specific to the managed lane options. Am I wrong about that?
No, that's correct. 6 is the managed lanes alternative. 7, 8, and 9 are comments by the Parks Department.
Oh, which only have effects if you have the managed lanes, aren't they?
Well, I think you're right. 7 is the Sligo Creek Parkway intersection in sidewalk. I think all those 3, 7, 8, and 9 can stand alone. They're independent of the alternative, the corridor alternatives.
I certainly wasn't clear on that myself, but if they can stand alone and they have impacts with a median lane alternative, then it works for me. So to repeat, the motion is to advance the managed lanes, eliminate
median lanes.
Median lanes. I keep doing that. I'm sorry. Advance the median lanes, drop condition 3, drop condition recommendation 6, and make that our recommendation to council. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay.
Well, I'm confused now because comment 2 and 5 have to do with deferring a decision on certain improvements until the Fairland Briggs Cheney master plan is approved. I'm assuming that your motion does in fact include deferring decisions mentioned in comments 2 and 5.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
They're
Just wanna be
still
real
there.
clear. Okay.
They're not eliminated, they're still there.
Okay.
All right, do I have a second for the motion?
I second it.
Any more conversation? No, seeing none. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed?
The ayes have it. That is the recommendation of the board. I thank our speaker for voicing her views. I know we didn't agree with it, but I appreciate her comments, and I'm certain will be made up at the council as well. Okay, I think that concludes this item. Right on time, right? Good afternoon, everybody. This is the November 10th, 2020 Planning Board meeting. We are all the way to item 9, Leisure World Administration Building, site plan number 82017-012B. This is a public hearing. There are speakers after we're done. We'll first hear from staff, then have the applicant speak, and then have the speakers. Please go ahead.
Hi, my name is Troy Leftwich. For the record, I will be presenting Leisure World Administration Building Site Plan Amendment number 82017-12B. This site plan minor amendment application. This is the site plan minor amendment application. I would like to put emphasis on the minor changes to the original approval from 2019. Today, you're seeing this amendment because this is the applicant. The applicant is reducing the square footage to the project and making minor architectural changes. This slide right here shows the code requirements for a site plan minor amendment. To summarize the major points from the code for a site plan minor amendment, any property owner may apply for a site plan amendment to change the certified site plan. The changes should have minimal effect of the overall design, layout, quality, and intent of the plan. Does not include any changes that increases density, height, prevents circulation on any streets or paths. It may be approved at the director level without a public hearing with no objection to the application when it's received within 15 days. However, this project was scheduled for a public hearing before the planning board today because we did receive community opposition. So you have the background on this application. I would like to go over the original approval in 2017. The planning board held a hearing on the site plan to reduce the existing, or to replace the existing administration building, and they deferred action at that 2017 hearing. This allowed the Leisure World Board and applicant to build more consensus with the Leisure World community. At that time, in 2017, the original site plan was under consideration. There was over 130 emails stating opposition, and a number of residents signed up to testify at the hearing to voice concerns for the proposed project. The emails included the need to replace the current building with the new administration building, the cost of the project, the removal of trees, the location of the new parking lot and associated tree removal, and it also the authority that the Leisure World Board of Directors to file an application when residents were opposed to it. There is also a request for the planning board hearing to be located at Leisure World. And there was the last overall request was that Commissioner Dreyfus at the time recused himself from the hearing because of his past involvement with Leisure World. In 2019, the planning board held a continuation hearing from the 2017 hearing. The planning board approved site plan number 8/2017-0120 and issued a resolution. These two images on the slide here represent the renderings of the original approval. Also in August of 2021, there was a filing of a site plan amendment A/8/2017-01-2A Leisure World, and that was withdrawn. Now I would like to go over the overall community engagement for the minor amendment to the site plan, which is what you are considering today. The applicant has met all proper signage notices and submittal requirements. A pre-submittal meeting was not required for the minor amendment application. However, the applicant has conducted additional outreach. This includes Leisure World's general managers held 5 resident forums, which were in person and in Zoom or through Zoom. Design and construction drawings for the project have been made available for residents for review at the Clubhouse 1 library. The project has been on the agenda at all monthly board meetings and executive committees. committee meetings going back to 2020. All of these meetings were open to the residents and had open resident forums. Presentations about the projects were made monthly at the monthly advisory committee meetings, and articles of the projects were published in the Leisure World News. As of today, planning staff has received 6 emails from 4 residents, 5 calls related to the project. I will also highlight the major concerns later on in this presentation. The staff report also included detailed responses to those concerns as well. We are recommending approval with conditions for Leisure World Administration Bill Site Plan Amendment 8, 2017-012B. Leisure World is located on the east side of Georgia Avenue, south of Norbeck Road. The property is zoned PRC, Planned Retirement Community. It has 600 plus acres and is within the 1994 Aspen Hill Master Plan area. The subject property itself is approximately 11.62 acres. It's bordered on all sides by a mix of single-family detached homes, townhouses, and older garden apartments. It's also adjacent to the Leisure World Plaza to the west. Overall, it is an age-restricted gated planned retirement community with approximately 5,700 units and approximately 8,000 residents. The aerial photo on your screen shows the actual site plan area. The blue area shows the location of the new administration building. This image shows the site, the existing conditions from the site visit. Image 1 shows the existing administration building that's supposed to be removed. And image 2 shows the administration building entrance from the drop-off circle. Image 3 shows the new clubhouse entrance from the new turnaround area, and it also shows the recently constructed addition for Clubhouse 1. Image 4 shows the new turnaround area, which was recently constructed as a drop-off location for Clubhouse 1, approved in the original site plan approval. Image 5 shows the proposed administration building location on the site. To summarize, the minor changes, also called red line changes, that is before you today as a minor amendment. The proposed administration footprint is being reduced, and there are minor architectural changes. If approved today, the new resolution from this amendment will also correct the square feet assigned to each building in the approval. Due to the reduced footprint, there are changes to the roof, slope, height, but does not exceed the approved max of 36 feet. There's also changes to some window sizes. Some windows are being added to walls that were previously blank, and there are some changes to the facade materials. These images on this slide reflect the red line changes to the building footprint for the new administration building and the elevations proposed for the new administration building. The project is consistent with Chapter 59 of the zoning ordinance, Chapter 22A of the Forest Conservation Plan, and the sector plan. The applicant has received an exemption from preparing a forest conservation plan on September 26, 2022, as part of this minor amendment application. A site plan has been submitted for approval, a tree-safe plan has been submitted for approval with the site plan amendment as required by the confirmed exemption. A new condition, condition 10G, which is within the staff report, is being added with the minor amendment as required for the tree safe plan. In summary, the applicant, as mentioned, has met all the proper signage, noticing and submittal requirements. The pre-submittal meeting was not required for the minor amendment application. The applicant has conducted additional outreach. Planning staff has received a few emails and calls from residents. And I've highlighted, on this slide, I've highlighted the major concerns I received during this review, but I'm happy to address additional questions that are not mentioned on this slide. The first bullet is there was concerns about retaining the existing administration building due to the cost of the project for the Leisure World residents, impacts to existing trees, and retaining the existing historic building. This relates to the concerns of the original application. This minor amendment application and its changes doesn't alter the intent of the original approval, and the project continues to meet Chapter 59, 22A in the sector plan. Bullet 2 is associated with the project costs. Planning staff received questions about why showers and locker rooms are being provided in the new administration building for the employees who bike to work rather than use the ones that are located in Clubhouse 1. The project is required to provide bicycle commuter showers and lockers required by Section 59.626B 3A. And the applicant is also achieving sustainability points for the building Building's International Green Construction Code rating by providing bicycle commuter showers within the administration building. And then the last bullet, ADA access to Clubhouse 1. The recently constructed turnaround has a canopy to the entrance of Clubhouse 1, which residents has been using as a drop-off area and has been presenting a tripping hazard. Even though the site has a ADA access slightly to the north of the entrance, people are entering the building and choosing to use this as an access point instead. As a result, the applicant and the Department of Permitting Services, which is working with the applicant in the permitting process for the Circle Drive, will correct this tripping hazard. And these two images on the slide shows that curve where folks are dropping off and tripping over as they enter into Clubhouse 1. And the top image is just the location as it relates to the roundabout or the turnaround. At this time, staff is recommending approval of conditions of Leisure World Administration Building Site Plan Amendment number 8, 2017-01 2B. This concludes my presentation. I look forward to any questions or comments.
Thank you. Good to see you as well and fellow new commissioners.
I'm sorry, I didn't have my mic on. Just introducing the applicants.
For the record, Scott Wallace with the law firm of Miles and Stockbridge on behalf of the applicant. With me today are Patricia Hempstead, Chairman of the Leisure World Community Corporation Board, Bob Kimball, General Manager of the Leisure World Community, Tom Snyder, Vice President with the management company. I think I got his title right. Close enough. And also in the back here, Carson Parr, the project's architect, and John Skarek with Stantec project civil engineer, and I believe online is also Kim Carano with Stantec. In case any questions are needed, we have basically the full development team here. But I will be brief. We appreciate staff's work on this presentation and also getting us to the board at this point. We're in agreement with the proposed conditions. This project was initially pursued by Leisure World to provide much-needed improvements to the operation and function of an important community facility. The changes to the building before you today are very modest, but do serve to make the facility and the project better. The project remains a priority for the board and the community's management, and they are anxious to obtain approval today and of this amendment and commence construction. We are happy to answer any questions. I wanted to be brief given the late hour. But again, we do have our full project team here and are available for questions. Thanks.
Believe it or not, I don't see any questions at this point. Can we have the speakers come up? Mr. McDonald and Mr. Abelard?
Would you like us to stay up or should we?
Oh, why don't you step back for a minute and then come up after they're done? I have Mr. McDonald listed first, but please come on and speak up here. Please, yes. And there's a button in front of the mic so that the little red thing goes on. That's why you know it's on. Please
Mine's
take
green.
about. Got it?
Yeah. It'll turn red. This part will turn
There's a button.
red. when
Okay,
it's
so
on.
when it's green, I'm good.
Okay. If you could take about 3 minutes apiece, or you, yeah, and if there's questions, we'll pose them for you. Mr. McDonald, if you'd go.
I have
Oh,
Okay, and does this include the text that I wrote in or not? Or just the, yes, so okay. It's the 4 original and the 4 additional. Okay. Go forward. Oh, this is the first one you have?
yes,
All right.
yes.
All right. Can you hear me okay? Oh, green is on. Okay, got it. I thought I had it backwards. Okay. The image here is from the Leisure World master plan that was submitted back in the 1960s and although it's hard to see, and I have a better picture later, but I just wanted to show you what the concept of Leisure World master plan submitted to the county has been. Okay. All right, so the next one, please.
Could you just introduce yourself for the record?
Oh, sure. My name is Bruce McDonald. I'm a resident of Leisure World, and I'm providing input for this discussion today as an individual. Before we leave this picture, I don't know if you can see it, but there's some black dots in there, which I'll make more prominent later, that are the admin building and the Clubhouse 1, which were the first 2 buildings built in Leisure World, and they were built at the same time. Okay, so let's go on to the next one. All right, this is inside the admin building. This just shows the foyer and the architecture involved in that. Next. And this is a photograph from the Washington Star, which used to be a newspaper here in Washington. And at the opening, they took a shot. The admin building is on the right, and what we call Veterans Park is in the middle. It's a series of fountains in honor of our veterans. Next. Okay, now this is a little bit more clear diagram of Leisure World, the community map, if you will, and it is the same as the one I showed you originally, but without a lot of the elevations and other things making it hard to see. But on the left, about I guess that would be 9 o'clock approximately in Leisure World, you see those dark areas there. That's the admin building and Clubhouse 1. Also in the diagram map are areas for future development, okay? And the area that is being proposed for the new admin building, which is just north of the biggest black dot there, the Clubhouse 1, okay, is not indicated for any development at any time, okay? And that is very important because, frankly, that area is not as well suited for building, okay? All right, let's go on to the next one. All right, this is a view looking south from what is the golf course area towards the current administration building, and it highlights rows of cars parked, which will be replaced by the new admin building. So we're going to lose a lot of parking places in a strategic area, and I'll point out why it's strategic in a minute, but there's a row of cars on the far left, and then there's if you look, you see the lamp to the right, and there's cars parked, too deep in that row. That entire area that is in the picture, the first row and the one half of the double thing will be part of the footprint of the administration building, making the distance walked from the restaurant area 2 car lengths and a width of the parking lane distance further from where people will be dropping handicapped people, people don't get around too well, and then going to park the car. So even if they can find a place on the, in the lot in that area, it will be about 60 feet further to travel. But I don't think they'll find a spot in that area, and I'll explain why. Okay, let's go on to the next one. Okay, this is, you saw this one earlier. This shows the proposed administration building in yellow on top of the existing parking lot. And it also shows, but not necessarily highlighted, the existing location of the administration building on the bottom. When people come to the administration building, which is located at the bottom quarter of that picture, they park in the rows closest to Leisure World Boulevard, which is to your west, okay? They park in there, then they park in there's two double car lots there, lines of traffic for parking. That's where they park because that's where the administration building is. Now, things have changed since they originally submitted their application for the new administration building. And one of the big impacts and big changes is the new drop-off area at Clubhouse 1, which looks great, and except for a little trip hazard that's going to be fixed, is fine. And that is on your far right, about a third of the way up the diagram. The problem is, if you look at that parking lot, the traffic flow is going to be in the direction north in this image, which is up towards the golf course. And when people come out of the circle, they won't have any choice to go straight, which is fine because you don't want them to have an accident, but they'll have to turn right. And those parking places are what is going to be in high demand to go to the admin building because the admin building has been moved over there. So right in the traffic flow path where people dropping people off are going to want to park, they're competing with the administration building, whereas in the current configuration, there was no competition for between the two places. Okay, admin was much further to the west. Excuse me, but now they'll come out, turn right, and I'm afraid those spaces will be taken, and they'll have to come around, and then the last to the left, they can go south up towards what was proposed to be a new parking lot. But you don't need a new parking lot if the admin building stays where it is. You don't need it. Okay, let's go on to the next picture. All right, so at the current administration building, this is a diagram of that floor plan with outlined in orange and additional square footage added to it. Without the orange square footage, it's a little over 16,000 square feet, okay? But there's about a 3,000-foot addition that was proposed when they were considering that they want to leave it as it is, remodel it, and add to the building or build a new. And this is a diagram of the existing admin building with an addition to give it more square footage, about 19,000. The proposal that you have in front of you is to reduce the size, of course, to around 21,000, okay? If they could just chip away at that a little bit more, they wouldn't need to build a very expensive new building, which I know you all aren't concerned about cost, but I'm just saying they wouldn't need to have a new building built. And so let's go on to the next slide, okay? Yes, sir, go on to the next.
Hurry it up.
Okay, next one, please. Almost, go on, pass this one. Okay, is that the last one? Okay, then, all right, so we don't have the text of what I wrote into? Okay. Well, all right. Let me summarize then in saying that since the original proposal was made, things have changed. We have a new set of ears hearing this equation and learning what's happening. We have a new chair, and we also have a new general manager at Leisure World who this summer came on board, and this is relatively new to him. So for his benefit, I think it's important for you all to understand that the location of the current administration building from the very beginning, according to the master plan of Leisure World and the architects who designed it, was the best site for the administration building. Building it on a slope down closer to a creek will perhaps in the future, there may be flooding down there. You know how things are with the climate and everything. And besides, so that is a risk that a new building will have. And structurally speaking, building where the new building is proposed, besides being on lower elevation and is going to create a traffic flow problem and compete with people who are now being dropped off at the restaurant. So they don't go hand in hand. They don't work, okay? And that's basically it.
Thank you for your testimony. Mr. Aberland?
Ablard.
Thank you, I'm sorry.
A is in apple, B is in boy, lard is in fat.
Yeah, I tell people my name is spelled like Smith, only different.
Thank you. I am a property owner at Leisure World, been there for 12 years, and I've come to express concern about the value of my property as it relates to this new addition of an administration building. What I understand is that a new administration building will be constructed for persons who are working for Leisure World Corporation. And they will commute from wherever they go or live to this new facility. And they will leave Leisure World and have other experiences. It's just a job, right? And I'm living there. And my concern is, like what the Ms. Branson offered in a meeting earlier this afternoon, where there's 400,000 square feet of office or multi-use space that's not being used, and so there's a tax bracket difference for this property that means Montgomery County probably doesn't collect as much revenue on this property as it would be probably worthwhile to enjoy. The new administration building is a very large expenditure, and so one would expect that the employees that will work there will look forward to working in that office. But as Ms. Branson has mentioned earlier this afternoon, a lot of employees don't want to commute anymore. And so the importance of having an office building in Leisure World is dramatically reduced. If you look at the current administration building, we have a nice little post office from 10 till 2 in several afternoons or several days in the week. And then we have a set of real estate offices which are not used in another part of the thing. then there was an office available for one condo association. And that was like a little cubby hole, for that group. And I'm sure they were happy to be there because it was probably a good idea to be happy to be working. Now they have moved out of the administration building because of health concerns. And they have a very nice facility on that condo association property. And I think that the staff there are doing the best they can, and they're closer to the persons that they're serving, So that need of office space is removed. No real estate offices needed or used. No condo association offices are used. So then you have the interior that was displayed, atrium there, and that's very nice. We have pretty much every year we have a train that goes around to celebrate Christmas, and it's very nice in there, but it's not serving the residents of Leisure World in the capacity of administrative aides. And the last part is a bank. Now, what we used to have was Bank of America, had a really good deal, $50,000 a month, and I hate to say it, Bank of America had to admit that they weren't getting any business, and they moved out. Now we have Signal Financial. I hope they're doing well. I don't really know. It's interesting to note that Bank of America decided to build an ATM in the parking lot of Leisure World Plaza, the commercial entity on the outside of of Leisure World. And Leisure World residents have the opportunity to go to this property or this place. It's very well lit. I'm sure that there's cameras for safety and so on. But they realize, and they're willing to spend money to serve their customers in Leisure World. They just can't do it. Okay. So the rationale for this new building is greatly diminished as the time has gone on. What we're looking for or looking at is office space for the young people who are serving the residents of Leisure World. And I think they're very nice people. They're very, well, let's just go ahead and say, they're there. And there's other space in Leisure World that can be established to provide a very good environment for them to work.
Okay, I need you to wrap up.
I think I'm getting to it. Basically, there is no rationale except for one, to build a new building. And that is that there are persons in Leisure World Corporation who have a greater say, you might say it that way, and they want to build a building for themselves.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you for the time I have here. Thank you.
You have, Ms. Branson?
I got a couple things. I took the opportunity to look up Leisure World online because I really wanted to understand the structure. And from what I understand, it is a group of what you all call mutuals. Is that right? Yeah, I need answers. And those mutuals, I think it was 9 mutuals, and they are condo associations, homeowners associations, and something else. I don't remember. But those mutuals, as you all call them, seem to me to be essentially common ownership communities. Is that accurate?
As in condominiums? Well, it's not the same as a condominium. It's a little bit different, but yes.
So Leisure World is a common ownership community. Is that correct? That's what I'm trying to understand.
It's kind of a mix, I'd say. You'd have to check with that. I'm in what they would call a co-op.
A
and I get
co-op
little
is a common
certificate
ownership community.
proves that
A
I'm
condo is a common ownership community. An HOA is an indicia of a common ownership community. All these things are common ownership communities. I'm asking you, is Leisure World a common ownership community?
Leisure World consists of a trust. The trust oversees the operations of all common properties and amenities. You have a Montgomery Mutual, which is 898 units. That is the co-op. You have 27 other mutuals that are condos, and then we have one small HOA within there.
Okay, so in
comprising-
other words, yes, Leisure World is a common ownership community. That's what I'm trying, and that's what I'm trying to get to. So, it seems to me, because I went through and I read the newspaper articles and everything that you included in the package, because I really wanted to understand what the resident concern was. It's my understanding there's been like 20% of the residents signed a petition objecting to this addition or construction, however you want to term it, okay? 20% of residents to me sounds significant, okay? So I read the newspapers, understand what the objections are. And so here's my best understanding based on what I've read. Is that your concern, that the concern of residents, because I'm not trying to put any words in your mouth, the concern of residents is that undertaking this new building project may, in the long run, cause their homeowners and other association fees to rise. That's their bottom line. When you're retired, as I am, you live on a fixed income, and an unexpected elevation in costs is likely to cause you concern. Am I accurately stating kind of what your bottom line is?
Who are you asking to?
Either of these two gentlemen?
Well, that would be a consideration, in other words, is it a good
Okay, you want to stop
investment?
right there. So, because I'm trying to get somewhere. Okay. So that seems to me to be a legitimate issue of whether the board of Leisure World, in approving this structure, has adequately considered the effect on residents and, more importantly, whether the funding mechanism they've chosen will use funds that are intended for the upkeep and the maintenance of common areas. Your bottom line is, will our HOA and co-op and condo fees rise to pay for something that will not benefit us at all? Okay, and wait a minute, I'm almost there. One more sentence, I'm almost there. To me, that is an essential part of due process. And here's my problem. Those are not questions we can answer. And the reason I started this by asking you whether Leisure World was a common ownership community is because, in fact, the county does have a commission on common ownership communities who make determinations based on just exactly those things I outlined. And I would think it would behoove you to go and ask them these questions. Yes, sir.
What we have before us, though, is a site plan amendment.
But here's my problem. Let's say, for instance, that the Common Ownership Commission says, you know what? This could be a problem. And they make a decision that essentially undermines the ability of the site plan to move forward, assuming that we vote in favor of moving forward with the site plan?
Our approval of a site plan doesn't guarantee the construction of the property. There are other intervening things that may happen that may not make it possible to build even. But
Mr. Chair, may I call council?
Sure.
Mr. Chair, may I call? I have a quick set of questions to ask our legal counsel that may illuminate this. Is legal counsel
She's
ready?
there. She's there.
Okay. The action before us is a minor amendment to an approved site plan. Yes or no?
Yes.
This could be a maybe answer too, but nullifying the whole site plan over this amendment would be capricious.
It would not be possible within the bounds of your authority under this application.
Okay. I think that's capricious. Okay. The financial and operations manager of Leisure World is not within the purview of this board.
Correct.
And this is just an add-on that hasn't been mentioned yet, but there is no historic identification or designation for this site.
Correct.
That's correct from what I'm hearing. Staff confirms that. Troy?
Troy Leffers, for the record, that is correct.
Yes, correct.
I just wanted to get those on the table in the room because I think it might help us.
And
No, I agree with you, Commissioner Hill. As much as we might sympathize with these issues, it's not before us to decide them, and we don't have any authority. I don't know whether the folks have sought out the different agencies that might help them with condo associations, but that is a separate matter, so we still have to decide on what's in front of us.
The gentleman was trying to answer whether or not they had been to the Common Ownership Board. And I've already indicated that I know it's not within our jurisdiction to decide these matters. However, we don't live in silos. And so it to me is important to really understand where people are coming from and what their concerns are. Because if we don't do that, we're not really trying to understand how the 360 of how people live. But that's my personal opinion. I think Mr. Ablar wanted to answer.
Yes, ma'am. I just want to assure you, wrong way again, didn't I? Okay. I want to assure you that a woman named Cheryl Katz is a journalist and a longtime resident at Leisure World, pursued every avenue with the Common Ownership Commission as is required. Now, whether she provided a full account of that or not, she did submit by email information about her experience with Leisure World and her opinion about the value of this new addition to Leisure World. Hopefully the staff has received that email. Is that email available?
What was the individual's name?
Cheryl Katz.
Cheryl Katz didn't submit anything on the record as part of this amendment application. So if that was part of the original, it's part of that record, but it's not part of this record.
Oh, it's part of the other one, but it's not the same as this one.
That's right.
I can understand why the staff and the board.
And just so that the record is clear, I believe she files things under the name Just Us. And that might be in the record. I just wanted to make sure that.
Just Us?
Yes, there's a letter.
There's a letter.
But I would also just like to add, your concerns, Commissioner Branson, are not lost on my client. We submitted extensive testimony into the record, which should be incorporated into this matter as well when this initially was approved, because there is legal authority for the actions taken by my client to pursue this project, to fund it, et cetera. So again, they don't want to do anything that is out of the bounds of their legal authority either, and that's why that information was put into the record initially.
And one thing for legal counsel, so I don't pretend to be a lawyer here. Is there any finding of need required for a site plan amendment?
No, there's not.
Thank you.
One correction for the record, Troy Leffers for the record. We did receive correspondence. It's the fourth page and within attachment 3 related to Mr. Abelar's original statement. So.
Okay. I'm ready to entertain a motion if someone wants to make one.
Sir?
Yes.
One of the key things that I think this council is considering is the community that is being affected, all right? And that community has gone on record to submit, not easily, it takes a lot of work to get over 2,000 signatures in a community of a little over 8,000, that a lot of people just stay indoors, don't even get out of the house.
Retired for
Okay?
a reason.
So, any case, my concern is that I know you asked for them to notify people and to let people know what's going on, but letting people know what's going on and what's been decided is not the same as a viable discussion. And we haven't had that. Now, we have new leadership now, and we have new leadership here, okay? And we're also post-pandemic. So needs have changed. The building of the drop-off at Clubhouse 1 has changed. The distribution of parking places and things in the parking lot needs. And is this council able to have the authority to ask, in addition to making things popular, or public and notified? But don't they, what about the request of the people who signed the commission to have some input, to have a referendum on this? Can't you just say, well, look, the community is still not happy with this and things have changed. Can we table the discussion till after there's a referendum?
Legal counsel, can you tell us whether zoning issues can be a plebiscite?
No, you cannot take zoning actions based on a plebiscite of a vote. But in this instance, I think it is more akin to it is a private community, and the dispute is clearly within the community and beyond the board's authority to act. And so it would, yes, I don't think you could impose anything additional.
Thank you. No, sir, we're
Okay.
about ready to go forward. If I can hear a motion, please.
I'm going to
Mr.
move
Chair,
that
can I
we,
just make one comment? Commissioner Branson, I think your idea of going to the Common Property Commission is an excellent one. I don't want to minimize that. And also, I would be happy to consider a different and changed application by Leisure World if it came forward with one based on the community. But as the council just said, we cannot require that.
so, Mr. Chairman, I am moving that we approve the site plan because we really don't have, because that is what is within our jurisdiction to do.
So you move the recommendation?
Yes.
Of the staff on page 3 of the staff memo?
Yes, I do.
And one clarification, it is a minor amendment to the site plan.
Right, right. This is not a new.
Right, it's not
amendment.
new. And in so moving, it is my understanding that the mere approval of a site plan will not necessarily keep the residents from pursuing other options with the common ownership community.
Commissioner Hill, can I get a second first before you comment, since that's what's on the table?
I will second that. I wanted to comment just this on my
Okay.
vote, which is to say, I believe the narrow matter before us, which is an amendment to the site plan, which is actually making a building smaller, is an advantage in terms of the area of the building covered, the less cost, and right-sizing it for what the administrative assumption is for this organization. I think those are the reasons why I would be in favor of the site plan amendment.
Thank you. And someday we'll get an explanation on why doing less than the maximums required by a site plan require an amendment. I assume in this case there were minimum parking requirements.
There were parking changes and architectural changes as well.
And The architecture was made part of the site plan approval itself?
There is a substantial conformance condition with the architecture, so that is something that they addressed through the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion? No? All those in favor of the motion before us, say aye.
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 Aye. Opposed? No? Thank you very much. This is the last item of the
Thank you.
day. I think we need to celebrate our veterans tomorrow and give them a thank you for their service to the country. So with that, I adjourn the meeting.
Good night.
Great, thanks.